Lucas Pank home in 6th spot. There's Paul Mortimer in the 84. Then a little bit of a wait for Mark Mathis, we believe, in the 77. There he is. Marcel Fayen in the 03, the last of the Porsches in the top 10. Juan Fayen and Angel Benitez sharing the chores on the Ferrari 488 GT in the first of the Maranello Cup drivers. David Harrington and Daniel Harrington, a good run up into 11th spot after starting back in 17th. So that's a good pickup for them. Jody Miller and Pippa Mann unfortunately went the wrong direction. They started 6th and faded to 12th at the end of the race. Tim Savage in the 14 will come home in 13th spot, just about where he started. James Hammond in the 14th spot, and Nicholas Groombridge and John Dean started in 15th, ended up in 15th. Started 18th, ended up in 15th position. Brian Hicks, J.P. Maloney, and Chris Hall, Mike Ward, Tim Haynes, Ed Wheatley, Sebastian Coppola rounded out the cars that ran the distance, and Jerome Jacklone in the 80 and Stephen Hammond in the 72 involved in that incident there at turn 5 on the first lap, rounding out the field. So the first of our International GT feature races in the history book. Next on the schedule will be the second qualifying session for groups 5A, 7, and 11 from the SVRA. I know that we do have one FR car going to make a hardship lap before we start this qualifying session, if the crew's able to get it back together. Dylan Tavella had a transmission damage in an incident in practice yesterday, and they were thrashing to get that gearbox back together and hope to get him out for a hardship lap before their qualifying session coming up at 10:05. Great view of the victory circle here at Road America. Another new camera shot.
Beautiful Saturday morning here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Blue skies, a little bit of white puffy clouds, but nevertheless, a gorgeous day here at the track.
Again, multiple classes, even within the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Championship, so there'll be multiple winners pulling into the victory circle. It will look like a parking lot rather than just the top 3. As Cooper McNeil, after having that cup of coffee, finally rolls into victory lane.
Interesting first sprint race. Hopefully the races this afternoon will continue to look just as much fun as this one. Good battles throughout the field here in IGT. And this will be the first of 3 races for IGT here this weekend at America's National Park of Speed.
Eric Whitnable will be hosting the victory circle ceremonies for the SVRA and IGT classes. Ken Fengler, the general manager and director of competition, most likely will also be there for the IGT celebrations. I'll be hosting the podium celebrations for the F4 US and the Formula Regional Americas Championship. I see Ken Fengler atop the podium there, so he will be hosting the podium celebration for International GT. Next up, groups 5A, 7, and 11. You should be on the grid.
Final call, 1 minute. Final call, 1 minute. 5A, 7, and 11.
We did not see Dylan Tavella come out for his hardship lap, so the field beginning to roll for this second and final qualifying session for Groups 5A, 7, and 11. Group 5 are small bore World Sports Car Championship and prototypes as raced between 1960 and 1972. Sports 2000 cars make up the bulk of Groups 5A. Spec Racer Fords and WSR cars are also eligible. Group 7 are the World Championship of Make sports cars on slicks, under 2-liter sports cars as raced after 1972, Can-Am cars as raced after 1967, as well as center seat Can-Am cars and SCCA A and B sports racers. And Group 11 are GTP, Group C, ALMS, PSCR, World Sports Car, Grand Am prototype cars, SCCA prototype 1 and 2, as raced from 1981 to 5 years from today's date. Saw Jeff Miller go by in the number 0 Kohler-powered Lola. Jeff, a multiple SCCA national champion. Larry Connor also there in the number 7A Audi R8 LMP of 2005 vintage. He was easily quickest in provisional qualifying yesterday. Crew doing a last torque check on the wheels. And at the back of the pack was Dylan Tavella in the Formula Regional Americas car, as he will take his hardship lap. It's basically one lap around pit out to pit in. Just a shakedown to make sure everything is working correctly. Team will go over the car, make sure no leaks or drips or drabs before their qualifying session coming up later this morning. Cars are on the clock. Joel Weinberger first across the line in his Chevron B21. Jason Miller in that 1972 Shadow Mark III. 8-liter Chevy in the back of that one. Harkening back to the thundering days of the Can-Am Championship. That was a great championship to watch until Porsche got involved with Roger Penske and ruined it for everybody. No offense, but
I believe that might be a observation that has been shared by many.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great championship because it was pretty much run what you brung. If it had 4 wheels and a center seat, you could pretty much do anything you wanted. And Porsche said, I think we can do that. So a 12-cylinder, 1,200 horsepower, twin turbocharged motor, and you drop one Mark Donohue in the seat, and you've got a pretty much unbeatable combination. And they wiped the floor with the field for about 2 seasons, and basically the car was outlawed after that. And sadly, things went downhill.
We, of course, typically have the historic Can-Am during the WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond every July, and would be remiss to see, obviously, the loss of Jim Pace a couple years ago.
Yep.
Tremendous loss, but one of the scarier incidents I've ever seen here at Road America, and him just popping right out of that car here on a blowover.
Yep.
Just a very bizarre day, but
just coming out of the carousel, right?
Actually, here on the front straight.
Oh, it's on the front straight. Okay.
The happened underneath the Quick Trip Bridge.
Okay, I got the wrong bridge.
Ended up on the roll hoop till probably about mid straightaway, well past start finish, probably another 500 yards down the racetrack. But hopped out of the car with some assistance with some folks from pit lane, and was just like it never happened.
Right.
Afterwards, and such a tremendous loss in the racing community was Jim Pace.
You betcha. Joel Quadracci with the early quickest lap after 2 flying laps. Joel and his Orica, number 48. It's an LMP2 car. I'm not sure which. It ran either with a Judd BMW or a Nissan V8. I'm not sure which Joel has in that car. Joel Weinberger in the B21 Chevron, still second quick, and that's saying something. The Chevrons were European 2-liter sports cars in the European Championship. James Cope in the 21 Elan DPO2. Third quick in the early going here. A prototype lights car from 2012. And then Jason Miller in that Shadow, the 101, currently fourth quick.
Of course, you have a couple of 2-stroke cars out there as well, powered by Kohler engines. Ron Pace, John Gaden.
Drivers getting a little competitive coming down the hill at Hurry Downs toward turn 8.
Normally you don't see that quite as much in the qualifying.
Yeah, you would think they'd want to spread out, get some clear air, but maybe they're trying a little drafting. I don't know. A lot of Sports 2000s in the field.
Quite the little gaggle of cars going through the kink right now. Quadracci continues to set the pace at 2:07.549, just across the stripe. In the wet yesterday, we were seeing times not that far off, 7 seconds off yesterday, 2:14 for Larry Connor. In the Audi yesterday, in the wet was quick. But Quadracci knocked about 7 seconds off, as is Connor. Connor a 2:07.76, second quick right now in the 7A machine. That's that yellow and silver Audi R8 LMP. Quite a bit older configuration compared to Quadracci's P2 car.
Yeah, correct. The 7 car of Connor is a 2005 vintage, whereas Quadracci's number 48 is 2013, so quite a bit more contemporary. This gaggle of Sports 2s continues to run in close formation. Quickest of the Sports 2s is Johnny Canavas and the number 44. That's a Swift DB5.
Well, Larry Connor just changed the tune a little bit. 2:02.
Yikes.
.434 for that Audi.
That's anything approaching 2 minutes is a pretty stout lap here at the 4 Mile Long Road America.
.5 seconds off the pace that he had set the lap prior. So Larry Connor on the loud pedal. Or in this case, as quiet as that car is, the go button.
Exactly right.
The car doesn't make a whole lot of noise, but boy, does it go fast.
You betcha.
Quadracci no better at 2:07.965 last time through, so slower for Quadracci. So Larry Connor setting the pace here in this qualifying 2.
Again, multiple classes, although those two, Quadracci and Connor, are in the same class, the GTP 2 category from Group 11. Jason Miller moves up to third with a 2:13.5 in that thundering shadow. Joe Weinberger shuffled back one spot in his 2-liter Chevron. James Cope in the Elan, Johnny Canavis in the first of the S2s in that Swift DB5, currently 6th. Avery Stuckert takes over the quickest lap in the 5A S2 category with a 2:22.7. Johnny Canavis second as the Carber Swift Carber sandwich completed by Fritz Seidel in the 0-2. In the 7U2 category for the predominantly European 2-liter cars, Joel Weinberger quickest. Walter Vollrath in the number 27 Lola is second quick, and Josh Bowler in the 119 Chevron B36 are your top 3 in that class. Larry Connor knocking on the door of the 1-minute laps. 2 minutes, .411 his last lap.
Quadracci 3 seconds faster than his fast lap there at 2:04.839. And speaking of the loud pedal, Jason Miller, a 2:13.505 for that 101 Shadow.
Yeah, considering that car is a 1972 vintage, that's pretty stout compared to cars that are 30 years newer. Miller goes even faster, 2:12.715.
I would say definitely the track temperature coming up, and these tires getting a little bit of grip now.
Yep, no question about it. These are the fastest times we've seen all weekend. Of course, we've not seen Group 9 yet, so that's when the real heavy hitters come out. Group 9, the Wings and Slicks open wheel category.
10-minute call to the grid for F4. This is your 10-minute call to the grid for F4.
Times seem to have stabilized a bit. Larry Connor taking a little breather on this lap, maybe letting the tires cool down, see if he goes for one more in the final minutes of this session. Quadracci's last lap was his best, as was Jason Miller and James Cope in the Elan. Quadracci across the line, a little quicker, 2:04.563 in the Orica LMP2 car. John Godin's number 9 being towed back into the paddock, so an issue for that 2-stroke. Jason Miller also a little quicker, 2:11.5, shaved about 3 seconds, or 2 seconds off his last fast lap. So that shadow's still picking him up and laying him down.
Got one around in turn 8. Like one of the Sports 2000 cars. Didn't quite catch the number.
We saw it pulling away, so no harm, no foul.
Technically, the only harm would be to the rubber in the flat spots.
Exactly. And if they go over the curb, maybe a little dent in the under tray. But hey, all that's fixable.
As they say, it'll buff. Quadracci at the stripe.
He's backed off a little bit as well. He and Larry Connor both no longer pushing for the faster lap as Larry Connor pulls into his pit stall right here in front of our vantage point, overlooking the start-finish line.
Checkered flag is out here on the session.
It is. Peter S. Cookie in the number 20 Swift DB2 rolling down the pit lane back toward the paddock.
Looks like Kurt Leverton will be the first car to officially see the checkered flag on course as we rotate through. But a great lap from Larry Connor, a 2-minute .411, 2:00.411 for Larry Connor in that Audi R8 LMP. Joel Quadracci second quick, 2:04.563. Jason Miller, a 2:11.571. So that is your top three here in Q2 for groups 5A, 7, and 11 overall in the session.
As we wait for the rest of the cars to come across in the 11 GTP2 category, Larry Connor and Joel Quadracci, the only two entrants. Connor obviously with the fastest time, Quadracci about 4 seconds further back. Jason Miller brings the shadow down the line, the only one in Group 7 in the 7 Can-Am category. In the 7U category, Joel Weinberger led pretty much the entire way in his Chevron. Number 33, Walter Volrath, about 4.6 seconds further up the road. And Josh Bowler, a good job at the end of that session, closed within a quarter of a second of Volrath. John Godin, despite coming in on the hook, was fourth quickest among those cars. And then the biggest class is the 5A Sports 2 category. Avery Stuckert will have the honors, and we'll wait for the rest of them to come by. They're still approaching the line, so that could change, as Johnny Canavis was only a tenth of a second behind Stuckert in that battle for supremacy. Kevin Leparski in the 262, another quarter second back. Fritz Seidel in the 02, another quarter second back. Benjamin Myers in the 29, a half a second back. Kurt Leverton in the 28, 21 thousandths of a second back. So that S2 field is very tightly packed. In fact, all of them from 1st through 11th separated by just over 5 seconds. So that'll be a fun battle when they get into race mode later on today. The Group 5A, 7, and 11 feature race will be after the lunch break and our first F4 US race of the weekend at 1:15. Coming up next, the only qualifying session for the F4 US Championship powered by Honda. Scheduled to take the track at 8:50, just about 3 minutes from now.
American Global Standards, the official ISO certification company of the SVRA. AGS is a leading registrar of quality environmental management systems to ISO certification requirements and is now the official ISO certification company of SVRA. AGS provides independent third-party assessments of management systems for all industries, making it efficient and profitable for them to meet those requirements. Big Machine Distillery. Spike coolers are refreshing, ready-to-drink cocktails available with convenient, eco-friendly pouches with straws included. These 6% alcohol per volume vodka pouches come in 3 flavors, tropical, lemonade, and cranberry, and contain no high fructose corn syrup. These perfectly ready-to-drink vodka juice pouches are ideal for all of your adventures. Just pop in the straw and enjoy, responsibly, of course. For over 30 years, Forrester Pontoons has been making waves, perfecting the art of pontoon making and pontoon furnishings. Racers focus on going fast on the track, and there's no better way to relax than to slow down on the water with Forrester Pontoons, the official pontoon boat of SVRA. Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show this morning. The SVRA proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the world's largest membership insurance and media organization for people who love cars. Be sure to visit Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Show today. And don't forget to cast your vote for the People's Choice Award winner. Hawk Performance, the official brake pad of SVRA. Hawk Performance delivers premium friction products for racers that stop faster, last longer, and keep you safe. Saturday's Race 1 group winners will be awarded Hawk Performance gift certificates. Marathon Coach, the official motorhome of SVRA. Marathon Coach is a leader in luxury motorhomes. With racing as part of the company culture, they can get you in the motorhome that meets all of your needs. Take a tour of Marathon Coach located in Vendor Row. Better yet, drive one home from the track. Chevrolet is America's fastest growing full-line brand, and people are taking it everywhere. Taking Trailblazer outdoors, confidently taking on new places with Equinox, and taking on more with Chevy Silverado. Whatever you do, there's a perfect Chevy to take you anywhere. And race fans, be sure to keep up to speed on the track and behind the scenes by connecting with Team Chevy on your social media channels. Facebook.com/Team Chevy. Check out photos on Instagram at Team Chevy, and follow on Twitter at Team Chevy. Racing at Road America brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. For motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit YamahaMotorsports.com. Catalyst Exhibits is a sponsor and the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of doing business, Catalyst designs, builds, and executes in-person experiences that can accelerate your brand into the winner's circle. Follow the link on the Road America website to get started.
Thanks, Eric. Welcome to the F4 United States Championship powered by Honda. As this weekend, we will be racing rounds 4, 5, and 6 of our 18-round 2022 season. We will visit 6 different venues. We've already visited one down at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans. Lockie Hughes came away from that weekend with the points lead in the number 6 car, and he's the first one out on track. As for the qualifying session, they're gridded based on their points coming into this round of racing. This qualifying session will set the grid for this afternoon's first race of the weekend for these drivers. The fast lap each driver turns in race 1 will set their grid position for race 2. The fast lap they turn in race 2 will set the grid position for race 3. Points are scored in the races only for the first 10 finishing positions. There are no bonus points for leading the most laps or setting the fastest lap or starting on the pole. So it's strictly finishing position which determines the point standings at the end of the season. These drivers all vying for the scholarship to give them a full ride into the Formula Regional Americas Championship, the next step on the 5-rung FIA ladder, culminating in the Formula One World Championship. Bryson Morris comes into this weekend second in the points in the number 39 car for Crosslink Kiwi, only 10 points back of Lockie Hughes, a winner at NOLA as well. Nicholas Rivers, the third winner at NOLA, as we had 3 different winners in the 3 races. For Velocity Racing Development, Nicholas in the 24 car, another 10 points back. And then a real logjam after that, single-digit points differences between the rest of the drivers who scored at NOLA. Ryan Sheehan in the 66 for Crosslink Kiwi is 4th. Alex Berg in the 08 for Doran Kroll Racing is 5th. Artie Flores in the number 22 for Ganella Racing. In 6th, Matt Christensen in the 45 for Velocity Racing Development in the 7th spot. Gabriel Fonseca in the 76 for Crosslink Kiwi. In 8th, Noah Ping in the 65 for Velocity Racing Development. 9th, and Alan Isambard for International Motorsports, one of 2 new teams to us this weekend, or this season, I should say, not this weekend. Alan rounding out the top 10 in that number 53 car. Of the other drivers who scored points at NOLA, Lucas St. Jean, the Quebecois, and then the number 98 for Jay Howard. Seth Brown, the number 4, also for Jay Howard. Oliver Westling for Jensen in the 2. David Burkett in the number 8 for Future Star Racing. And Carl Bennett for Ganella Racing, a 2-time point scorer in the 3 races at NOLA in the number 9. Cars have completed their warm-up lap, are now on the clock. Lap record pace was set here a year ago by Mac Clark. Mac has moved on to the Formula Regional America Series, so you'll see him in their qualifying session coming up in just about an hour. That time a 2:18.756, 2:18.756 set by Mac Clark. That's what they're shooting for qualifying pace. The race lap record also set here a year ago by Bijoy Garge, 2:19.489. For those of you perhaps unfamiliar with the F4 U.S. Championship, it was the brainchild of the FIA, the International Motorsports Sanctioning Body. Back in 2014 is when they really came up with the formula, designed as the first step in the ladder series from the FIA for drivers as young as 15 years of age, coming right out of go-karting. So for many of these drivers, of the 21 entries we have here this weekend, 12 of them are rookies this season. Many of them, this is their first full-size car experience, although there have some drivers that have had some open wheel experience in other disciplines and come to our championship because they like the chance to move up to the more powerful FR car. We understand we have a car off at turn 7. It's at the top of the hill there at Hurry Downs after the Corvette Bridge. Appears to be hard to tell from our camera angle, but I believe in the gravel trap. At the moment, covering it with a local yellow as the session continues. Matt Christensen fires the first shot with a 2:20.875, about 2 seconds off record pace. Artie Flores for Ganella Racing. Artie out of León, Mexico. Second quick, Lucas St. Jean for J. Howard Driver Development. Luca out of Lorraine, Quebec. Gabriel Fonseca in the 76 from Sao Paulo, Brazil for Crosslink Kiwi is third. Bryson Morris out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee in 5th spot for Crosslink Kiwi. Alex Berg, David Burkett, Nicholas Rivers, Alan Isambard, and Lockie Hughes are your top 10. With about 6 minutes gone, 15 remaining. Good to see Maddie Oust out there. Maddie in the number 09 car with the Golf livery for Crosslink Kiwi. Had a little off in the wet yesterday, just past the kink. Glad to see they were able to get that car back together, and Maddie is uninjured from that little bump in the wall. Ethan Barker is our newest driver in the field as he is making his debut here this weekend. The 16-year-old from Houston, Texas for the eponymous Barker Racing team. Came up through Bandoleros and Legacy cars. He was the 2020 Gulf Coast Legacy champion, but also does some racing in club racing as the 20 and 21 SCCA Southwest Division T4 champion in his Miata. Timing line for these qualifying sessions down at turn 13 so that the cars can turn a fast lap and then duck into the pits. So the timing line for the race actually will obviously be here at start finish. But Matt Christensen goes a little quicker, a 2:19.7. Lockie Hughes vaults up into second spot now with a 2:19.8. Just 93 thousandths separating those two. Alex Berg, another 10th back at a 2:19.9. Artie Flores in fourth, the first driver in the 220s. He's about 6/10 behind Berg. Seeing Joe Ostelhoff on track, I believe, for the first time this weekend in the number 7 car. Joe did not turn laps in practice yesterday. I bumped into Maite Cáceres, the Uruguayan driver, in the number 21. Maite out of Punta del Este, Uruguay, for International Motorsports. Had a chance to chat with her a little bit yesterday, late in the day. She's looking forward to this qualifying session, back in 18th right at the moment. Tyke Durst, who also had an off in yesterday's sessions in the 17, no worse for wear. And the Ganello Racing car, he's currently in 17th spot. We mentioned Matty Oust in 16th. Lucas Facuri in the 55 car out of Sao Luis, Brazil, currently living in Sao Paulo. A Brazilian national karting champion. Lucas driving for the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team. So Matt Christensen leading the way for the pole by less than 1/10 of a second over Lockie Hughes, the points leader. Matt had a second place finish in round 2 at NOLA. Currently lies 7th in the points. Lockie, as we mentioned, with a win, a second, and a 5th place finish, is the points leader. Alex Berg coming into this weekend for Doran Kroll Racing. 4th in the points, currently lies 3rd on the racetrack. Bryson Morris, 2nd in the points. His last lap was his best, a 2:20.299. Slots him into the 4th spot. That bumps Artie Flores in the 22 for Ganello Racing back to 5th. Just about everybody on course has improved their time, with the exception of Lockie Hughes and Alex Berg, as they cooling off just a bit before trying another fast lap. Coming up on halfway in this session. These F4 chassis are built by Ligier North America, their factory in Denver, North Carolina. Max Crawford, the managing director of that operation. They've built the car since we began this championship back in 2016. This is our 7th year of competition in the F4 US Championship. It's a full carbon fiber chassis built to very stringent FIA mandated safety requirements, with front and side impact, front, rear, and side impact structures mandatory. The survival cell that the driver rides in, the actual seat surround, can be removed, and the driver can literally be lifted out of the car without unbuckling his belts, if that would be the case. Fortunately, we've never had that opportunity, but the cars are designed with that option in the event of an incident. Honda is the title sponsor of the series and provides the power plant. The engine in the back of these cars is the Honda K20, double overhead cam, 4-cylinder, direct injection. It's the same engine in the Honda Civic Type R. The difference for this class is the turbocharger is removed and the engine is run in normally aspirated form, and Honda Performance Development has to detune it even a bit then to get it down to the FIA mandated just shy of 160 horsepower. And Hankook has become our tire supplier for the past several years. Understand Matty Alst had a loop at the bottom of the hill there at turn 8 leading into the carousel turn, but she has been able to continue. Matt Christensen and Lockie Hughes both improved their times. Christensen knocking on the door of the 218s, a 2:19.184 for Christensen in the VRD number 45. Lockie Hughes out of Gold Coast, Australia for Jay Howard. Second quick, just about a 1/10 and a half separates those two. Bryson Morris, second in the points coming into this round, third on track in this session, about a further half second back. Alex Berg, the last driver in the 219s, is fourth for Doran Kroll. The 4-car of Seth Brown rolling down the pit lane. Seth currently 17th on the speed charts. Seth out of San Diego, California. A Skip Barber Formula Series podium finisher in 2021. Lockie Hughes takes over the top spot and the first driver into the 28 in the 218s. And he has the new track record. Lockie Hughes, a 2:18.719, just about 0.04 of a second quicker than Matt Clark's year-old lap record. So Lockie Hughes setting the pace. Matt Christensen with a 2:19 flat, 2:19.000 is about a 1/4 of a second back. So Lockie Hughes taking over the top spot for the first time in this session. Bryson Morris a further 0.6 back at a 2:19.6. Alex Berg and Noah Ping now up into the top 5. Noah looking for a clean weekend. He had showed some good speed and some good racecraft at NOLA, but was penalized for a couple on-track incidents. Scott Goodyear is our race director, and the stewards issued a couple penalties to Noah, especially in the final race of the weekend, so he was denied an opportunity for more than the one podium, but certainly a threat to run near the front, and he is currently 5th quick in the Velocity Racing number 65. Getting word from race control that the 65 car we understand his rain light has come loose from the back of the crash structure, and that is dragging on the ground, so we need to get that secured before he can continue. So Noah Ping will be asked to make a call to the pits. Artie Flores, Lucas St. John, Gabriel Fonseca, Nicholas Rivers, and David Burkett are your top 10, with just about 5 minutes remaining in the session. Alex Berg is the youngest driver in the class. 15 years and some change out of Buford, Georgia for Doran Kroll. Currently fourth quick. Seth Brown qualifies as the oldest driver in the field. He's 23 years of age out of San Diego for Jay Howard. The vast majority of these drivers are in their teens, 17, 16, 18, 19 as we scan up and down. Just a handful of drivers, I think 4 drivers over the age of 20. But Lockie Hughes with a new lap record pace, 2:18.719. Showing the way by now about a quarter of a second over Matt Christensen, whose last lap has not improved on his 2:19.000. Spinner at turn 1. No harm done over the Aaron's tunnel, I should say. I believe that was Oliver Westling in the 2 car that looped it. Two drivers, the recipients of the PMH Powering Diversity Scholarship. Pirella Motorsports Holdings, who's the parent company of SVRA and Trans Am and R2 Championships, offers this championship to offers a scholarship, I say, to make an effort to increase the diversity in our sport. Maddie Oust is one of the recipients in the 09 from Mansfield, Texas, for Crosslink Kiwi. And David Burkett is the other recipient in the number 8 car for Future Star Racing. David up into 7th place in this qualifying session, so I understand Joe Ostelhoff has had a spin at turn 5 and cleared the course there at the back door into the pit lane. 1-7, sorry, it was Tyke Durst who had that spin, my bad. Matt Christensen, Bryson Morris, Artie Flores, and Noah Ping, 2nd through 5th, respectively, all improving on their last lap as we're into the final minute of this qualifying session. Again, this will set the grid for the first race of the weekend right after our fan walk at 12:30. The fan walk begins at noon as our F4 drivers will be already gridded for their first race of the weekend, and the FR drivers will be down there as well, signing autographs. So if you'd like a chance to meet and greet the stars of the future of open wheel racing, come on down to the fan walk starting at noon. We'll also have the opening ceremonies leading up to the start of our F4 US race number 1 of 3 for the weekend. Checkered flag will be shown down at the bottom of the hill, so the teams are being instructed by the race director to let their drivers know that once they see the checker, they are to come immediately into the pit lane. Bryson Morris looks like he's going to stand on his 2:19.5. That will slot him to the inside of row number 2. Same with Lockie Hughes. He's rolling down the pit lane as well. And he has the pole at the moment. Nicholas Rivers comes by in the 24 car. No improvement for him on that last lap. He'll start outside of row 5 provisionally. David Burkett does improve, stays in 7th, a 220.230. Checkered flag is in the air down at the bottom of the hill. Last car to get by before the checker, Carl Bennett out of Yorba Linda, California, for Ganello Racing. Carl, a Thai American, also enjoys playing the guitar. Checkered being shown here at start finish, but again, the drivers are seeing it down at the bottom of the hill, so they're coming immediately into the paddock. The 2 of Oliver Westling for Jensen, currently living in Emerald Hills, California, although he was born in Stockholm. Here's the 21 of Maite Casares in the Punta del Este Uruguay International Motorsports team. Maite finishes the session in 18th position outside of row 9. She and Maddie Oust will share row 9 as it stands right now. Maite did not see the checkered flag at the bottom of the hill apparently, so she'll get an extra lap. So Lockie Hughes and Matt Christensen on row 1. Bryson Morris and Artie Flores in row 2. Noah Ping and Alex Berg on row 3. David Burkett and Lucas St. Jean in row 4. And Gabriel Fonseca and Nicholas Rivers round out your top 10. Carl Bennett, Louis Fecuri, Ryan Sheehan, Oliver Westling, and Ethan Barker down through 15th. Alan Isambard, Matty Oust, and Maite Casares. Seth Brown, Tyke Durst, and Joe Ostelhoff, the 21 car field. And again, we'll see these drivers next at 12:30 for their first race of the weekend. But we've got a couple more SVRA qualifying sessions, Group 10 and Group 2. Coming up shortly. Group 10 at 9:15, Group 2 at 10. And then the Formula Regional Americas drivers will be out for their one and only qualifying session just after the 10 o'clock hour. And the qualifying session, final qualifying session for SVRA Group 10 getting underway. These are select GT sports cars and sedans, raced between 1973 and 1999. You'll see NASCAR Cup and Busch Series stock cars, Trans Am and production-based contemporary cars raced from 1999 up till 5 years from today's date. So these are big V8-powered thundering machines. with a few exceptions. There's a Nissan GT-R in the field, a Cadillac CT SVR. Scanning down for outliers, Todd Sloan, who we saw battling at the front of the IGT field, also runs in this class in his GT3 Porsche. Peter Rogel has a 1978 Porsche 935, the car that was dominant in IMSA back in its day. Randall Castling in the number 70 IGT Porsche, also in the field. Fritz Seidel in the number 88A 72 Porsche RSR. And there's that Cooper McNeil guy in his 2017 Porsche. We'll see if he's going to come out to play. My money's on him to be on the pole, but hey. "16 cars appear to have come out of the false grid, for the moment at least. Group 10 will be our fourth SVRA feature race of the afternoon. They'll take the green flag at 2:30. Groups 5A, 7, and 11, who we've already seen, will be the first one after the F4 US race. Their green flag at about 1:15. Scott Borchetta in the number 48 Ford Mustang, rolling down the pit lane.
With the 48B, which we don't have a trip across the light, so they've got both of their cars out on track.
Yeah, the 48A is Evan Pecore in his 86 stock car, Monte Carlo stock car.
I believe it's actually going to be Jade Buford is the Borchetta Camaro. The Monte Carlo for Pecore. And Evan, speaking of Evan, right across the line out of Cleveland, Wisconsin. Good to see Lance Wiskerson back on the racetrack with that ACS, that purple and bright fluorescent yellow car. He had what looked like a motor problem yesterday and just shut it off right at start-finish and coasted around. But good to see that car back on track. Cool car to see as well is the 64 Robert Blaine, the CompuWare Corvette.
Sammy Smith firing the first shot, 2:45, 6:17 in that brand new 2022 Chevy Camaro GT3 car. Colin Comer about a second back in the number 16 Mustang. Jonathan DeGainer in the top three in the number 4 Mustang as well.
Of course, those are out laps, so it'll be quite a bit faster here second time through.
Of course. Joseph Galdi in his BMW E46 across the line. A.J. Henriksen in his Monte Carlo. Jade Buford and Scott Borchetta were late to the party, so it'll take them a while to come around to get on the clock.
Much larger stock car contingent this weekend than we've seen in years past, which is great to see.
You betcha.
There we go. Lap times more particular to the group. Colin Comer, purple at 2:15.366.
Jonathan Gaynor right behind him, about 2 seconds back in those two Trans Am cars, both Ford Mustangs, as it turns out.
Sammy Smith at 2:18 in that black on white Chevrolet Camaro. Lance Wiskerson, though, pops into third with his Ford Mustang, the Trans Am, at 218.066. Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan. A 223.671. That is a first time out for that car here at SVRA competition. That is a former Joe Gibbs Monte Carlo. That was driven by Denny Hamlin and Eric Almirola.
Patrick Romack, the quickest of the stock cars after the first flying lap in the 26 Toyota Camry.
Rick Mancuso, that mid-70s 76 Corvette.
It's a 1976, as it turns out, so the name is significant. It's in the GT1 class.
A lot of unique car configurations.
You betcha.
This weekend. Great to see. That's what I love about these vintage weekends, because it throws back a lot of memories. Cars that you remember seeing when they actually competed.
Yep.
And a little bit more modern take on some of the classics as well when they're rebuilt.
Scott Borchetta on his first flying lap goes right up to second spot, albeit about 6 seconds behind Colin Comer in the Trans Am Mustang. But Borchetta just getting that sucker up to speed, I'm sure.
Sammy Smith goes to P2 at 2:13.288. Comer still holding station on lap 3 at 2:08.894 for Comer in the Mountain Dew Mustang. Of course, if you haven't been paying attention to much social media in the off season, Colin, the host of The Appraiser for Haggerty, great show. You get to learn a lot about some cool cars and find out how the appraisal process works. But Colin, from Colin's Classic Automobiles here in Wisconsin, does a lot of great resto mods, and a great guy and great family as well. His wife Canna usually racing as well.
Wouldn't be surprised if some of his products in the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge here this weekend as well.
But he puts together a great TV show. The Appraiser is a quite unique show. If you haven't caught it yet, definitely recommend it. I still think it needs a little bit more of a James Bond open. The Appraiser. But
shaken, not stirred.
Yeah, it's a great show. A.J. Hendrickson across the stripe right now, 10th quick here in the second qualifying session. A little bit more takers from the damp conditions from yesterday.
A.J., I think, is the quickest of the stock cars. Let me just check the list here. Now, Patrick Womack still has the quickest in the SC4 category. A.J. is in a separate SC3 category. He's unopposed in that one, but is the quickest at 2:21.484 for A.J.
Lap times have kind of settled out with these cars. Comer last time through a 2:09.4, about a full second off of his quick lap on lap 3. So 4 laps complete for Comer, quickest on lap 3. So tires probably starting to get a little heated up. We see that occasionally with the Trans Am cars, that those very wide rear tires come up to temperature very quickly, and then they start to get overheated if you're really trying to push.
Yep. Road America, a very flowing racetrack. Not a whole lot of what they call traction events. digging off of a low-speed corner, but obviously coming out of turn 8 and turn 5, climbing up the hill out of Canada, putting some stress on those rear tires for sure.
Of course, you have cars like Evan Pecor's 48A. That's the about 84, 85 Chevy Monte Carlo. Those cars ran with bias ply tires,
right?
Running in radials today. So those cars have a little bit more grip than they would have had in their original configurations. But those cars were fun to watch slide around on those bias plies.
No improvement for Colin Comer as he maintains about a 4-second gap on the field with a 2:02.894 in that Mountain Dew Mustang. Scott Borchetta, his last lap was his best, closes to within a quarter of a second of Sammy Smith in second. So Smith and Borchetta second and third as it runs right now. Cadillac CTSV of Bill Hefner, just inside the top 10, currently 8th quick.
Womack in the stock car 4 category continues to set the pace. 9th quick overall. 2nd quick in that group is Brad Dahmer, the 45 machine.
R.J. Gottlieb in his 69 Camaro. Rolling down the pit lane. He has yet to turn, yeah, he is. He's 14th quick in this session. I believe he's the only car in the NC class. He is. Of the contested classes in the 10 SC4 category, Patrick Womack still showing the way in the 26 Camry, Brad Dahmer in the 45 Monte Carlo, and Mike Mulcahy in the 41 Dodge Challenger. In the 10 GT3 category, Colin Comer quickest overall. In the 16 Mustang, Jonathan DeGainer in the number 4 is second fast. Terry Martin in the 25 and Joseph Galdi in the BMW. Number 40 are your 4 in that class. In the 10 GT4 category, Sammy Smith in his Camaro. Number 27 is quickest. Scott Borchetta, a late arrival in the session, but still second fast, only by a quarter of a second. Jade Buford, his teammate in the 48B, is third. Robert Blaine in the 64 Corvette is fourth. Lance Wiskerson in the 33 is fifth, and Bill Hefner in the Cadillac rounding out the top 6. Those are the only contested classes. Got a number of cars in singleton classes in this Group 10 qualifying session. Patrick Womack rolls the Wonder Bread number 26 down the pit lane. Looks like he may be done.
great views with some of our newer cameras, including the one that was just shown on screen, the pano in the carousel. But you really get a sense of the elevation change from 9 to 10, and that's not even the bottom of the hill yet.
Right.
You know, there's still a little bit of a drop from 10 to 11, and even further down into Canada Corner. So through Kettle Bottom. So it's a continuous roll downhill, which is why that turn 8 really is, I think, the second most important corner here at Road American. Everybody talks about turn 5, but turn 8, I think, is the second most important corner here, because the run you get out of 8 sets up the momentum run through the carousel,
Yep.
And then all the way down to Canada through the kink and Kettle Bottoms.
Yep.
Probably the most common passing opportunity is 12, on those last laps. But
Right.
it all comes down to those runs coming out of the slow speed corners into the high speed section.
Correct. Checkered flag is in the air. Bill Hefner first to see the checkers. Scott Borchetta sees the checkers in the pit lane, so he'll not improve.
Qualifying right about where we anticipated it to be. Colin Comer out front. The two late arrivals to the grid and on track, Borchetta and Buford, both 3rd and 4th in the GT4 category.
The only Porsche in the field, Paul Mortimer, who we'll see in IGT as well, 13th overall. Five-minute call to the grid for Group 2 qualifying. Non-Wings and Slicks Formula cars next out.
Not only is Wisconsin home to America's National Park of Speed, but it's also home to America's leading lever-action rifle and shotgun manufacturer, Henry Repeating Arms. From backyard plinking to home defense to deer hunting into the woods of Wisconsin, Henry offers a rifle or shotgun for every budget that are all proudly made in America or not made at all. If you don't yet own one or want to add another to your collection, Henry invites you to visit them online at henryusa.com to order a free catalog and 2 free decals. With over 200 different models to choose from, you're sure to find something you'll be proud to own. That's henryusa.com. Quick Trip is a proud partner of Road America and your official convenience store of summer racing in Wisconsin. They carry all of your favorite cookout and tailgating grocery items like brats, burgers, steaks, chops, salads, soda, beer, and more. Quick Trip has you covered when you're on the go. Plus, find no-fee ATMs, free air for your tires, and top-tier fuel for your vehicles. Quick Trip. We'll see you next time. There's absolutely nothing pretty about a dirty car. Race car or your car, dirt can ruin a painted surface and actually slow down your car. So smart drivers want a clean and waxed ride. The Glosser is the microfiber wipe that cleans and waxes minutes rather than hours. The Glosser is available right here in the paddock shop. No time to wash? Then gloss with the Glosser. If you need assistance with your vehicle, Wisconsin's premier towing providers, Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, provide 24/7 towing and recovery, battery service, lockouts, tire changes, jump starts, equipment hauling, private property towing, and much more. Their fleet of over 50 trucks have cutting-edge recovery equipment, allowing for a safe and fast pickup and drop-off. Call Fox Cities and Finish Line Towing, your official towing provider of Road America, for a clean and professional service that's done right the first time. And remember, please slow down and move over. Incredible speed, raw horsepower, responsive handling. Why let the racers on the track have all the fun? With a zero-turn riding mower from Skag Power Equipment, you can experience these things too right at home on your own lawn. And no matter how big or small your yard is, Skag is a mower that's right for you. To learn more about the full line of high-performance American-made lawnmowers from Skag, be sure to check out skag.com. That's SCAG.com. Good times are about cars and hanging with people who love them, right? Well, our partner Hagerty feels the same, and that's why they've created insurance that gives you the best protection. And then they made it easy for you to connect with other enthusiasts by offering tons of automotive content, including original programming, forums, vehicle values, even a virtual garage for your dream cars. When you're not on the track, check out Hagerty.com.
Group 2 out on track for their qualifying session. Group 2, as we mentioned, the non-wings and slicks older formula cars, pre-1973 formula cars that conform to SVRA's classic formula car regulations. Formula Bs, Formula Fords, Club Formula Fords, all in this batch. There is one F4 car out there, and that's Eric Wisniewski. He is a driver still 14 years of age, so too young to compete in the F4 championship. So he runs with the SVRA Group 2 to get some track time, and he'll hit the ground running next season in the 2023 championship for the F4 championship. So Eric Wisniewski also out there along with the SVRA competitors. Pierce Rader in the number 2 is a 1971 Lotus 69B. That car was fielded in several configurations, several different power plant configurations for F2 and F3, as well as Formula Ford. There's 3 Brabham BT29s in the field. That's a great little car. If you obviously paddock access is free with your admission at all of the SVRA events, so certainly encourage you to stroll through the paddock and see these beautiful old race cars up close and personal. The BT29s are a big favorite of mine. They look like a little Swiss watch. They are just beautifully turned out. There is the aforementioned Eric Wisniewski making his way down the pit lane.
Steve Grundle goes to P2, a 2:27.731 in one of those Brabham BT29s. Ken Ball in the 97, currently third quick, 2:38.250. Pierce Rader, though, on top of the board. Purple last time through, a 2:27.229. That maroon 68, as John mentioned before.
Yeah, only those 2 Formula Bs separated by just about half a second. And the first of the club Fords, Ken Baum, in the number 97 Euro Swift, about 10 seconds up the road, as to be expected. Jeffrey Tillich also in a club Ford, the 36 Lola. Just behind him, Chris Arengate in the number Arrogante, excuse me, in the number 414. Crosley 35F. The Crosley 32 and the 35 were sort of the standard Formula Ford in Great Britain for a number of years.
And Eric Wisniewski a little bit late to the party this morning, but on track. Kind of a critical development role. Great of the SVRA to still allow him to some track time, so he's familiar with the tracks when you come back for next year,
exactly
when he
right.
enters the championship chase.
Steve Grundle takes over the top spot in one of those Brabham BT29s. About 3.2 seconds clear of Pierce Rader in the Lotus 69B.
just was looking at one of the cameras as we were passing through in Turn 5, see the brand new big screen that they worked diligently to improve and enlarge over the off season. But that board sponsored by David Hobbs Honda, and I believe David, as well as Bert Levy, going to be in the paddock shop throughout the midday today, I'm sure, signing some books. Talked to Bert a little bit yesterday. He's got a new distribution deal. Excited about that. So he'll be able to get some of his audiobooks and other platforms very shortly. But I believe there'll be a few autographs signed this weekend.
Indeed.
In the paddock shop, in the back corner. If you haven't stopped over there, grab yourself some Road America gear as well, and then swing on over to the SVRA gear trailer in Vendor Row. Get some swag from there as well.
Hoppo, a regular here at Road America, living down in the Milwaukee area.
Unofficially the mayor of Elkhart Lake.
Exactly. Certainly the mayor of Siebkens, I would think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. Hoppo used to own a BMW dealership in my hometown down in Columbus, and he was in my studio on multiple occasions voicing his commercials. So, not quite Crazy Eddie, but it was they were fun to do.
Again, coming up at the lunch break at noon is the F4 Fan Walk. John will be down there visiting with some competitors on the grid. We'd like to have you join him as well. We'll be on the false grid. So head on down to the Fan Walk.
Even though the FR drivers won't be gridded, they will be down there as well. So we'll have our full stable of drivers, both in the Formula Regional Americas and the F4 US Championship, down there to sign autographs and meet and greet everyone here. So be sure to join us. That fan walk is going to kick off at noon, leading up to the 12:30 start of the first F4 race of the weekend.
What I like about the fan walks, especially with the development series like that, is you can kind of meet someone and then follow their career.
Yep.
That's what's really special about that.
Yep. You can say, oh, I knew that person. Steve Grundahl still setting the pace in that Brabham. 2:22, 2:30. Pierce Reeder in the Lotus. Just about 5 seconds further back. They're both in the 2FB category. The 2 PCF, or the Club Ford category, Ken Baum in the Euro Swift, Chris Arrogante in the 414 Crosley, and Jeffrey Tillich in the Lola T440. And then in the Formula Fords, Jeff Fritz in the 30 Lola. Heather Barron in the number 82 Zinc Z10. Josh Wilson third in the Club Ford category in his Crosley 32F. So a pair of Crosleys in the top three. The 32 and the 35, very similar, just 35 a slightly newer derivative of the 32F. Like I say, the sort of standard Formula Ford in Great Britain back in the day.
So I've only seen Eric Wisniewski out for about 2 laps and then head on to pit lane and then back to the paddock area. So a little bit of a shakedown for that car here in this qualifying 2 session for Group 2.
Yeah, he just came by the stripe, his first lap at speed, basically, and he's second quick. You would expect, all things being equal, that contemporary F4 car should be every bit as quick as most of these older Formula Bs and Formula Fords. Pierce Rader turning up the wick on the number 68 Lotus as he closes to within a second and 4/10 of Steve Grundahl. Eric Wisniewski right behind him in that F4 car. The 14-year-old just a quarter of a second slower than Pierce Rader. Jeffrey Tillage moves up a spot, up into second among the Club Fords. Chris Arrogante in the 414 Crosley still leads, but Tillage in the 36 Lola now second quick by about 2 seconds. Checkered flag is in the air, and Steve Grundahl the first to see it in that number 4 Brabham. Looks like he will hang on to the provisional pole, at least at this point, but we've got several cars still on fast laps. As we're waiting for these Group 2 cars to finish their qualifying session, next up will be the qualifying session for the Formula Regional Americas. The 4th step on the 5-step FIA ladder to the Formula One World Championship. Eric Wisniewski across the line for his final lap. Not quite as quick as his best of a 2:23.076. 5-minute warning being given to the Formula Regional Americas drivers as they are on the false grid right now. Pierce Rader comes across the line in the pit lane, so he'll stay second quick. Eric Wisniewski third, Chris Arrogante in the fourth spot. Josh Wilson, one of only 3 drivers to improve his time on that last lap, currently lies 7th in the 2CF category. Same with Rod Bauhaus, 10th of the 12 cars right now, turned his best lap. And Hector McDonald in 12th position, also turned his best lap. Welcome to the Formula Regional Americas Championship powered by Honda as they're coming out for their one and only qualifying session. For those of you joining us on the live stream, welcome. My name's John Phippen. I'm the spokesman for FR Americas and the F4 US Championship. And thanks to our fine friends at Road America for making their big screen stream available on the stream. We'll join with the Trans Am Championship later in the season and have our full streaming coverage with Jonathan Green and myself on the call for these classes. But coming out for their qualifying session, leaving NOLA, we have a tie at the top of the points. New driver to us, the 27 of Raul Hyman for TJ Speed Motorsports, and Dylan Tavella, a driver who's been with us for a number of years. Dylan competed for 3 years in the F4 Championship and competed in the Formula Regional Championship a year ago. Those two tied for the top with a first, second, and third in the 3 races at NOLA. Only 8 points back is Mac Clark in the 25 for Future Star Racing. We talked about Mac until today was the lap record holder in the F4 Championship here at Road America. Mac for Future Star again with a win and a third place finish in 2 of the 3 races at NOLA. Ryan Yardley scored points in all 3 rounds and brings him into 4th spot. He is Dylan Tavella's teammate on the Crosslink Kiwi stable, about 20 points back of Mac Clark. Jason Alder in the 77 for TJ Speed had a podium finish in round 3. He's only 2 points back of Ryan in the 5th spot. Nick Pershing, the third of the TJ Speed Motorsports drivers, is 6th in the points in the 29 car. Nick out of Morgan Hill, California. Only 2 points behind his teammate Jason Alder. Nico Christodoulou in the 22 for Velocity Racing Development, another 4 points back. Marco Kachik in the 95 for Doran Kroll Racing, another 6 back. Alex Kirby in the 8 for Doran Kroll, another 9 back. Cooper Becklund in the 91 for Crosslink Kiwi, 2 points behind. Rodrigo Gutierrez in the 10 for Velocity, another 2 behind. And Hayden Bowlesby with Kevin Jansen, the only 2 drivers not to score points, and New Orleans rounding out the 13-car field. These Formula Regional Americas cars, derivative of, but not the same as the F4 cars. They are built by Ligier Automotive North America under Max Crawford's watchful eye down in Denver, North Carolina. But because of the increased performance envelope of these cars, the FIA mandated safety structures are bigger, heavier, and require a slightly longer wheelbase to accommodate all of that. So they don't use the same tub, but a similar design philosophy, and certainly built to the FIA F3 or Formula Regional specification. We're very proud that Ligier Automotive North America was instrumental in the design of this car and the specification of it, as we were the first of the Formula Regional Championships back in 2018. Several have joined since. Originally called the F3 Americas Championship, but that was confusing to people because the International F3, which runs with F2 and the Formula One World Championship, is now just called F3, and these F3-like, if you will, classes in the International Series around the world are called Formula Regional now. We had a spinner at turn 6, but that has continued. Top of the hill under the Corvette Bridge. So these cars a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier, a little bit longer, but the biggest difference is in their performance envelope. The underbody tunnels generate significantly more downforce, bigger wings, both front and rear, a big diffuser coming out of the back of the car to accelerate the air from under the car, generating that low pressure zone, which pushes the car down on the pavement. Perhaps the most notable difference is this car does sprout the Halo cockpit protection device. This was only the second chassis other than the Formula One chassis to use the Halo. FIA mandated after the Formula One cars adopted it that all new single-seater chassis that come under FIA purview must include the halo. So the first generation F4 car, which we're running, predates that, and the F4 cars do not have the halo. The second generation F4 car, which we expect to see as early as next season, most likely in 2024, will incorporate the halo. The power plant is the same one as in the F4 cars, with the very big difference that the turbocharger is back aboard, and it makes the same horsepower as the street-going Honda Civic Type R, just north of 300 horsepower, so nearly double the horsepower that the F4 cars have. And as I say, that generates a significantly faster performance envelope. The lap record for these cars is 2:04.259. Matthias Soler-Obel set that record here back in 2019. The race lap record held by Benjamin Peterson, who's currently competing in the the Indy Lights Championship, a 2:04.845, also set back in 2019. So almost 14 seconds a lap quicker around Road America. The Formula Regional cars can really stretch their legs on the long straightaways here. Raul Hyman, the co-points leader, is quickest in this session in the early going, a 2:04.569. So about 0.3 off the lap record pace in his first flying lap. Dylan Tavella, the co-points leader, no surprise, is second quick. Great to see Tavella back on the pace, as he was involved in an incident at the exit of Canada Corner in the wet yesterday. And as we mentioned, some damage done to the car. Specifically, the gearbox had to be replaced. So Dylan was able to do a hardship lap, and clearly the car is on the pace, as he and Raul Hyman separated by about 0.8. Nico Christodoulou, currently 7th in the points, with 3 points-paying finishes in the first round. He is currently third fastest in the 22 for VRD. Jason Alder in the 77 rounds out the top 4, with Ryan Yardley in the 5th spot. Jason Alder out of Cooksville, Maryland for TJ Speed. Had a win last season in the championship in his very first round. In fact, Jason, we've bragged about this before, Jason is the only driver in the history of both championships to win in his first outing. He won his first drive in the F4 championship at Road Atlanta a year ago. And then at the end of last season, after the F4 championship had been settled, had the opportunity to step into the Formula Regional Americas car at our finale at Circuit of the Americas, and proceeded to win his first outing in the Formula Regional Americas car as well. So the 18-year-old is the only driver to have done that. He finished third in the final F4 standings a year ago with 5 wins and a pair of podiums. Looking for his first win on this season, but he has a podium and 2 other points-paying finishes in the first round held down at New Orleans NOLA Motorsports Park. Raul Hyman is an interesting story. He is a 26-year-old native South African, currently making his home in London, who has a stellar resume. He won the Formula 3 Asia Championship in 2018. 4 years prior to that, he was third in the British Racing Drivers Club F4 Championship, multiple karting championships in his native South Africa. He was awarded the 2015 BRDC Rising Star Award, was a junior in the FIA F3 for the Sauber racing team, and is also the recipient of the PMH Powering Diversity Scholarship this year. And as a backup, he graduated from law school in 2018. So Raul had been out of the cockpit for a while. He was finishing his studies and decided to come to this country and ply his trade, and he has been quick right out of the box, finishing second in his first race with us down at NOLA, winning the second one, finishing third in the third race. So Raul Hyman, the 26-year-old, will be one to watch here. Nico Christodoulou moves up into second spot in the 22. Nico, out of Maple, Ontario, Canada, for Velocity, has raced with us in the F4 Championship for 2 seasons. He finished 7th in the 2020 campaign and 4th a year ago. 2 wins and 7 podiums along with 22 top 10s for Nico's career. So looking forward to good things from the Canadian youngster. Dylan Tavella, we talked about in the 14 car out of Massapequa, New York. Just turned 20 for Crosslink Kiwi. Like I said, he raced with us for 3 years in F4, where he amassed 2 wins and 6 podium finishes. Had his first season in the FR Championship, where he finished 7th at the end of the year with a win and 3 other podium finishes. So Dylan tied for the lead coming into this second venue of 6 for the 18 race season. We've already talked about Jason Alder in the 77 out of Maryland. Jason really started his racing as doing pavement ovals, basically, and kind of had his sights set on NASCAR. But after the success that he enjoyed in the F4 Championship and now in the FR Championship, has set his sights on single-seaters now. Nick Pershing for TJ Speed has come into his own here this season. Nick in the 29 car out of Morgan Hill, California. He competed in the F4 Championship in 2020 with a single podium, finishing 9th in the championship. Last season, he finished 11th in the FR Championship with a single podium as well. But knocking on the door of the podium finishers here this year, he had 3 points-paying finishes at NOLA. Still looking for that first podium in the 2022 championship. Ryan Yardley now up into the top 5. Ryan in the number 78 car out of Christchurch, New Zealand for Crosslink Kiwi. 3 podiums in a partial season with us a year ago, 5 top 10s. Finishing 12th in the championship. Ryan won the 2016 and 2017 Toyota 86 championship in his native New Zealand. Was also Rookie of the Year in the Toyota Racing Series in 2018. Matt Clark, the number 25 car, 18-year-old Canadian out of Campbellville, Ontario, for Future Star Racing. Joined us last year for the first time and finished as vice champion in the F4 U.S. Championship a year ago. 5 wins, 4 podiums, and 11 top 10s. Mac is the youngest Canadian F1600 champion. 16 wins out of 18 races, breaking Paul Tracy's 1985 record. Mac is currently 6th quick in this session. Marco Kachik in the 95 car, currently in the 8th position. Marco out of Kelowna, British Columbia, another Canadian for Doran Kroll Racing. Marco's grandparents are Croatian, and he enjoys rock climbing when he's not in the racing seat. Just as I mentioned his name, he rolls down the pit lane. Rodrigo Gutierrez in the number 10 car out of Santa Cruz, Bolivia for Velocity Racing Development. Competed with us for 2 years in the F4 Championship with a single podium and 10 top 10s. Finished 19th in 2020 and 10th in the championship last season. Raul Hyman still atop the order, 2:04.098, and that is a new track record for the South African. Nico Christodoulou, second quick, his best lap, a 2:05.040, almost a full second back of Raul Hyman. Dylan Tavella in third, another 10th and a half behind Nico Christodoulou. About 6.5 minutes remain in this qualifying session. Ryan Yardley in the 78 car up to fourth. His last lap was his best at a 2:05.257. Raul Hyman sitting down at the pit exit, waiting to rejoin. I think he's probably just seeing if anybody is going to challenge his provisional pole time, the 2:04.098. 2/10 better than the lap record set here back in 2019 by Mateus Soler Obel. Number 3, Hayden Bowlesby out of Folsom, Louisiana, racing for a new team this year, the IGY6 Motorsports. That's short for I've Got Your Six. It is a totally veteran-owned and manned racing team. Hayden's father, Clark Bowlesby, also a part of that team as a veteran. Hayden's been with the F4 Championship for 3 seasons with a single podium and 4 top 10s. And the new team, fledgling team, having a little trouble getting their footing in the Formula Regional Americas Championship, but they'll get there. Hayden's car rolling down the pit lane. We understand we got a call from a couple of the corner marshals. They might have seen a little puff of smoke out of the back of that car, so that's not a good sign. Kevin Jansen is kind of an interesting story. He's rounding out the field in 13th position. Kevin jokes that he's older than the parents of most of the drivers in the field, out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, for Crosslink Kiwi. Kevin is a member of the Labatt Blue hockey team, the semi-pro hockey team that are U.S. national champs from 2019 to 2022. And he basically just wants to have a chance to improve his racecraft. And Kevin having a good time here, sponsored by the U.S. Power Group with Crosslink Kiwi. Alex Kirby, another interesting story in the number 8 car. He's a 29-year-old out of Newport Beach, California for Doran Kroll Racing. He's had some success with Doran Kroll in the Formula Pro Winter Series. He's also a 2-time Porsche Pirelli Cup vice champion. He started racing very late in his life at the age of 18, but his day job is as a Hollywood stunt driver. He's been a SAG member since 2010 and has done stunt driving in some large Hollywood films. So Alex Kirby, also among the older contingent in the field. Jason Alder and Cooper Becklin have turned their personal bests on their last lap. Alder currently in the 4th spot on the 77 car. Cooper Becklin in the 91 out of West Lynn, Oregon. Currently in the 8th position, a 2:07.123. But Raul Hyman, unchallenged at the front, almost a second clear of Nico Christodoulou. Hyman for the TJ Speed Motorsports team, Christodoulou for Velocity Racing Development. About 2.5 minutes remain in this session. Dylan Tavella comes by. No improvement for him. Very close to his quickest time, but not able to improve. He'll have maybe one more lap after this one. Ryan Yardley by. 24 of Kevin Jansen as well. The 8 of Alex Kirby. Again, these drivers will be participating in the fan walk coming up at noon. Even though their cars will not be on the grid, they will be there to meet you and sign autographs. Rodrigo Gutierrez flashes by in the VRD number 10. Here's the 91 of Cooper Becklin rolling down the pit lane. Looks like he's done with his qualifying attempt here with just a minute and 20 seconds remaining. If the session were to end now, Cooper would start outside of row 4. Hankook, our tire partner for the past several seasons. Danny Von Dongen and his crew providing these Hankook racing slicks. Hankook is well experienced in this championship, both the F4 and the Formula Regional Championship worldwide. They have a number of tire agreements with international teams, so they came to our championships with those learnings in hand and producing the bespoke tire that these drivers are competing on in both championships. Very consistent performance and fast performance as well. Dylan Tavella still looking for that magic lap to find a little more pace. He got in under the flag, so he'll see the checkers down at the bottom of the hill next time by. As with the F4, their F4 counterparts, the checkers shown down at the exit of turn 13 once they cross the timing line down there. So they're instructed to come right into the pit lane. With the long lap here, they don't want to waste the time it takes to go around the 4-mile circuit. Ryan Yardley rolling down the pit lane. The New Zealander currently in 5th spot inside of row 3. So Dylan Tavella on his final flying lap. We'll see if he can improve and get back up into that 2nd spot. Right now he's just over a 1/10 of a second behind Nico Christodoulou. The checkered flag being shown down at the bottom of the hill. So these final laps will be scored. Alex Kirby turned his personal best on that last lap, the Hollywood stunt driver outside of row 5. Jason Alder in the 77 has seen the checkers. No improvement for him on his last lap. Only 7 1/1000ths of a second behind Dylan Tavella. As the top 5 drivers very closely packed. In fact, if you look for an interval greater than a few tenths of a second, it's the big gap is between 1st and 2nd. Raul Hyman really laying down a marker here, almost a second clear of the rest of the field. But then you go another 6 places deep to get another second off the pace. With Nico Christodoulou, looks like he's going to hang on to that 2nd spot. So row 2 will have co-championship leader Dylan Tavella and Jason Alder. Ryan Yardley and Nick Pershing in row 3. Matt Clark and Cooper Becklin in row 4. Marco Kachik and Alex Kirby in row 5. Rodrigo Gutierrez and Hayden Bowlesby in row 6, and Kevin Jansen alone in row 7. Again, all of these results provisional, pending review. The cars are in parc fermé conditions once the checkered flag flies. So they will head back to the tech shed and will not be permitted to make any changes to the car other than to remove the video cards until the tech team has had a chance to analyze all the cars and make sure that they're all compliant. So barring any technical infractions, that'll be your 13-car starting grid for the first Formula Regional Americas race of the weekend, coming up at 2:55 this afternoon. Both championships will have 2 more races on Sunday to round out their weekend. But plenty of left of SVRA competition yet to go as we continue in our qualifying mode with Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B, along with the Miatas. Their final qualifying session coming up at 10:30.
If I could have your attention, please. If I can have your attention, please. If you are the proud owner of a yellow TR6 with Wisconsin license plate 159848, parked near the false grid, your lights are on. If you are the proud owner of a yellow TR6, Wisconsin license plate 159848, you're parked near the false grid, your lights are on.
Final qualifying for Groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and the Miata Heritage Cup competitors. Group 1 is the small bore class. These are cars with engines right around 1 liter or less. Morris Mini, as I look down there's a Sunbeam Alpine, or Alpine, I guess we should probably say. And a Doug Radix is here with his 1955 Mercedes 190 SL. May well be the oldest car in the field. Don't know if Doug is out on the track at this point. I don't see him on the list, but that doesn't mean he's not here. Group 3, slightly newer, recognized series sports cars and sedans, in production prior to 1972. The venerable Porsche 356B, the mainstay of Group 3. But we also have Alan Thom and his 65 Alfa Romeo Giulia. He was very quick yesterday. Brian Davis's number 15 Elva Courier. Car with an interesting history. A Triumph GT6 for Dan Geweiler. Austin Healey 3000, part of this Group 3 group. Datsun 510 sedan, George Joyaux was out yesterday in his 36A. Group 5B, small bore World Sports Car Championships and prototypes, as raced between 1960 and 1972. There's a Royale RP4A. David Putz, a 1971 C Sports Racer winner at the runoffs. Crossley CS5. Paul Joyaux is also a Group 5 car. Group 4, the oldest cars here. Limited produced sports cars, racing specials, and GT cars built or in production prior to 1960. Those cars are very rare, and we don't see a lot of them. Bill Trefford has a 1960 Corvette in this field. And I think as I scan the entry list, he's the only Group 4 car here this weekend. And finally, the Miatas, the Miata Heritage Cup. For the first and second generation NA and NB Miatas. Mostly retired from Spec Miata club racing competition. Total of 3 Group 5 cars showing up. Paul Joyaux in the Crosley. Josh Bowler in the number 95 Lotus 23B. And David Putz in the number 54 Royale. Lotus 23s used to be thick on the ground in this class back in the day, but they've become rarer and rarer. In Group 3, the E-Production variety, the Elva Courier Brian Davis goes to the top of the order, quickest overall. Alan Thom in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, second quick in that category. In the 3D production, Dan Geweiler in the number 18 Triumph GT6 is quickest in the early going. The 106 of R. Scott McQueen is a Austin Healey 106. Michael Manzer in the 103 is a Austin Healey 3000. And Jeff Lombard in the 622 is an Austin Healey Mark II. The only 2 Group 1 cars in the field, Doug Radix in that Mercedes that we talked about, and Brad Babb in the number 53 Sunbeam Alpine. Bill Treffert, the only Group 4 car in the field in his 1960 Corvette. And then we get into the bigger classes, the 3C production class. Mostly Porsche 356s and a couple Healey 3000s. James Jackson quickest at the moment in the 01 Porsche. George Ballback, longtime Porsche competitor in the 0. About 3/10 back. Bom van Zelst in the number 12 Porsche makes the Porsche top 3. Robert Wagner and Dan Powell in their Healey 3000s are 4th and 6th, respectively. And then the Miatas, the NB Miatas, Gregory Song quickest with a 2:47.874. Benjamin Ficht in the 36 and Julie Dahmer in the 18A are your top 3. And then the first generation Miatas, the NAs, the ones with the pop-up headlights. Tony Fornetti in the 14, Patrick O'Hara in the 44, and Dalton Ryan in the 3 are your top 3. But looking back at the overall standings, it is still Brian Davis in that Elva Courier. Interesting, the Elvas were sold as kit cars in their native Great Britain to avoid the value-added tax. Kit car, basically, it was pretty much all put together, but you had to screw a few pieces on it to qualify as a kit car. Mark Donohue actually started his racing career in an Elva Courier. Josh Bowler, second quick overall in the 5 FM category in the Lotus 23B. Paul Joyot in the Group 5 Crosley C5S is third overall. So you would expect the Group 5 cars, all things being equal, to be a little quicker than their Group 3 counterparts, but Brian Davis, again, with that Elva Courier showing the way. George Ballback, quickest of the Porsche contingent, in 5th place overall in the number 0 Porsche. Gregory Sorg, as we said, quickest of the Miatas, 8th overall in the number 71 NB Miata. Just in front of the Group 4, number 24, 1960 Corvette. Joel Weinberger takes over top spot among the Porsche contingent in the 3C production class as he moves around George Ballback by about half a second, 5th overall. 3C production Porsche is having a pretty good battle for their class qualifying. Joel Weinberger just taking over the top spot by about half second over the zero of George Ballback, James Jackson, third quick, only about a quarter of a second back, and Bob Van Zelst in the fourth position, only about a second behind them. So Bill Treffert doing a great job in that old 1960 Corvette, up to eighth quick overall, a 2:46.401. His last lap was his best. The only Group 4 car in the field. Quickest of the Miatas, still Gregory Song in 10th overall, or Sorg, excuse me, in 10th overall. Sorg 2:46.969. Julie Dahmer's number 18A NB Miata being scrutinized by the corner marshals for maybe having a loose hood or bonnet, if you are so inclined. Checker flag coming out. First across the line, the 103 of Michael Manser in his 59 Austin Healey 3000. Paul Joyot and that Crossley C5S, number 7. Across the line, still third quick overall. The 53 Sunbeam Alpine of Brad Babb. One of the Group 1 cars in the field across the line. Brian Davis in his Elva Courier still holds on to the top spot by almost half a second in that number 15 Elva. There's Bill Treffert in that black number 24 Corvette Roadster. 9th quickest overall. Jeff Lombard in his 1962 Austin Healey Mark II. Five-minute warning to Group 9 for your qualifying session. Group 9, 5-minute warning. You should be on the grid. Gregory Sorge, quickest of the Miatas, turned his fastest lap on his last lap. 8th quick overall with a 2:46.066. Sorg well out in front in the Miata contingent. Almost 5 seconds clear of second place Benjamin Ficht in the number 36. Looks like the last of the field has seen the checkers, so getting ready for Group 9 qualifying. This should be fun. Group 9, the Wings and Slicks Formula cars. And we have got some potent contenders in this one coming up. Formula 1, couple Formula 1 cars in the field. Indy Lights cars, Formula 5000s. I got a couple of those. Formula Atlantics. Should be fun to watch. Coming up next.
Race fans, when you're looking for a fast, easy, and delicious dinner, choose Palermo's, the official pizza of Road America. Be sure to make a pit stop by your local grocer's freezer to stock up on Palermo's. Whether you choose Palermo's Primo Thin, Palermo's Neighborhood, Connie's, Screamin' Sicilian, or Urban Pie, there's a variety to satisfy everyone at your dinner table. Palermo's, the official pizza of Road America, made in Wisconsin for over 55 years. Palermo's is Wisconsin's hometown pizza. Keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse Safe. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Visit Soundhouse next to the paddock shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. SeaTech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum cart, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed SeaTech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passion and storage expertise, SeaTech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from SeaTech Manufacturing. Since 1998, Mad City Windows has been on a mission to provide a level of quality workmanship and service that used to be the industry norm, but today is becoming harder to find. As a family-owned business, their reputation means everything, and every member of their team is willing to go the extra mile to ensure the satisfaction of their customers. With an A-plus rating in the Better Business Bureau and have achieved Angie's List Super Service Awards. Without sacrificing on quality of product or installation, as a result, offer the best no-hassle warranties in the industry. Proud to be the #1 remodeler in Wisconsin since 1998, Mad City Windows. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at the track. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do your part to properly dispose of your used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors company. Help make green work. Kelly Moss has been topping podiums for over 30 years with online driver development, custom car builds, off-road safari kits, and first-class trackside support. Their winning history is the Kelly Moss difference.
Group 9 cars making their way down the pit lane and onto track for their qualifying session. So far, 10 cars have crossed the timing line. Dan Hayes in the number 92 Van Diemen Formula Continental. First across the line, Michael Popp in the number 13 Van Diemen. Also a Formula Continental, an RF97 for Popp. Sharon Fry in the number 93 Van Diemen Formula Continental. Sebastian Coppola in the number 12 car. That is a Lola Formula 5000 car. So that'll be fun to watch when it gets up on the cam. 1970 vintage. Thomas Sampson on the number 77 McKee Formula 5000. So a couple Formula 5 cars in the field. Rob Radman was quick yesterday in the number 15 2004 Mazda Pro Mazda. Easily the newest, one of the newest cars in the field. Brian Blaine in car number 8B. Robert Blaine, sorry, in car number 8B. A 1976 March Formula 2 car. Mike Plotz aboard the 72 is a 79 March 79B Formula Atlantic. Robert Burnside in the number 8A is a Brabham BT40 Formula B. And Thomas Simpson in the number 77 McKee Formula 5, as we mentioned. Rob Radman takes the top spot on just the first outlap. And here come the big guns. The number 8, Brian French. That's a 1997 Benetton Formula 1 car. With the Renault V10, either Jean Alesi or Gerhard Berger drove that car in anger. Alexander Wirtz filled in for Berger a couple times in that 97 season. They were third in the Constructors' Championship in that year with a win and 7 podiums. We'll see if Brian can get that car under 2 minutes. Fast time of the weekend so far. Set by that Audi R8, right at 2 minutes if memory serves. Larry Connor in that Audi. Radman on his first flying lap takes over the top spot, a 2:14.953. Robert Blaine in the orange March Formula 2 car closes to within 5 seconds of that time. Sebastian Coppola in the first of the Formula 5000s. You can hear them thundering by about 12 seconds further back. Adrian Morale in the number 3 is the most contemporary car in the field. That's a 2009 Dallara IP7. That was the Indy Lights chassis of choice back in that era. Adrian currently 5th quick in this session. That's the sound we've all been waiting to hear. That V10 Renault up at full song.
Which would have been the original engine configuration for that car. Those are Judd powered.
Yep.
Here in the vintage, it's a little hard to get original parts and pieces for the original power plant. So those are Judd powered here in those cars. Of course, the other car is still in the garage area. Unfortunately, James not here this weekend. But James French, the number 11.
Jordan.
Yep. With the cool dragon livery on the or the snake, if you will.
Snake livery, yeah.
On the side, on the nose pod. But that car is still here, so it's at the Hagerty Tech Center building. So if you're wandering the paddock area, of course, as John mentioned earlier, free paddock access with your weekend tickets. And you can certainly go in and take a look at some of those cars. Lisa Hansen's Porsche's in the Hagerty Tech Center barn as well. So lots of cool cars in there. I just stopped there a little bit ago and perused through a little bit. Said hi to some friends over there. And beautiful cars all over this facility this weekend, nevertheless. But it's been fun to get a chance to walk around the paddock area a little bit today.
No doubt.
Group 6, 8, and 12 coming up in 15 minutes. This is your 15-minute call to the grid for Group 6, 8, and 12. 15-minute call to the grid for Group 6, 8, and 12. Don't forget, coming up at 11:45, we do have our lunch break, and then our fan walk over on the false grid near Victory Lane at noon today. So fans, make your way to the Victory Lane false grid area where you'll get to meet the future Cars and Stars and the current Formula Regional Americas and F4 drivers currently getting set to go racing this afternoon. We'll have our national anthem coming up after the grid walk, and we'll go racing for the rest of the SVRA Speed Tour weekend.
Brian French does indeed get it under 2 minutes, so 1:56.019. Fast time of the weekend so far.
We knew it wouldn't take long in the drive.
Yeah, exactly. Thomas Simpson in the number 77 McKee Formula 5000 with the high airbox rolls to a stop here on the pit lane. Crew having a look. You know, talking about, the Judd engine in the back of the Benetton, the Formula One engines required a staff of about 5 guys just to start because they have to preheat the oil and all this crazy stuff just to make those engines run. And That would be a bit daunting for a vintage race car team to be able to make that happen.
A lot of bits and pieces that when they break.
Yes, unobtainium, literally.
Yeah, you cannot get them anymore.
Yes, exactly right. You can't call the Benetton factory. Now Renault. Make your phone call to Enstone. Excuse me, I need a wishbone for a 1997.
Yeah, how does that call even work?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Do they take Visa or MasterCard?
You better have a platinum American Express card for that kind of money.
That's the metal one that kind of clinks on the table when you throw it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the only credit card in the world with no limit. Yeah. Adrian Morale in the number 5. Delara, Indy Lights car, moves up to 4th quick with a 2:22.903. Just about all the cars in this class are in singleton classes. There are the 2 Formula 5s of Sebastian Coppola in the 12 Lola and Thomas Simpson in the 77 McKee. Simpson, after making a call to the pits, has headed back out, so we'll see if he can improve his time. Mike Plotz and Robert Burnside in the Formula B category. Plotz in the March.
Looks like we've got maybe one of the corners with a white flag out, which means that we've got a slow vehicle. Looks like the one coming out of turn 10 right now, out of the carousel. And that is possibly Mike Plotz in the 72, that March 79B.
Robert Burnside with the other Formula B, the Brabham BT40, number 8A. Dan Hayes in the 92 and Sharon Fry in the 93 in the pair of Van Diemen Formula Continentals, also in the same class.
Car still under its own power, going through Thunder Valley right now, up the hill into turn 13, albeit much slower than usual pace. Brian French on pit lane. And it looks like that slow car in 14, and they're going to go 3 wide on the exit of 14 with that car coming to pit lane. A little bit of a squeeze play.
Rob Radman in the 15 Pro Mazda. Still second quick, but 16 seconds adrift of Brian French in the Benetton.
Indeed, our slow car was Mike Plotz on pit lane right now. Has made it his way around. 5th fastest overall in the session at 2:29.330.
One more qualifying session after this one, groups 6, 8, and 12. And that will be our final qualifying session of the weekend, as we'll be in race mode the rest of the way.
And that's a 10-minute call for that as well. Perfect timing, John, as usual. 10-minute call for groups 6, 8, and 12.
Something about a blind pig and an acorn immediately comes to mind. Adrian Morale, his last lap was his quickest in that number 5 Delara. Still fourth quick. Robert Burnside in the Formula B Brabham also turned his best lap. And then the two Formula Continentals of Dan Hayes and Sharon Fry also still improving their lap times.
See the go-karts running at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex as well. So a couple of race events happening at the same time. The Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, they've been having autocross most of the morning and some judging throughout the day today as well. Some of those cars going through tech over at the Road America Center at the Palermo's Pizza Pavilion. Checkered flag is out.
Adrian Morale turns his fastest lap on his last lap, a 2:19.5 in that Dallara IP7 Indy Lights car. About a second and 6/10 off Robert Blaine in the 8B March Formula 2. Robert Burnside in the number 8A Brabham BT40 Formula Atlantic. Rob Radman, no improvement on the number 15 Pro Mazda. He'll stay second quick to Brian French in the Benetton Formula One. Last car has seen the checkers. One more qualifying session to go. Group 6, 8, and 12. Your 5-minute warning for the grid.
Hall Matro is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Matro delivers high-quality, innovative tools which consistently performs under the most adverse conditions. Hall Matro is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Matro dealer, to learn more. Race fans, you know it's important to keep your car looking great, so why not treat your residential or commercial buildings the same? Edenvalder Stone offers a full line of building and landscaping stones that will really help polish up your place. Whether you're restoring your landscape or starting from scratch, turn to the experts at Edenvalder Stone. It's the preferred stone of Road America and the ideal choice for your next project. Crete Truck Centers, where your uptime is our priority. Crete Truck Centers has a large inventory of new Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso trucks, as well as road-ready pre-owned vehicles. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers is dedicated to keeping your business moving down the road by providing parts and service to all makes and models of trucks. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America for the 2022 season. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer. Life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at Kunis RV. That's Kunes RV.com. Welcome to Road America. When products are designed, engineered, and manufactured right here in the United States, it signals a quality that's unsurpassed in the world. It also helps drive America's economy and our shared success. That's why WeatherTech is proud to say our products are made in the USA. From the legendary protection of floor liner to the seamless fit of cargo liner, give your vehicle the ultimate American-made protection with WeatherTech. Find yours today at WeatherTech.com. Race fans, if you're low on brats, Italian sausage, summer sausage, or any other sausage type, then stop by the new Johnsonville Marketplace. You'll find more than 70 different types of Johnsonville sausage, plus other Wisconsin foods like Kringles, beer, and of course, cheese curds. Find other grilling accessories, cornhole games, custom fit boxes, crazy fun sausage apparel, and spirits. The new Johnsonville Marketplace, open every day and just 5 miles away on County Road J.
And here they come for our final qualifying session for our SVRA competitors. Lots of noise in this group. Group 6 are the big bore production sports cars and sedans through 1972. Think Mustang, Camaro, Shelby GT350, Corvettes. You get the picture. Group 8 are recognized series sports cars and sedans in production prior to 1979, and some later cars like the Lotus Super 7, Datsun 240Z, BMW 2002, some variants of the Porsche 911. And Group 12, the more contemporary GT sports cars and sedans, raced between 1973 and 5 years prior to today's date. Production-based cars like the Motorola Cup or any other stock-prepared racing series, early IMSA GTO and GTU small-bore cars also eligible for Group 12. As we scan down the list, we've got an 85 Jaguar XJ6, a 1970 Porsche RSR, 69 Corvette, 66 Porsche 911, Patrick Womack's 73 BMW 2002 had a pretty good shunt yesterday. I doubt if we'll see him. But then a whole host of Camaros, Z28s, Mustangs, a lot of 911s, 914 sixes. A couple Corvettes. Robert Gee has a 69 Corvette. Rick Ottman has a 88 Chevy Corvette. Robert Gee's Corvette Roadster flashes under the start line to get the show started. Daniel Parr quickest in the first out lap, but this is the money lap coming up now. We'll start to see some representative times. David Hoypchen just rolling down the pit lane in his 1968 Volvo 122S. Seems kind of out of place in this class. Number 1 Corvette Roadster of Scott Borchetta, always a perennial front runner in this group, and he is quickest so far. Jonathan DeGainer in that black number 111 Devon evolution. Devin made bodies for all manner of exotic cars. Scott Graham in that 69 Firebird Trans Am car, third quick. Number 86, Jessica Jonk in that 1987 BMW 325i. Looks like a pickup truck. It's actually a cabriolet with a tonneau cover over the back.
Side profile very similar to a Datsun pickup truck. That was the comment the first time she ran it. It's like, is there a Datsun pickup truck out there? No, it's a cabrio. It's a great looking car, and Jessica's really come a long way as well. Of course, Jeff, her dad, run for a long time. I know that they were looking to sell one of his cars and get him a BMW as well, I believe was the plan. And you haven't seen him out on the track this weekend, so I would assume they're still looking for a second car. But Jessica, photographer in her spare time here, takes a lot of shots. Currently, my Facebook profile is a shot she snuck in here and got one last year. But very good photographer. And turning into a pretty good race car driver, too.
Sweet. Scott Borchetta's Corvette Roadster still continues to show the way. A 221.484. That's a 69 Corvette. Jonathan DeGainer keeping pace in that black number 111. Devin.
And the 5 machine is slowed on the front straightaway.
That's the Volvo of David Hoipchen.
Not sure if he's slowing or that's just the pace of the car at this point with this group. That was his best lap at 3:46.582 as he slowed. So not quite sure if that was a slowing car or just a slow car.
Yeah, he's only a minute and 25 seconds off the quickest time. So.
It's like we've got a slow car coming up pit lane as well.
Scott Borchetta and Jonathan DeGainer are the only 2 cars in the 6 GT category, and they are, no surprise, running first and second. In the 6 TA category, the 169 Firebird of Scott Graham is quickest. Tim Cornelius in the 47 Camaro Z28, Scott Shadell in the 36 Camaro, and Daniel Parr in the 96 Camaro Z28. All 4 of them running within about 7 seconds of each other. Todd Trefford and Fritz Seidel have the 2 Porsche RSRs in the field. Trefford in the 41, only a half a second in front of Seidel in the 21. Lisa Hansen in her Porsche 911S, the number 110, quickest over Jeffress Haaland in the 22 by about 15 seconds. Jeff Antonelli in the number 71 Porsche 944, about 3 seconds quicker than Jessica Jonk in that BMW 325i with the strange profile, number 86. George Ballback, this time with a Porsche 911, leads the 8A production class over Joseph Hirsch in a 914.6, number 61. Daniel Caggiano Caggiano probably. Daniel in the 77 is also a 9:14.6. Dawn Myers and Larry Lunda also in that class. In 6B production, Thomas Bleeker in his Mustang over Jonathan Clausen in his Sunbeam Tiger. Tom Walega in the number 471 Mustang, also in that group. Juan Gonzalez in the number 81 Porsche 914-6 out in front of the number 2 of Rose Avigliano in her Porsche 944. And finally, Kellen Weinberger in the 36B 911 out in front of the 20A of James Albright in his Porsche 924. But overall, Scott Borchetta continues to set the quickest times. A 2:21.146. Almost 4 seconds clear of Jonathan DeGaynor in the Devon. Our top two cars in the pit lane currently. Scott Borchetta in the Corvette Roadster and Jonathan DeGaynor in the Devon.
I believe Jeff Hayland is stranded between the Sargento Bridge and the braking zone to turn 5. Safety on station now, boots on the ground. Scott Borchetta was just on pit lane as well with that number 1.
He and Jonathan DeGaynor both made a call to the pits for their crews to look over their machines. So, and the checkered flag is
Black flag
out.
all and checkered flag coming out. So looks like they're going to need some assistance with the track. Some possible inspections, some fluid down, perhaps because of where Jeff Hayland has come. So looks like there may be some issue with fluid behind that car, so they're going to be diligent and do a track inspection.
Lotus Elan for him.
There is oil on the racetrack confirmed from race control.
The plan during the lunch break, of course, would be to have some parade laps as well, and those may be on hold briefly until we can get safety crews out there. So those of you taking part in track touring, stand by for further developments.
So prematurely, this will be our lunch break, and then we will have our fan walk coming up at noon at the false grid head end near Victory Lane. So race fans, if you want to meet the drivers of the F4 and Formula Regional Americas series, come on over to Victory Lane and to the false grid and meet those cars and stars. The F4 cars will be on the grid ready for their race. We'll have a national anthem shortly before we go racing as well this afternoon at about 12:22. So we've got about 15 minutes for you to grab some beverages and some drinks and food. Come on over to the Victory Lane area. Join us on the grid walk coming up at the top of the 12 o'clock hour. And then we'll go racing this afternoon shortly after 12:30. So can't wait to get race cars back on track, but can't wait to see some of your faces on the grid walk. John will be down there. And then, of course, we'll have a few interviews, I'm sure, meeting some future stars in the racing world that are competing in FR and F4 here this weekend, all part of the SVRA Speed Tour.
Yeah, come on down and see us. We'll be down on the grid walk in about 20 minutes' time.
Test 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Test 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2, test 1, 2. Just a few moments away from our grid walk, John Phippen will be standing by down on the grid and get things underway here momentarily. And then, of course, we'll do national anthem moments as well. John Phippen is on the grid.
Thanks, Eric. Yes, we are down here. We'd like to welcome our fans into the fan walk as we are opening the gates right now, as our F4 drivers are all gridded up and down the false grid here. We've got FR drivers as well who are going to be mingling in with their F4 counterparts. They've got hero cards. They've got stuff to autograph. If you've got something that you'd like to have autographed, bring it with you, and we'll get that done as well. We'll be walking up and down the grid and interviewing some of these drivers in just a few minutes' time, but the gates are open for the fan walk.
Just a reminder on the fan walk, there is no smoking, no glass, no alcohol, no bikes, and no pets.
Nico Christodoulou is with me. He is one of the drivers in the Formula Regional Americas Series, currently racing at New Orleans, 7th in the points. You got points in all 3 races. I know it's not where you want to be, Nico, but what are your prospects for this weekend?
Prospects for this weekend, we're going to do super well. Already starting off on a great start. We're P2 in qualifying, so hoping in the first race to get the jump and get the points we need to gain spots in the championship.
Tell me about Road America, how you like the track. What are the areas that you are most in favor of, and which ones do you think are going to give you the most trouble?
Yeah, Road America is my favorite track on the calendar. Absolutely love it, everything about it. I love the section going down with the trees all the way to Canada Corner, just the chills when the sound of the car bounces off the trees. So it's a really exciting track.
It's a real long lap, about 4 miles long. Any areas that give you particular trouble, or areas that you had to kind of sneak up on to find the fast line through?
Not really. They will if it decides to rain, but that'll come and we'll see who comes out on top in the end.
Good deal. Nico, congratulations on your outside front row qualifying position. We'll look for you this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Nico Christodoulou, ladies and gentlemen, from Velocity Racing Development. I'm going to stroll down here and talk to our pole sitter for the F4 race coming up, Lockie Hughes, out of Australia. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your pole, and congratulations on the points lead.
Thank you. Good start to the weekend. Hopefully we can continue to get some good results.
You got a win at NOLA, another second place finish. You know, about 10 points in hand over Bryson Morris, who's going to start right behind you in row number 2. What's your strategy? Is your plan to try to get out quickly, or are you going to kind of let the race come to you and maintain the pace?
I got no clue, to be honest. I'm just going to drive as fast as I can and try to get a good result.
Tell us a little bit, for those of you who haven't followed your history, tell us a little bit about your journey to get here into the F4 US Championship.
Yeah, just been obviously from Australia and grew up racing in Australia, and then COVID happened and couldn't do anything, couldn't get over here, so it's been a while during COVID, but we're here and ready to race.
Congratulations on your pole, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Lockie Hughes, ladies and gentlemen, our points leader and the pole sitter in the F4 US Championship race, coming up at 12:30. Matt Christensen qualified second in the race, so we'll see if we can get a word with him. I'll walk around the back of his car. Matt, you're 7th in the points coming into this round here after a pretty good weekend at NOLA. Tell me about your plans for this weekend.
Well, yeah, we had some bad luck at NOLA, but I'm hoping to come back here and have some good results so I can make up some points in the championship.
Great qualifying performance, starting outside of the front row. Do you think you can have anything for Lockie in the run down to turn 1?
Yeah, it should be a good race. This track always has good racing, so I'm excited.
Anybody you'd like to thank for your opportunity to race here in the F4 Championship?
Well, I'd like to thank all the VRD guys for giving me a great car and getting all my family for coming out and supporting me.
Congratulations for your second place qualifying position.
Thank you.
Matt Christensen, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be taken off outside of row number 1. Bryson Morris, our third place, standing next to his steed here. Bryson, you joined us late in the season last year, had a win in your first race weekend. It looks like you found the funding for a full season this year.
Yeah, we definitely did. We're coming into Road America pretty strong, second in the points. We obviously had a pretty good qualifying, starting P3. We're just looking to get as many points as possible and try to finish out the championship.
Yeah, I mean, Milwaukee is not that far in front of you. It's only 10 points between the two of you, and it's still very early in the season. So you got to feel pretty good about your chances here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty good. With the pace that we've had around all the tracks we've been to, I'm pretty confident.
Have a good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Bryson Morris, ladies and gentlemen, in the number 39 car. Artie Flores is down here. Let's see if I can get a word with him. Artie for Ganello Racing. Turo, qualifying performance for you.
Yeah, pretty happy with the performance on the team this weekend.
What are your plans once the green flag flies? Obviously, you're going to try to move forward as quickly as possible, but does it take a while to get the temperature of the tire conditions?
Well, yeah, it's pretty not hot, so it's hard to get the heat in the tires. And I noticed P1 has new tires, so of course I'm trying to get in the draft and get up there as quick as possible. And yeah, see for contact, and I know we have the pace and a good car, so yeah. Thank you.
Ganello Racing. Artie Flores rolling off in 4th position. With Noah. My microphone may be running out of range. See if we can get this done. Well, look to the grid so the microphone doesn't cut out on us. Noah, you had kind of a mixed weekend at the box a couple times, but unfortunately there was some post-race discussion that took you off the podium in that third race. What are your plans for this weekend?
Yeah, hopefully we get up on the podium. It's going to be a good weekend. The draft here is pretty crazy, so as long as you're staying with the front group, you got a good shot at winning this race, so that's what we're going to go for, and worst case, hopefully end up on the podium.
Is this your first visit to Road America?
No, so I came here with Radical Cup like last July, so I've been here before, but first time in an F4 car.
What should we look for from the 65 car this weekend?
Hopefully a lot of speed. That's what we're going for, but the velocity crew is really good. The cars are really fast this weekend, so we should be up there in the top 3 for sure in every race.
Right in front of you this afternoon.
Thank you. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, currently 9th in the points for Velocity Racing Development. We've got Nick Pershing with us from TJ Speed Motorsports, one of our Formula America drivers. Nick, you're having a pretty good car.
Yeah, it was great. I made a big mistake in qualifying. On my first flying lap, I just spun it, put the nose in the wall, had to come in, fix the nose. Still managed to grab P6. I think it probably would have been much better than that if I was able to stay out and stay behind my teammate Raul. But it was a great recovery drive. I'm in a decent position for the start of the race.
3 races. Let's see.
Yeah, it does. To win a championship, you just got to be up there every single race. You know what I mean? You don't have to win every single race. You just got to make sure you're putting in the results. And so that's the goal for the entire year.
Congratulations this afternoon.
Thank you.
Nick Pershing, ladies and gentlemen. Hayden, come on up. Let's talk. Hayden Bowlesby, ladies and gentlemen, with the IGY6 racing team, at NOLA did not go the way. Has it started better?
Yeah, I mean, in the first practice, we were like 6th or something, I believe. In the second, we kind of fell back in pace. Qualifying, we had an issue with the car, but we were looking at the data with my coach, and everything looks pretty strong. A few things here and there. So I think when we have that all fixed up for the race, we'll all set.
Talk to us a little bit about I Got Your Six Racing. Your dad's involved, I know, and tell us a little bit about the genesis of that team.
So IGY6 Motorsports is a all-veteran owned and operated racing team sponsored by Save 22 veterans. My dad, Clark Bowlesby, Jonathan Hilderman, and Brandon Graham are amongst the co-owners right now. And yeah, and like I said, we're partnered with Save 22 veterans. They're based out of Ohio, and their mission aligns really well with our team. So it's just a really nice deal we like to have with them. Yeah,
it's a great story, and best of luck to you guys this afternoon and the rest of the weekend.
Yep, thank you.
Hayden Bowlesby, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk to our co-point leader in the Formula Regional Americas Championship, Raul Hyman. Raul, you came into this championship from racing over. You're a native of South Africa. You kind of took the championship by winning one race in the first finishes, and you're sharing the points lead with Dylan Tavella. How are you finding the Formula Regional Americas Championship?
Well, I mean, it's a great championship. You know, I've really enjoyed learning the car. I think that's been the main thing. So I mean, as you know, I didn't race for about 2.5 years before NOLA, so it was kind of just getting back used to everything. So I think the transition's been pretty good. You know, getting back in the car, I mean, it was really exciting, but obviously quite nerve-wracking at the same time because you don't know for sure, you know, what the case is going to be. But the team has been really great. TJ Speed, they put together an extremely good package, and it kind of just makes my job a lot easier because you don't have to focus on car balance as much because obviously the car is quite strong. So that allows you to just focus on the driving, and that's a great place to be.
You set a new lap record in qualifying. I don't know if that was known to you. So you're now the lap record holder for Formula Regional Americas at Road America. Is this your first trip to this track, and how do you like it?
Yes, it was my first time here. I was on Thursday, I guess. So really cool to come and learn the track. About this track from other drivers. Everyone says it's amazing, and I got to find out for myself. I'm really enjoying it as well. I didn't know about the lap record, to be honest, until I spoke to the drivers. But I mean, look, a lot of it is just track conditions and so on. But I'll give the credit to the team because they've put together a great car. And I've just been able to, do the job other than that. So I'm quite happy with that.
Good luck this afternoon, and hopefully we'll be talking to you in Victory Lane.
Thanks. Hopefully. Appreciate it.
Leader and the pole sitter for the afternoon's Formula Regional Americas race. Speaking our Formula Regional Championship points leaders, I'm here with the co-points leader after leaving NOLA with the championship with Raul Hyman. Dylan, you had a little bit of a miss yesterday, kind of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rain started.
We had pace, and then I got tangled up with one of the drivers, and then I really hard overnight. They were there 12 o'clock at night, and then they came at 5 in the morning, and they really got the car ready. And then we got one test run, and we saw that the car was good. But even though we had very little time to practice, we were able to get a pull through, and we finished a solid P3 for qualifying. So we'll see how the race goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to be pleased with the performance. You and Raul are going. So your thoughts?
Yeah, so for the qualifying, I was pushing, but I didn't want to hurt the tires too much for the race. So when the race comes around, you'll see hopefully something magical. Thank you.
Dylan Tavelli, ladies and gentlemen, our co-points leader in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. David, SVRA Racing, your first season in the championship. How's it been so far?
Championship. Back. We're here, Road America. I love this place. This place is amazing. Have given put it together. And
You're one of the recipients of the PhD Scholarship.
Last year, we had to sit out the entire season because we didn't really have the funding. Just can't thank Mr. I'm not the only one with it, and it's fun.
Good luck this afternoon. David Burkett, ladies and gentlemen, from Future Star Racing. His friends call him Jimmy. One of this weekend. And you had a really good weekend at NOLA, coming home second in the points behind the two guys. You're also doing pretty well that I won't mention. So you're kind of a ringer in that series, Mac, I got to say.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. It's been a strong start to the 2022 season, definitely in this car with Future Star Racing, and as well as, like you said, in that other series. So grateful for the opportunities given to me here with Mr. and Mrs. McAllister, as well as the Wings and Wheels Foundation, but looking forward to some good racing later today.
What's your you're qualified not at the row? Think you can get there?
Yeah, bit of a tough quality. Was wrestling with the car a little bit this morning. I think that this track, Road America, I'm a big fan of it. It provides really good racing for us, so I think it's definitely possible to get up to the front of the pack in the first few laps. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Matt Clark, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first call to clear the grid for the fan walk. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, first call to clear the grid for the fan walk. We do have a race to put on, so grab your last autographs. You'll have still a few minutes left, but begin to work your way toward the exits of the grid if you would, please. Thank you. Alex Berg here with us for the Formula 4 F4 US Championship. Alex, tell us a little about your journey. You had a pretty good weekend at NOLA. You're coming home fifth in the points. Ended the day with a podium in the final race. What's your prediction for this weekend?
Well, I mean, another podium would always be nice. It's only my second race in Formula cars. I'm really happy with my team. Durand Kroll Competition, my sponsors, Penn Elcom, Longevity Life Science, DAE Systems, and MySim.ca. The F4 series is certainly an exciting one. Yeah, we got our first podium. I'm pretty happy about that, as it was my first F4 open wheel race. But yeah, no, it's been a really fun journey so far. Road America is one of my dream tracks, so I'm very happy to be here. I'm looking forward to a terrific race with all my competitors.
Is this your first trip to Road America in the driver's seat?
In cars, yes. I was here a couple years back at the kart track. But yeah, my first time here in cars. It's definitely a bucket list track.
Absolutely. So what are your impressions? Is it everything you expected, or was there anything that surprised you?
It's everything I expected plus more. It's an amazing track, really, really fast, really flowing track. I mean, there's only 90-degree corners in them, but they're pretty tough 90-degree corners. I guess you could say it's an easy track, but since it's an easy track, everybody's good at it, so the times are a lot closer.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Alex Berg, ladies and gentlemen, for Durand Kroll Racing. I'll get you on this side. 1 minute until the final clear of the grid. So once again, get your final autographs. We've got about 1 minute left before we'll ask you to vacate the grid. Joining me is Jason Alder, currently 5th in the points in the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Jason, you had a pretty good weekend at NOLA. Got a visit on the box. What's your prediction for this weekend?
You know, John, I got to be honest, I'm pretty optimistic about this weekend. You know, we're starting 4th for race 1 here, and while the times may be a little far, I'm confident that we can be up there with the front, the front 2 cars. I think we'll be there. Our race pace is looking really good, so I'm pretty optimistic.
Tell us a little bit about the fact you're still, and I brag on you all the time, you're the only driver to win in your first outing in F4 and in FR last season at COTA. Obviously, you got to feel good about that, but you've shown such great pace. What is your, you said you hope to be able to run with the front. Is podiums what you're hoping for, or do you think top step is within your reach?
I think top step is within the reach for sure. Obviously, I mean, I think the field this year is as good as any year, really, especially with Raul, my teammate, bringing all that experience over from Europe and whatnot. He's definitely the guy to beat the season. And, while he's a teammate, we're always pushing, against each other and comparing against each other. So I feel confident that I can take the fight to him and, of course, race him cleanly and whatnot. But hopefully, ultimately, the goal is double podiums and triple podiums with Nick as well.
Good luck this weekend. A good start for you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Jason Alder, ladies and gentlemen, from TJ Speed. And ladies and gentlemen, we must ask you to please clear the grid at this time. The fan walk is officially over as far as the grid is concerned. So once again, please clear the grid at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to get our opening ceremonies underway, so we please ask if you rise, remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem. May I introduce Anton Pietenpaul.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wonderful. Anton Pietenpaul, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, for the most famous words in all of sports, may I introduce Andrew Salzano, Senior Engineer of Commercial Programs for Honda Performance Development.
Drivers, start your engines.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's wind them up. Eric, I'm going to send it back to you as we get the cars fired up and out on their formation lap. I'll meet you in the booth.
All right, thank you, John. Great job there on the grid. Our grid walk is concluded. Engines are fired, and we're ready to go racing here at America's National Park of Speed. So we have F4 on tap right now for you. Our race gets underway as soon as these cars begin to roll off of the grid. And, of course, coming up after F4, groups 5A, 7, and 11 up next after that, groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and the Mazda Miata Heritage Cup coming up at 1:40 this afternoon. So an afternoon chock full of races as we are set to also find out who the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge is. Jimmy Day will join us at 5 o'clock for the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge coming up this afternoon as well. You've seen those cars judged throughout the day today, as well as doing autocross and some other events throughout the facility from the Optima Batteries cars that have been meandering through the paddock area as well. And we are excited for a day full of racing action all afternoon. And the best part is it's Saturday, which means we get to do it for Sunday Fun Day tomorrow all over again. And we start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks to those of you that are joining us on SpeedTour TV as well on our live stream. We appreciate you being here. And we've got a great day of racing ahead for you this afternoon here from America's National Park of Speed. As John mentioned, my name's Eric Miller. John Phippen, the series announcer for F4 and Formula Regional Americas. And he'll join us in the booth once he has a chance to run underneath the tunnel and come on back, which is a long, long trip for John as well. So we will introduce the field for you as well coming up for F4 Americas. Starting in the 21st position is the number 7 of Joe Ostelhoff in the Jay Howard Driver Development entry. The Canelo Racing number 17 of Tyke Durst will start 20th. In 19th is the 4 of Seth Brown, the other Jay Howard Driver Development car. 21 of Mete Cesaris. The 09 of Madison Aust in the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports entry. Starting 16th, the 53 of Alan Lamabard. The 12 of Ethan Barker will start 15th in the Honda Barker Racing entry. Oliver Westling, the number 2, will start 14th. In 13th, the 66 of Ryan Sheehan. Starting 12th, the 55 of Lucas Ficuri in the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports entry. Carl Bennett in the 9. The 24 of Nick Rivers will start in the 10th position. Starting 9th on the inside of that row is Gabriel Fonseca in the Crosslink Kiwi entry. The 98 of Lucas St. Jean in the Jay Howard Driver Development car. Starting 7th, the 8th of David Burkett. Starting 6th, the 08 of Alex Berg. Noah Ping will start 5th. Starting 4th on the outside of row 2 is the 22 of Arturo Flores. The 39 of Bryson Morris. Matt Christensen in the 45 will start on the outside of the front row. And Lockie Hughes will start on the pole in the Jay Howard Driver Development entry. And a great-looking lap time. Put himself on the pole in that qualifying session. And we are set to go racing here as we're going to give John Phippen just a moment to breathe. Running across the tunnel. I've done it 100,000 times. And I can tell you it's no easy task. So next time maybe we'll be nice and give him a golf cart.
That's the plan, anyway.
So give John a chance to settle in. Car still warming up on pit lane. Temperatures are a little bit cooler today, 54 degrees. was kind of what we expected today, but the sun has gone away, and we are under cloudy skies. So it is going to take a little bit of time to get these tires warmed up a little bit, and I think that was on the mind of a couple of different drivers throughout the grid walk, as John had mentioned, that tires are going to be kind of the focus in the opening laps here. To get temperatures up, these tires, once they're up to temperature, a lot of grip here around this 4-mile circuit, but to get them up to temperature is the trick, especially with only one pace lap as we get underway here.
Thanks, Eric. As we have an ID that was turned into lost and found, and we'll get you the information on that in just a moment. As Eric did tell you, it is Lockie Hughes on the pole. We got to talk to him ahead of time, as we did Matt Christensen. Those two will start alongside each other on the front row. Matt Christensen with Velocity Racing Development, Lockie with the Jay Howard driver development team. Second row of Bryson Morris and Artie Flores. Talked to both of them before the start. Artie with Ganella Racing. Bryson Morris, one of the Crosslink Kiwi drivers, currently second in the points coming into this round. Noah Ping and Alex Berg will start side by side in row number 3. Good qualifying performance for Alex Berg. He finished on the podium in race number 3 at NOLA. David Burkett, we talked to him prior to the start of the race, one of the recipients of the PMH Powering Diversity Scholarship in the number 8 car for Future Star Racing. And Lucas St. Jean, the Quebecois, in car number 98 for Jay Howard Driver Development. Gabriel Fonseca, the Brazilian, the 76 out of Sao Paulo for Crosslink Kiwi. And the number 24 of Nicholas Rivers. Nicholas with a win already this season, taking first place in round number 3 at NOLA for Velocity Racing Development. Carl Bennett in the other Ganella Racing entry, number 9, next to Lucas Ficuri in the 55 for Crosslink Kiwi. Lucas, another Brazilian out of São Luís, Brazil, living in Sao Paulo currently. Ryan Sheehan out of Horseshoe Bay, Texas in the 66, next to Oliver Westling in the 2 for Jensen. Ryan Sheehan in the 66, driving for Crosslink Kiwi as well. Row 8, Ethan Barker making his debut this weekend. Good start for the youngster in the number 12 car, as he will start inside of row 8 for Barker Racing. Next to him, the Frenchman Alan Isambard in the number 53, rolling off for International Motorsports. Maddie Oust, the other recipient of the Powering Diversity Scholarship in the 09 car for Crosslink Kiwi. And next to her, the other female in the field, Maite Cáceres, out of Punta del Este, Uruguay. Maite in the 21 car, also for International Motorsports. Seth Brown and Tyke Durst in row 10. Seth Brown in the 4 car, out of San Diego for Jay Howard. Tyke Durst in the 17, out of Cary, North Carolina, for Ganella Racing. And alone in the final row, only able to turn his first laps this weekend in qualifying, Joe Ostelhoff in the number 7 car for Jay Howard Driver Development. Joe out of Atlanta, Georgia, a sophomore at the University of Dayton. He's getting his degree in communications up there. So he'll be one to watch coming from the back, as he didn't have the opportunity to practice with that car or do any of the test sessions prior to the qualifying session. So waiting for the field to make their way into turn 13, coming into our view now as the Honda Civic Type R safety car, James Rogerson at the wheel. Coming into the final turn, and again, this is a standing start, so these drivers will follow the safety car up the hill. James will peel off into the pit lane, and then they will take their positions on the front straightaway for a Formula One style standing start. Uses the same 5-light gantry that you see in the Formula One races. 5 lights come on sequentially at 1-second intervals, and then a random amount of time expires, and they all go out, and that's when we go racing. Honda Civic Type R pace car in the pit lane. in the field just now, coming past our vantage point here. The starting blocks are a bit down the straightaway past the finish line here, as we wanted to get them on level ground as much as possible. As the top of the hill right here in front of us, basically, and then it starts a bit of a downhill run down to turn 1. These 158, almost 160 horsepower Honda 2-liter power plants rumbling their way down to their grid positions. Once the light sequence starts, you'll hear them get up on the rev limiter, and they will rev them to the limiter and then dump the clutch when the lights go out. The green lights are lit, which indicates that the grid is full and the light sequence has begun. Here they come. You can hear the engines up on the limiter. The lights are out and we are away. And nobody stalled it. That's a good thing. But it looks like Lockie Hughes got a good jump from the pole. And he is going to lead the parade down to turn number 1. He does indeed slot into that lead position. Matt Christensen in the gray Velocity Racing Development number 45 slotted in behind him. Over the Aaron's Tunnel and down into turn number 3 they come.
Field jockeying for position into turn 3, where they'll make the right-hander and then head back up the hill to the Sargento Bridge. Everybody in line. Pretty clean start. Couple of cars in the back got a little bit of a slow start. A few cars advancing positions at the start, but that's what you expect. And see a little bit of a puff of smoke as they come underneath the Sargento Bridge as well.
Somebody may have dropped a wheel off and kicked up a little bit of dust, as we see Matt Christensen going for the lead, and coming up from 3rd spot is Bryson Morris as he's trying to make it happen. And they are chasing Lockie Hughes. In fact, Lockie Hughes has relinquished the lead, and I believe that's Matt Christensen at the point. We'll sort it as they come back into our view. Colors of the cars in 2nd and 3rd very similar. Matt Christensen in the Velocity Racing machine. Bryson Morris for Crosslink Kiwi.
Car going the long way around turn 8 on that 90-degree left-hander as they'll make their way underneath the Speedville Bridge into the carousel for the first time. Working downhill off camber. Get up on the power. Try to swing as wide as you can. This run from 10 through 11 at the kink, and then into Canada Corner through Kettle Bottoms. This is the fastest section of the racetrack for these cars, especially with the downforce. It'll plant the nose, and they stay on the pedal as they go through the kink. You got to squeeze the throttle as best you can on the exit of 10 and keep it square.
Down into Canada Corner, another great passing opportunities. We see a bid for about 6th going side by side. Going wide at Canada is also pretty common if you carry the brakes just a little bit too late. But we've got a car making a break here at the front. I'm going to guess it's Bryson Morris, but we'll check it when they come by us because the coloration of those two cars is very similar.
Got a car in the grass off to driver's right out of the exit of 13 as well, but everybody back underway.
And we have a safety car coming out to pick up the field. It is Matt Christensen at the point, but we understand we've got a car off that will need some assistance. We think it's at turn 6. Off the outside of turn 6. Yeah, we're getting confirmation from race control that's the case. So sadly, we're going to go to a safety car right off the bat as Matt Christensen leading the pole sitter, Lockie Hughes, across the line. Bryson Morris in 3rd. Noah Ping had a good start up into 4th spot. Artie Flores in 5th. Alex Berg, we talked to him in the pre-race, hanging on in 6th spot. Nicholas Rivers, Lucas St. John, Gabriel Fonseca, and Carl Bennett in the points, potentially. Again, points are only scored for your finishing position, top 10 score. It's the FIA standard points breakdown, 25 points for a win, 18 for 2nd, 15 for 3rd, all the way down to a single point for 10th place. No bonus points are awarded for leading the most laps or setting the pole or anything like that. Setting fastest lap. Obviously, there is some incentive to set a fast lap because your fast lap in this race determines your grid position for race number 2. So from our vantage point, we can see EVs already on the scene of the stranded car up at the exit of turn 6, and it looks like that's Ethan Barker. Ethan in the 12 car making his first start with us here this weekend. He did not race with us at NOLA, and we've got a car pulling off here on the front straightaway, and that is the 21 machine of Maite Cáceres, the Uruguayan.
I believe that may be the car that had gone wide in 13, a little bit of a rough ride off and on, just past the cutout, which is normally what we would use for the back half of the race course for driving schools. But that cutout from 13 that goes back to 5 at the Road America Center, it's a hill and a little bit of a rough ride if you get off in the grass, and may have had some suspension damage potentially on that car. And I believe that is the car that did indeed go off track over in turn 13. Maybe something amiss coming up the straightaway. Something didn't quite seem straight on the car, and rather than risk the car, bring it into a stop at the cutout for what was the original victory lane here at Road America.
Right, so she's in a place of relative safety, and if an EV crew can get there, they can get her out of harm's way pretty quickly. So tough break for Maite Cáceres, as she is not going any further, it appears. And Ethan Barker off at turn 6. Safety crews at work on that right now. So Noah Ping, after qualifying 5th, did pick up 1 spot up into 4th. Artie Flores swapped places with him as he fell back to 5th spot. Alex Berg right where he started. Nicholas Rivers made a good start as he was able to move up from his 10th place qualifying position into 7th. Lucas St. John right where he qualified. Gabriel Fonseca, same thing, in 9th. Carl Bennett moved up 1 spot as he followed Nicholas Rivers through up into the final points paying position. David Burkett, again, a driver we talked to on the grid, falling from 7th down to 11th after the first lap. Ryan Sheehan, pretty good start from 13th up to 11th, or 12th, should we say. Oliver Wessling, 14th to 13th, so he picked up a spot. Maddie Oust with a pretty good start. She started back alongside Maite Cáceres in 17th, and Maddie's already up to 14th. Lucas Facuri dropping a couple spots. He started 12th, back in 15th right now. Seth Brown picking up a couple spots. Alan Isambard in the number 53 is 17th. Maite has crossed the line before pulling off, so she was still in 18th position at that point, but she'll drop to the back with Ethan Baker, Joe Ostelhoff, and Tyke Durst, who's the car off at turn 6, we believe.
All right. Safety has arrived, boots on the ground. They came in the back door.
Looking up at turn 6, looks like the work is still going on Ethan Baker's car, who has not yet come by. The restart for these cars, once we get the safety car off the track, will be a single file restart here at start finish. The leader can begin to accelerate once he reaches the apex of the final turn, turn 14. But no passing is permitted until they pass the pit entrance. So a driver can pop out, but they just can't overtake a leading car until they pass the safety car line 1, which is right at the pit entrance. Still working up at turn 6 on Ethan Barker's stranded car. So the light's still on the safety car. If we get clearance to move ahead, the safety car lights will go out at the approach to Canada corner, and then James Rogerson will accelerate away from the field. The field will retain safety car pace until they get to the acceleration zone right down at the apex of turn 14.
Advantage of where that car is up in turn 6. There's a cutout straight across the racetrack or behind them, behind the gravel trap up there. So in that situation, they've got 2 exit points where they can exit fairly rapidly once the car is up and on the hook. You see that from the Corvette Bridge camera, for those of you at the big screens and on the stream, that is an uphill blind left-hand 90-degree corner. And right where you saw the blue easy up, that's where the incident was. So it's not easy to see that for us with the camera mounted about 15 feet above the racing surface. So imagine trying to be 48 inches at eye level.
Sitting on the ground, basically.
Sitting in the car.
Yeah.
You can't see that at all. So that's why full course caution is out.
EV with the car is already hooked up and on the move, so they're going to jump across track, just as you suspected, Eric, right behind this crew. So with a little luck, we may be able to go green this time by.
Looks like they're going to tuck in down at 8. Maybe a little bit easier for angle-wise to come in the back door at 8. But they should be clear.
These are timed races. This one is 25 minutes in duration. Normally we run 30-minute races, but with these schedules on these weekends that we share with the SVRA and IGT, the schedule is kind of tight, so we cut the races by 5 minutes down to 25 minutes.
Puts a premium on starts.
Yep.
As well as restarts.
You betcha.
Make hay while the sun is shining. And speaking of which, it is slightly starting to peek through the filtered clouds here at Road America this Saturday afternoon.
It's overcast for the most part, I think, as the 12 car of Ethan Baker being put behind the wall. So we have a clear track as far as I can determine. So unless the race director disagrees, they've got Maite's car back behind the wall as well. So we should be good to go. Lights are out on the safety car, and he begins to pull away. Matt Christensen will be maintaining safety car pace until he gets down to the apex of turn 14, and then at his discretion, he can begin to accelerate at any point past that.
The idea here is not to jam up the field, maintain a smooth, consistent pace, no brake checks.
And it looks like he's already dropped the hammer, and we are away. Again, this is a single file restart. We will be completing race lap number 3 this time by. The green flag in the hand of the starter as he waves it to the field as they come by. Matt Christensen gets a good jump. Lockie Hughes and Bryson Morris, though, right there behind him as they make the run under the starter's stand and head down toward turn number 1. Fanning out too wide at the front.
A little bit of brake lock on the third place car of Bryson Morris. Dangled the right front in the air just a little bit. The load switching to the left front. Maintains third spot, however.
He's trying hard to get inside of Lockie Hughes and take over that second position, but not quite able to do it as they fall back in single file. Some side-by-side racing a little deeper in the pack, right there for 5th and 6th, I think.
Looks like Berg and Flores with a good nose to gearbox battle as they come through the Moraine sweep. Towards turn 5 again, somebody dropping a little bit of a wheel off in the dirt at 4A as they get into the braking zone for turn 5 and up the hill.
Now a 4-way battle for the top spot as Noah Ping has joined the parade as he is side by side with Bryson Morris, and looks like he might have gotten that pass done. So Noah Ping on the move after qualifying 5th, now up into 3rd spot. But Bryson Morris right there behind him, and then a 3-car gaggle just behind them. Artie Flores, Alex Berg in the two Ganella Racing, or in the Ganella Racing car for Flores, in the Doran Kroll Racing machine for Alex Berg. Nicholas Rivers for Velocity right behind them. Through the carousel turn, feathering the throttle, keeping that car right at the limit as they work their way through that long right-hander. And then into the kink.
I believe Noah did tell you on the grid walk that he was going to try to get to the front as quickly as possible, noting that the front of the field had much fresher tires.
Yep. Here we go, down into Canada.
Opportunistic.
Yeah, I think that was Noah Ping going after the lead. Side by side with Matt Christensen as the car went wide at the exit of Canada. Through 13 and now beginning the uphill climb once again.
Turn 12 is such a momentum corner. You're carrying so much speed through Kettle Bottoms from the kink. And if you can get to the inside and kind of force that the car in front of you wide, it kind of slows them down just because they're offline a little bit. And you can maintain proper flow of the race course.
Lockie Hughes has gotten back to the front as all the jostling between Noah Ping and Matt Christensen opened the door for Lockie Hughes to retake the lead.
No Ping, however, purple. So Ping obviously on a mission right now.
Setting the fastest lap in the early going. We're into the second half of the race with 11 minutes remaining.
Bryson Morris, though, not trying to give up that top 3 position, going for the podium. Ping, Morris side by side down the hill into turn 3.
Same thing for the first position as Matt Christensen dove down to the inside of Lockie Hughes. Lockie doing a little weaving, trying to break the draft in the long run down toward turn 5. And a nose-to-tail battle between Artie Flores and Lucas St. John just behind them. Down into turn 5, the field comes. Lockie Hughes still at the front, but it's beginning to pack up behind them. Is this, we got a contact, and I think that was one of the Ganella cars spinning. There at turn 5, just a little nudge and off into the runoff area. Looks like the car has been able to continue because on our camera shot, I don't see that car still there. But Lockie Hughes starting to stretch it just a bit. I think maybe a bit surprised by the pressure that was brought on him from Matt Christensen after the restart. And now he's getting into his own rhythm, getting some temperature into the tires and beginning to stretch it out just a bit. I think that's Bryson Morris that has made his way back up into second. We'll verify that when they get back to our vantage point. Down into Canada corner they come.
Battle for third and fourth. We got a car wide, and that third place car spun into turn 12 into Canada corner.
I believe that is Bryson Morris. We'll sort it as they get back together.
It's easy to do into the braking zone, kind of get forced wide a little bit just from the lane choice. Get some debris on your tires and slide wide into the braking zone. A little extra asphalt at the end of the runoff before you get to the gravel, able to maintain at least some semblance of traction and able to continue forward.
Yeah, it is Matt Christensen, Noah Ping, and then right behind them is Artie Flores. Lucas St. John up to 5th as he sets the fast lap of the race. Nicholas Rivers up to 6th. Alex Berg, Carl Bennett, David Burkett, and Ryan Sheehan in the points-paying positions. As Bryson Morris falls all the way back to 16th after that spin at Canada corner. Lockie Hughes with about a 3/4 of a second lead over Matt Christensen at the line. As they begin the run under the Sargento Bridge down toward turn 5. The clock continues to tick, about 8.5 minutes remaining. But a great, about 4-way battle for third place. Here they come down into turn 5. A little bit of a stretch back to Matt Christensen, and then Noah Ping, Artie Flores, Lucas St. John, and Nicholas Rivers all bunched together. Side by side goes Lucas St. John, I believe, trying to make a move on Artie Flores. Down Hurry Downs to turn number 8. I believe that is St. John up into that position.
Multiple different grooves in the carousel. Typically, you're going to open your entry a little bit, then tighten it right at the second of the double apex, and then try to get as much power off to get as much of a straight line speed. If you continue to run the outside of the carousel, however, a lot of debris out there, a lot of marbles, and as our good friend David Hobbs would say, clag
exactly.
out there, and you can get that on your tires and lose traction, certainly. So minding what line you're going to run on corner entry, extremely important through the carousel. It gets you your run back down to 12.
Noah Ping trying to make a move to get back up onto a potential podium spot. But I believe that's Lucas St. John who has come through for a potential podium position. If he's able to hold it, that would be his best finish of the season. By far, he's had a 9th and a 6th so far this year. As they climb the hill, and when they cross the line, we'll have about 6.5 minutes remaining. Nope, it was Artie Flores. I'm sorry, Lucas St. John in 5th, Flores up to 3rd. That would be Artie's best finish of the season. He had a 4th in the 3rd round at New Orleans. Noah Ping back in 4th, Lucas St. John 5th, Nicholas Rivers 6th. But Alex Berg in the 0-8 for Doran Kroll, setting the fast lap of the race in 7th position. Carl Bennett, Ryan Sheehan, and David Burkett in the points-paying positions.
good battles in the mid to later half of the pack. Side by side, a couple of good runs out of turn 1, down into turn 3. 3 wide for a moment on the exit of 3.
Oliver Wessling part of that battle in the Jensen machine. But Artie Flores up into third spot. And I think Lucas St. John was able to get around Noah Ping to move up into fourth, but we'll sort that as they come through turn number 7. Also a deceptive corner. You can easily run wide and drop a wheel off at the exit of 7. But the battle at the front is not done. Matt Christensen is keeping Lucky Hughes honest as he closed right up on his gearbox down the hill of Hurry Downs as they make their way through the carousel. And you're right, Eric, lots of different lines as these drivers exploring to see where they can get through that turn the quickest.
Well, max grip is really what you're looking for. You're looking for the best flow of the front of the car and the rear of the car. You're trying to take care of your tires, but at the same time, you got to try to find max speed with what you've got.
Yeah, and these drivers have 2 sets of tires, 2 sets of Hankooks, 2 front, 2 rear, to last the entire weekend from qualifying on. So they've got to make these tires last for qualifying and 3 races. So this is the second session on this set of tires for most of them. Some will gamble and put a set of stickers on for the first race, but that's all part of the strategy. And they got to be careful not to burn up their tires too quickly or they will regret it later in the weekend. Up the hill we come. The battle at the front is not settled. Matt Christensen is right there. 4.5 minutes remain as they cross the line. And a bit of a gap back to Artie Flores. Then Noah Ping going side by side with Lucas St. John. Nicholas Rivers right there to pick up the pieces. Alex Berg right behind him. David Burkett a little further up the road in 8th. Sheehan and Fonseca in the points-paying positions.
Christensen right on the gearbox of Hughes now as they work underneath the Sargento Bridge towards turn 5.
Yeah, Christensen definitely looking racy here as Lockie Hughes definitely on the defensive now. He is having to drive in his mirrors.
And they're side by side, battle for the top spot. Under braking into turn 5.
Christensen tries to go the long way around, but he can easily do the over-under and get on the inside line coming up into turn 6.
Doesn't look like he can get there. Settles back in line, right on the gearbox. Car length and a half as they work through 7, now into Hurry Downs.
Artie Flores kind of in the rocking chair in third spot as he's got a reasonably comfortable lead over Noah Ping. But right behind Ping, another good battle with Lucas St. John and Nicholas Rivers as they work their way into the carousel. I love this camera shot.
The elevation change, you see how far that drops from turn 8 even down to turn 9 into 10. You can definitely see a downhill run right to left on your screen with that shot. It's an excellent camera position for us. Brand new this year here at Road America. And you see the elevation change here. You come into the bottom of the hill right at the entry to 12 and then right back up the hill at Thunder Valley and into turn 13 to Billy Mitchell Bend. Leader still Hughes, Christensen in tow, about 5 car lengths on the left-hander uphill. A little bit of a dip under braking, and then you get right back on the power at apex and off at the exit of 14.
2 minutes remaining, and so we should see the white flag this time by, and there it is. 1 lap to go as Matt Christensen on the last lap, set fast lap of the race, and Lockie Hughes is feeling the pressure. He is right behind him. Lucas St. John trying to close down on Nicholas Rivers for 6th.
Christensen really able to use the toe up the hill and down the straightaway, but it looks like Hughes just has a little bit more power and traction on the exit of the apex. Just able to pull away just enough to keep him behind, but Christensen not giving up here. Elbows are out as they come underneath Sargento. Car length separates the 2 leaders.
One of the last opportunities coming up now, and behind them the same thing with Artie Flores and Noah Ping as they come down into turn 5. Lockie Hughes having to guard that inside line.
And Flores and Ping side by side for a moment in braking.
Same situation. But it looks like Ping may have snookered him into that over-under. Ping now to the inside as they head up the hill towards 6. Lockie Hughes maintains the lead, but Noah Ping slips by Artie Flores for the final step on the podium at the moment. Another great passing opportunity down the bottom of the hill here. Once again, Lockie Hughes being a little defensive. And Noah Ping going to the inside, but it looks like Artie Flores is going to try to go around the outside in that battle for third.
And your leaders were side by side for a moment underneath the Speedville Bridge into the carousel. Hughes with a car length advantage over second place. Three-way battle now for third, fourth, and fifth.
And they are side by side off the carousel turn. They can't go side by side through the kink, or can they?
They tried.
Oh!
And a car impact into turn 11. And that is why you don't want to go side by side. Battle for the lead here. Christensen takes a defensive line on the crossover. It is diving to the inside. Christensen on the long way round in 13 shuts the door on Hughes.
Christensen taking the lead on the last lap here as they come down into 14, but there goes Lockie Hughes down to the inside. He's going to try to take it back.
Hughes locked the right front up going into braking, and that sealed the deal for Christensen as Christensen got around.
Climbing the hill, here they come to the checkered flag, and it will be Matt Christensen with the win. Lockie Hughes has to settle for second. The third place battle was side by side, and it's going to be the 08 of Alex Berg on the podium for the second consecutive race. Nicholas Rivers comes home in fourth. Lucas St. John fifth. Noah Ping back to sixth. Oliver Westling, Ryan Sheehan, Bryson Morris recovering for a points-paying finish after falling well back. Artie Flores all the way back to 10th position after that contretemps there in the kink. Carl Bennett, Lucas Ficuri, Seth Brown, Alan Isambard, and Joe Ostelhoff, after starting at the back, ends up finishing in 15th spot. Matty Alst up to 16th. David Burketh, unfortunately, dropping back to 17th position. Fonseca, the last car running, in 18th spot. I'm going to head down to Victory Circle. We'll see in a bit. We've got SVRA racing continuing as groups 5A, 7, and 11 coming up at about 10 minutes time.
Jim's Golf Cars, sales, service, and rentals. Looking for a new or used golf car for the campground? Do you need a fleet of cars for your golf course? Have an upcoming event with transportation needs? Or just looking for a cool car to get you around town? Call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. Check out the inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com or stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere locations. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals. Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. Cedar Crest Small Batch Artisan Ice Cream is made right here in Wisconsin by your friends and family with real Wisconsin dairy. We make Cedar Crest ice cream in small batches so it's creamier, just like the ice cream of your childhood. It's the stuff memories are made of. Picture yourself with your family enjoying a great day and topping it off with Cedar Crest ice cream. Look for Cedar Crest throughout Wisconsin and enjoy some old-fashioned frozen goodness. Road America would like to recognize our 2022 season corporate partners, Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Road America, Yamaha, the official motorcycle of Road America, and the official UTV of the corporate team building programs. Our landmark sponsors, Sargento, Aaron's, Corvette, Haggerty Tech Center, Briggs & Stratton Motorplex, Johnsonville, Henry, Palermo's Pizza, and NTT. Skag Power Equipment, the official mower of Road America, which keeps our 640-acre facility looking beautiful. Skag is headquartered in Mayville, Wisconsin. Oshkosh Office Systems, the official business machine supplier of Road America. West Bend Insurance and Sheboygan Chevrolet, sponsors of the Teen Driving School. Optima Batteries, the official battery of Road America. H&R Spring, the official suspension partner of Road America. Lake Michigan Car Ferry, the official transportation partner of Road America, sailing twice daily from Manitowoc, Wisconsin to Ludington, Michigan. Soundhouse, the official hearing protection partner of Road America. Our event entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Henry, Quick Trip, Jockey, and Aaron's. These companies sponsor events throughout the year, and we thank you for your participation and support. Our fire and safety sponsors, Hull Matro, AMR, Crete Truck Center, Wheel and Engineering, Safety Clean, Finish Line Towing, and Collins Classic Automobiles. Sign Me Up, the official signage company of Road America. Milwaukee, the official power tool. Jim's Golf Car, the official golf car provider. Eden Stone of Valders, the official stone. Clean Tools, makers of the Absorber Car Cloth. BuyTireRack.com, the official tire retailer of Road America. Catalyst Exhibits, the official design and exhibit partner. Quick Trip, the official convenience store. Marwin Sports, the official race apparel. University of Wisconsin Green Bay, the official collegiate partner. Mulch Express of Wisconsin, the official mulch. Our signage partners, Throttle Stop, West Bend Dyno, GT Race Tires, Race Ramps, Bank First, Red Wing Shoes, LiftX, Corvette Central, Elkhart Lake Tourism, Auto Select, Speed Seat Factory, Finish Line Towing, Briggs & Stratton, and the Walbeck Group. Don't forget to stop by the Paddock Shop for all of your Road America branded merchandise just west of Victory Lane. Hats, T-shirts, caps, and unique gift items, and much more. And it's also time for some new SVRA race swag. Stop by and see Marianne on Vendor Row. They've got shirts, hats, jackets, flags, duffel bags, and a whole bunch of cool race gear. While shopping, be sure to grab a subscription to SpeedTour Quarterly magazine. Sign up for a membership or grab some new garb for your team.
Last lap pass for Matt Christensen, ladies and gentlemen. Matt, well done. You stalked the guy, ran him down, and then it was a matter of you guys swapping positions a couple times on that last lap.
Yeah, it was a really good fight with Lockie. I got him at the start in turn 5 on lap 1, and he passed me back. And then he pulled a little gap, and then like he said, he started making mistakes, and I just pounced on the mistakes and caught him, and then made that last lap pass.
Got to feel great for your first win. Anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank all the VRD guys for giving me a great car and all my family for coming out here and supporting me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First-time winner, ladies and gentlemen. Top step of the podium for Matt Christensen. Trophies overhead, gentlemen. Thank you very much. All right, we begin the hat dance. Eric is going to pass them out as we like to acknowledge all of our presenting sponsors for each of our podium celebrations. As we have the HPD hats on everybody. Andrew Salzano got the race started with the driver's start command. And we could not do what we do without all the support from Honda. Now we have the Lucas Oil hats. Lucas Oil, again, one of the series sponsors. Joined us for the first time last season. Great to have them aboard. And one more round of hats. Every car here in our 2 championships on Hankook tires. Thanks to Denny Von Dongen and his crew for providing the tires for our championship. Hankook hats on all of our drivers. And now it's time for a little bit of celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Alex Berg, Lockie Hughes, and Matt Christensen, your podium.
And the podium celebration will continue again with John. We'll have Formula Regional Americas coming up at 2:55 this afternoon. And we'll have more podiums throughout the afternoon as groups 5A, 7, and 11 up next on the docket. 5-minute call to the grid. 5-minute call to the grid for groups 5A, 7, and 11. of course, coming up at 5 o'clock this afternoon is the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge. We'll have some qualifying sessions this afternoon. And right now, autocross going on behind the VIP tower as well. So right now, you see those cars with the Optima battery logos on the doors. They're part of that challenge. Really cool to see a Silverado C10 and a sports side pickup truck out there. And all the way to a C8 Corvette. And some of those Outlaw cars are pretty cool looking as well. So see those cars, and some of those cars will be on track this afternoon as well, coming up at 5 o'clock during our qualifying session for the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge presented by Optima Batteries. 3 minutes to the grid, 3 minutes to the grid. Since 1989, WeatherTech has been providing the best in automotive protection and vehicle accessories, staying true to its promise of quality and craftsmanship through its commitment to American-made auto, home, and pet products. Known for their floor liners and cup phones, the company continues to push industry boundaries with superior design, innovation, and engineering. Avis is redefining the rental car industry by creating a world where mobility is completely connected, integrated, and on demand. Their goal is to offer their customers more productivity and less hassle. Let Avis get you back and forth to the track. Bell Helmets, the official helmet of SVRA. Bell provides SVRA gold helmets awarded at COTA. Bell helmets have been worn and trusted by more champions in all forms of racing than any other brand. The Bell name is synonymous with safety, innovation, and performance. Buzz, the official paddock bike of SVRA. Buzz electric bicycles are the result of meticulous design and engineering and perfect for getting around the paddock and allow adult riders to find their power and buzz through life. CG Detroit, the official graphics company of SVRA. CG Detroit has been a pioneer and innovator of marketing solutions utilizing vehicle wraps, murals, dimensional signage for over 30 years. A longtime Trans Am sponsor, CG was the logical choice to wrap SVRA's hauler. Their quality products, superior customer service, and attention to detail has built trusted and respected relationships within the racing community. Cometic, the official gasket company of SVRA, the worldwide supplier of gaskets and engine sealing solutions for championship-winning vehicles. Cometic understands pressure. EBAC, the official spring company of the Trans Am Series and an authorized spring company of SVRA. Like many of SpeedTour competitors, EBAC's focus on performance and handling, and therefore the joy of driving, comprise their top priorities. EBAC has taken lessons derived directly from motorsports to improve driving characteristics and develop their suspension components for cars both on and off the racetrack. Fast Cooling, the official cooling company of SVRA. Since 1982, Fresh Air Systems has supported racing. They started with adding air intake filtering systems to helmets to cool suits. Fast is dedicated to keep drivers and crew members cool, alert, and healthy in all of their racing endeavors. FPEC, SVRA's food processing equipment partner. A family-owned business, FPEC is dedicated to keeping their promise to engineer and produce reliable, custom-designed machinery for the meat and food industries.
This is our first SVRA feature race of the afternoon, and this is for Groups 5A, 7, and 11. Prototype cars of various varieties. Makes nice noises, and they go really fast. Jeff Miller in the number 0 will start outside of row 13 in the Group 7 class for his Lola T496. The 38 of Stephen Kennelly in a 1993 Lola 292. Justin Pauly will start in row 12 in the 906B Sports Racer out of Group 5. That's the 66 Porsche 906. 213 is Tim Roberts in a Group 11 2007 Lola B0790. Car number 069 will start in the 11th row, Awais Sadiq in a 2010 Lola B1090. Next to the 6 of Ronald Pace in a Group 7 1979 Lola T492 496. John Godin will start the number 9 car in row 10. That's a Group 7 1989 Lola D Sports Racer. And the 7 of Ralph Lamacchia in a Group 5 Carber S2 1998 vintage. Row 9 has the 17 of Mike Wright in a Group 5 1989 Lola T8990. Next to him is car 18. That's Frederick Seidel in a 2002 Carbers S2. In row 8, car 89 is Charles Duncan in a Group 5 Lola T9090. Next to him, the 89A of John F. Boxhorn in a Group 5 2010 Carber CS2. Row 7, the 28 of Kurt Leverton in a Group 5 2004 Carber CS 2.8. Next to the 29 of Benjamin Myers in a Group 5 2001 Carber CS2. Row 6 has the 7B of Tony Sottoli in a Group 5 Swift DB2 1986 vintage. The 02 is Fritz Seidel in a Group 5 2004 Carber CS2. Row 5 has the 262 of Kevin Leparsky in a 2004 Carber Sports 2, alongside the 44 of Johnny Canavas in the Group 5 1990 Swift DB5. In row 4, car 31, Avery Stuckert in a Group 5 2010 Carber CS2, and the 119 of Josh Bowler in a Group 7 1976 Chevron B36. Row 3, the 27 of Walter Volrath in a Group 7 Lola T290, next to the 33 of Joel Weinberger in a Group 7 1972 Chevron B21. Now for the heavy hitters, the second row has the 21 of James Cope in a Group 11 2012 Elan DPO2. Next to him, the 101 of Jason Miller in his Group 7 1972 Shadow Mark III. And your front row on the outside, the 48 of Joel Quadracci in a Group 11 2013 Orica 03. That's a LMP2 car. And your pole sitter, the 7A of Larry Connor in a Group 11 2005 Audi R8 LMP prototype. That is your grid, all 26 of them. And as we look at the scoring monitor, 24 have made the start.
Mr. Connor has not.
It appears that he has not made the start. In fact, I can see the rear of his car under his canopy right across from our announce position.
You stole the mystique of having the window seat.
Exactly.
We're supposed to make it look like we know what we're talking about without having a cheat like that.
Yeah, that is a bit of a cheat, sadly.
Should be a good race afternoon with this group. Mixed bag of different configurations, but quick nonetheless. And a couple of engine combinations as well with the Kohler 2-strokes. Jeff Miller, John Gaden, Ron Pace. Field rises the hill underneath the Quick Trip Bridge. Pace car is on the Chevrolet pit lane, so field is forming 2x2. They rise the hill, and looking at the starter stand, green flag is out. We are underway. Groups 5, 7, and 11. Quadracci, Cope, Weinberger, and Vollrath lead the field down to turn 1.
Weinberger, Vollrath, and Bowler 3 wide as they headed down toward the braking zone.
And still 3 wide. And now Group 2. C Sports Racers.
Predominantly Sports 2000s in that second wave, if you will, as they're performance envelope, a bit less exotic than the cars in front. And these guys love to race.
Side by side. These cars very aero dependent, and when they're in a group like this, they seem to pick up a little bit of pace.
Joel Quadracci disappearing into the sunset as would be expected. His qualifying time was 4 seconds a lap faster than everybody else.
A couple of spins here on the first lap, but cars back underway. Again, there's a good look at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex with that camera angle. Kart racers this weekend.
Having a good battle of their own. We saw a whole bunch of nose to tail up on the Motorplex. But turning our attention to Joel Quadracci, disappearing through the carousel turn. James Cope right behind him in the 21 Elan. It's an IMSA Prototype Lights DPO2 Elan, where Quadracci's car is a LMP2 Orica 2013 vintage. Up the hill they come. Joel Weinberger up into third spot as he clears Josh Bowler in fourth. John Godin in that Kohler-powered number 9. Great to see him up front. Ronald Pace, Jeff Miller, who started dead last in the group up to 7th right now in that 0 car. Another Kohler-powered machine. Tim Roberts, Awais Sadiq, and Johnny Canavis are your top 10.
Avery Stuckert, Fritz Seidel, Kevin Leparsky, all in car beers, all 11th through 13th.
That's up from the second wave.
And reports of one of our entrants with a little bit of smoke up the front straightaway, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that.
I would nominate the 0 of Jeff Miller. It usually smokes and usually doesn't mean anything because it's a 2-stroke.
We do have one of our C Sports racers, looks like slowed dramatically underneath the Sargento Bridge as well.
I think that was the 44. No, couldn't be. Yeah, it is 4-4 silver.
It is Cannabis.
Yeah, Cannabis. Off the pace.
So it looks like we do have one underneath the Speedville Bridge as well.
They're dropping like flies here.
That may be the 21, perhaps of Cope. Quadracci at the stripe. Next car that we should see would be the 21 of James Cope.
I think it might be Joel Weinberger, as Cope has fallen by the wayside.
So we are waiting for our second place car to confirm what we suspect. And there is indeed Weinberger. So indeed, James Cope, the car stranded over in turn 8 underneath the Speedville Bridge.
Here's the 119 of Josh Bowler. John Godin would be next in the 9. No, that's Jeff Miller up into 4th. Again, starting dead last up into 4th position. Jeff Miller does have a lap or 2 at this racetrack, so he certainly knows the fast way around.
Just a few.
His teammate in crime, John Godin, in the 9, in the 5th spot. Ron Pace in the 6, not far behind. So those 3 having a nice little intramural battle in the 7U2 category. Tim Roberts, Avery Stuckert, Fritz Seidel, and Awais Sadiq, your top 10. Justin Pauley in that 906 Porsche. Thundering by. Back in 21st position.
Road America safety team currently transitioning down, hurry downs to driver's left, so there'll be a slow-moving vehicle flag as well as a local yellow from turn 8 to turn 9. Once they get underneath the Speedville Bridge, they'll be back to a clearance area.
Waving yellow flags here for the emergency vehicles. They're under the Speedville Bridge, attending to Cope's machine. But a spirited Sports 2000 battle going on through the carousel turn. Joel Quadracci's lead after 3 laps is 39 seconds. Jeff Miller with the 4th fastest lap time, a 2:20.539. Scything his way up through the field into 4th. He's about 3 seconds behind Josh Bowler and is lapping about a second a lap quicker, so he's probably got time to catch him. As we're about halfway through this race, I think these are 15-minute races.
Interesting to note, John Gayton had a problem in that qualifying session this morning and was very slow and actually had a tow at the very end of that session, so that crew able to get that car repaired, up to 5th overall now with that number 9 machine. Fritz Seidel leading the Carbier contingent. 6th overall in the 02, Avery Stuckert. 7th.
Right behind him, only 3/10 at the line.
Ron Pace moved up into the 8th spot now overall.
Meanwhile, Joel Quadracci doing his best to lap the field in a 15-minute race.
Still waving yellow down in turn 9, as well as turn 8 as the backup.
Quadracci has begun to overtake the cars at the back of the field. Justin Pauley just went a lap down. As the 38 making a call to the pits, Stephen Canelli in his 73 Lola 2-liter sports car.
Groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and Miata Heritage Cup to the grid, please. Groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and Miatas to the grid, please.
Joel Quadracci's lead up to just under a minute, 54 seconds after 4 laps. See if Jeff Miller is still closing down on Josh Bowler. He is, again, almost a second a lap. He's only a second and a 10th behind, so Jeff Miller could find himself on the podium. Car off at the exit of Canada Corner just before they bend into turn 13. Safety vehicle on the scene. We understand the white flag will be shown next time by.
And the 29 machine is pulled off in turn 5 in the cutout. That would be Ben Myers.
Was running 11th at the time.
Tony Satilli in the 7B. Bump him up into the top 11. Fritz Seidel up into the top 5 with Avery Stuckert to 6th with those car beers slicing their way through the traffic. And a little bit of the attrition here. Bumps John Gaden down to 7th.
Jeff Miller right on the back of Josh Bowler as they came by our vantage point. 0.2 of a second separating the two at the line. So on this last lap, we'll see if Jeff Miller can move up into 3rd.
Joel Quadracci finds himself in a little bit of a quagmire of traffic heading into turn 1. A couple of lap cars.
I don't believe the starter showed him the checker.
Got the white flag out, though.
Yep, got the white flag out for everybody else, but the leader has come by.
And Joel Quadracci being very extra patient here with all these C Sports racers. Starting to try to pick a line. Just trying to be diligent with the traffic on the final go around this 4-mile race course. Right behind it looks like Walter Vollrath. Which I can tell you that car is very heavy to push uphill.
I can believe it.
The 2020 season, we had a parade on the front stretch, and he didn't realize the fuel pump switch was off, and we couldn't get the car started. We had to push it uphill.
There goes Joel Weinberger. 1 minute and 27 seconds, adrift of the leader.
Leader at 11B.
Jeff Miller right on the back of Josh Bowler. About a half a second back this time, so not going to push the issue.
And multiple cars going to get the safety exit at 13. It's been a busy session for the Road America safety team.
And the checkered flag in the air for Joel Quadracci.
I believe the 89 of Charles Duncan may have had a little bit of an off-track excursion down in 14 on that penultimate lap.
The Corner Marshal Radio Network has been electric this race. There's been almost constant activity. Talking about various cars expiring at some point around the track. I don't think we've had any collisions, but we've had a number of cars with mechanical difficulties. It is a vintage race after all.
It is not uncommon to have these cars mark their territory.
Yes. That's a nice way of putting it. There goes Joel Weinberger across the line. Joel Quadracci obviously heavily in traffic. Not able to turn his fastest lap. And Jeff Miller comes across in third spot. He makes the pass. Finishing second in the 7U2 category, but after starting at the back, that's a pretty fair result. Josh Bowler comes home in fourth.
Final call to the grid for groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and Miatas. Final call to the grid, groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and the Miatas.
Fritz Seidel takes the win in the 5S2 category. Avery Stuckert finishing second. John Godin brings the Kohler-powered Lola across the line. Kevin Leparski should be next. So just a quick recap of the class winners. In 7U2, Joel Weinberger over Jeff Miller and Josh Bowler. In 5A S2, Fritz Seidel over Avery Stuckert and Kevin Leparski. And any other contested classes, 11 GTP3, Awais Sadiq over James Cope, who only completed one lap, and all the rest of the cars were unopposed.
Race fans, don't forget the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge happening behind the VIP Tower as well. They're doing autocross. Saw the big C10 Silverado back there. Was just heading into the autocross during the pace lap of the last session. So definitely a lot of cool street legal vehicles in the autocross, but that's going on right now behind the VIP Tower. So if you're looking for some other cool cars to check out, go ahead and do that behind the VIP Tower here at Road America. They'll be on track coming up at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
And here comes our field for groups 1, 3, 5B and the Miatas. The Miatas will start in the second wave. Burt Reynolds in the number 21 car will start alone in row 16. The 146 of Dennis Kramer will start outside of row 15. The 83 of Larry Drummond next to him. The 77 of Alan Schomer and the 33B of Peter Botham are in row 14. Row 13, the 18A of Julie Dahmer and the 16A of Lon Blazer. In row 12, the 3 of Dalton Ryan and the 93 of Michael Tomei. In row 11, the 44A of Patrick O'Hara and the 36 of Benjamin Ficht. In row 10, car 14, Tony Fornetti and the 71 of Gregory Song. That's your wave of Miatas. Now in the front wave, we'll have outside of row 9, car 53, Brad Babb. That's a Group 1 Sunbeam Alpine. Next will be the 622 of Jeff Lombard and a Group 3 Austin Healey Mark II. In row 8, car 33, Dan Powell and a Group 3 Austin Healey 3000. And Doug Radix in the number 190 in a Group 1 1955 Mercedes 190 SL. In row 7, car 1, Alan Thom in his 65 Alfa Romeo Giulia, next to the 103 of Michael Mainzer in a Group 3 Austin Healey 3000. In row 6, car 106, R. Scott Queen in an Austin Healey 106, and the 50 of Robert Wagner in an Austin Healey 3000. Row 5 has the 18 of Dan Gerweiler in a Triumph GT6, and the 12 of Bob Van Zelst in a Porsche 356 Speedster. In row 4, the 24 of Bill Treffert in his 1960 Corvette. Next to him, the 01 of James Jackson in a Porsche 356. In row 3, car 0, George Ballback in the olive green Porsche 356, and the 33A of Joel Weinberger in his Porsche 356B. In row 2, car 54, David Putz in the Group 5 Royale RP4, and the number 7 of Paul Joyeux in the Crossley C5S. And on the front row, car 95, Josh Bowler in his Lotus 23B, and your pole sitter out of Group 3, believe it or not, Brian Davis in car 15. That's a 1961 Elva Courier. I stand corrected. It was corrected on the timing and scoring monitor. The Brian Davis Elva is in Group 5, not Group 3.
If I could have your attention, please. If I could have your attention, please. I need a member from Clear Blue Incorporated. Please go to security at Gate 6. Once again, if I could have your attention, please. I need an individual from Clear Blue Incorporated to visit security at Gate 6.
Safety car brings the field around to the bottom of the hill as they'll begin the run to the green flag as the car is just now exiting turn 14. As the front 18 cars in the first wave, and then a bit of a gap back to the Miatas. They'll all start in the second wave. The starter has not yet shown the green, waiting for the field. There it is, green flag flies. Brian Davis gets a good jump, but Josh Bowler in that Lotus 23 stays right with him, at least in the early going here, as they make the run down toward turn number 1. In fact, I think Bowler may have taken the lead as they sweep into the first turn. They has indeed, as Bowler in the Lotus gets in front of the Elva of Brian Davis. Down the hill they come. Third place, Paul Joyot, I believe. Or Joel Weinberger, excuse me, in that Porsche, I believe, right behind. Now here comes the herd of Miatas as they take the green flag here on the front straightaway. First wave exiting turn 5, climbing up to the Corvette Bridge.
Daleton Ryan a little wide on the entrance of turn 1, started in the 5th position in that second wave. Cautiously being on the outside of some traffic, being a little tender into turn 1.
Yeah, Brian Davis's Elva has dropped behind Paul Joyot in the Crosley, who's now up into second. So our pole sitter back to third midway through this lap. Now Davis has taken that position back, it appears.
It's a little consistent start for Brian Davis. That Elva seems like it gets going really good at the very beginning of the lap. And then right around turn 5, it seems to slow down just a little bit, and then gets a little bit of a speed bump coming back up the hill into turn 6. It's just something about that Elva that just likes going uphill, and typically starts to get the lead back in the back half of the race course.
Good torque.
Surprisingly, yes, apparently.
Yeah, he has broken away from Joyot and retaken that second spot with some authority.
I would tell you it's probably a momentum car more than anything.
I would think you're probably right. Of course, everybody will tell you every race car is a momentum car. It just depends on how much momentum. That Elva fishtailing its way through turn 14 as Brian Davis is flogging it. As we wait for Josh Bowler to come across the stripe. Here he is. No, Bowler is missing in action. He has not come around.
So Davis, Joyot, David Putz, Joel Weinberger, Bill Treffert up to the 5th spot.
Still no Josh Bowler, so he is off course somewhere. Maybe he had to pull into the pits, I'm not sure. But he looked to have a pretty substantial lead when we last saw him.
Doug Radix at the start-finish line.
Followed by the 33 of Dan Powell and his Healy 3000 and the 18 of Dan Goweiler. First of the Miatas across the line, Gregory Sorg, the pole sitter, and Tony Fornetti right with him. About a half a second apart, Benjamin Ficht up into third spot, Patrick O'Hara right behind him.
There's the 622 on pit lane as well.
Jeff Lombard in the Austin Healy Mark II. Meanwhile, a pretty good battle for second between Paul Joyot and David Putz in the Royale. Joyot still with the position, but Putz right behind him. And then just behind them, Joel Weinberger in that maroon over white Porsche 356. Just exiting the carousel turn. Joyot in the Crosley getting a good run through the kink and able to stretch his advantage just a bit. Meanwhile, there's your leader, the pole sitter, Brian Davis. Joyo and puts through Canada corner. Weinberger, and then a bit of a gap back to that black Corvette of Bill Treffert. So the good battle at the front, at least, is for second right now.
There is definitely something that the Elva likes here. Brian Davis is routinely fast in that number 15 machine, pulling away from the field, but that car just simply likes the flowing nature of this race course. Of course, can't beat the sound of Bill Treffert's 24 machine either.
Yep. That old Corvette makes a nice noise. 1960 vintage. And then behind them, a great battle betwixt the Porsches. James Jackson in the 01 out in front, the yellow and white Porsche. And then Ballback in that green number 0. Bob Van Zelst right there in that battle as well. Scott McQueen in the first of the Austin Healey's is about 15 seconds behind that battle. Sorg still continues to lead the Miata parade in the NB Miata. Tony Fornetti in the NA stays right with him, about a half a second back. Get a good view of that Porsche battle as it climbs the hill. Chasing after Bill Treffert. James Jackson, George Ballback, Bob Van Zelst, nose to tail. Van Zelst falling off the back just a little bit as Ballback dives to the inside in the run down to turn 8. Can he seal the deal, or can James Jackson come back on him? Nope, Ballback with that position. But it sure looks like James Jackson's going to try to get it back. They go line astern, and now they're closing down on the Corvette. I wonder if Treffert's car has lost the boil just a bit, because he had a pretty comfortable lead. Maybe in the twisty bits, the Porsche's a little handier, I would guess.
I would certainly expect those Porsches to handle through. Notice that you use the twisty bits. That's a Greg Kramer reference, I'm sure. But from turn 5 to turn 8, those Porsches seem to be a little bit more nimble than the Corvette. So down the straightaway, though, those Porsches, once they're in tow, you have a hard time shaking them.
Yep.
So you get to a little bit more wide open straightaway, like Treffert is going to be coming to the Road America straight right now as Davis at the stripe, your leader.
And Paul Joyo aboard the Crosley as the Corvette and Porsches begin the run, as Ballback side by side with Treffert, but this is where that big Corvette will stretch its legs and pull away. Jackson coming back on George Ballback. This is a great battle for 6th and 7th.
You know what the drawback is for that Corvette going down the straightaway, pulling a big gap?
He has to stop.
It's a lot heavier to stop in turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. Those first and second gen Corvettes were not known for their brakes.
There's a lot of go, but not a lot of whoa.
Exactly. Jackson retaking the top spot in this Porsche trio. As Joel Weinberger in the 33, that silver and maroon 356, well out in front of this battle, as they're already catching up with the back of the first wave. I think the Sunbeam Alpine just went a lap down. Ballback now coming under some pressure from Bob Van Zelst. As the Corvette down the hill able to maintain the advantage, but here's where the Porsches can begin to catch up as they bend it through the right-hander at turn 7 and then down Hurry Downs toward turn 8. Ballback and Jackson right nose to tail.
Michael Tomei and Dalton Ryan kind of have a little bit of an NA tussle with the Miatas down into turn 1. Held up behind Doug Radix in that number 190, that Mercedes-Benz 190 SL. Ryan looking to the inside of Dan Powell as well. The traffic kind of holding them up. They're battling for the 19th through 22nd battle mid-pack. And this trio of Porsches still chasing that Corvette through Kettle Bottoms. It looks like Tomei, Ryan, and Powell all get around Doug Radix. White flag is out for Brian Davis. Final trip around the 4-mile circuit for groups 1, 3, 4, and 5B.
David Putz sets the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap. Can the Royale run down Brian Davis? He's a second and a 10th back. Joyo another 2, almost 3 seconds back in the blue Crosley.
Lap car between the two.
Ballback, Jackson, and Van Zelst 3 wide as they came across the line, heading down into turn 1.
You know, those bathtub 356 Porsches sure put on a good show, though, when they're all together.
Ballback with the position. Van Zelt in second as they head down toward turn 3. Van Zelt thinks about trying to go down to the inside. Jackson there to pick up the pieces if those two come to tears.
Group 9 to the grid, please. Group 9 to the grid, please.
Here comes that battle. Van Zelt dropping back a little bit. His ballback able to get away. Now Jackson challenging as they come down the hill toward turn 5. Side by side into the braking zone. Jackson takes the spot. Van Zelt back to third in that group.
Battle between Ficht and O'Hara right now, side by side. It's an NB on NA, but side by side into turn 1.
Treffert going down the hill. Ball back giving chase as he's opened up a little gap over Jackson and Van Zelt. Down into turn 8 as the Porsches draw ever closer to that Corvette through the carousel turn under the Speedville Bridge. The sad part for George Ballback is that even if he can pass Treffert in the Corvette, Treffert will be able to run by him on the run up the hill to the line, as they are nose to tail now through the kink. Van Zelt maybe with one last chance coming down into Canada. He gets a good run through the kink. Jackson opening the door down to the inside of Canada corner. Treffert through with the lead. There's Ballback, and Jackson does indeed sweep back into the middle of that Porsche sandwich. But Van Zelt not giving up the ghost. He stays right with him as they head through turn 13. And side by side with the Corvette is George Ballback.
Tried the crossover side by side, but that Corvette
is going to go away. And here comes Jackson, as I
Rolling.
think George Ballback was concentrating on the Corvette. Jackson gets a good run. They're coming to the line. Side by side, 3 abreast across the line, and it's Jackson, Ballback, and Van Zelt in that order. What a great run as those 3 battled all race long. Came back 6th, 7th, and 8th. Joel Weinberger winning that class, however, in that silver and maroon Porsche, finishing in the 4th spot. So looking at our class leaders. David Putz able to get by Brian Davis at the line to take over the win. Brian Davis finishing in the second spot, about 2.25 seconds back. Josh Bowler looked to be challenging, but fell out after just one lap. In the 3C production class, just as we said, Joel Weinberger, almost 13 seconds up the road from James Jackson and George Ballback. In the 3D production class, R. Scott McQueen in the 106 Austin Healey 100-6 over Michael Manser by about 8 seconds in the Healey 3000, and Dan Geweiler in the number 18 Triumph GT6. In Group 1, in the F production class, Doug Radix taking the win by a big margin over Brad Babb in the Sunbeam Alpine. And for the NB Miatas, Gregory Sorg held on to take the win in that class over Benjamin Ficht and Julie Dahmer. Good run for Julie up into a podium position. Tony Fornetti winning the NA class over Patrick O'Hara and Lon Blazer. Group 9 feature race 1 coming up. Your last call to the grid for Group 9. Oh, I see. They moved Larry Connor into Group 9. That's the reason. Cars on the way for Group 9. These are Wings and Slicks Formula cars, and they've moved Larry Connor's Audi R8 LMP into this group as well. Brian French did not come by as the pole sitter, but we'll see. Sometimes he comes late to the party and then passes everybody on his way to the front.
Well, what happens in this situation is because it's a methanol car, they will be down on the actual pit lane.
Yep.
So they'll start behind the pace car right away. So they won't trip the light until their first go-around.
Gotcha. Thomas Simpson will start in row 6, and the number 77, Group 9 McKee, Mark 18. That's a Formula 5000 car. Sharon Fry in car number 93 in a 1993 Van Diemen Formula Continental. In row 5, car 92 is Dan Hayes, another Van Diemen Formula Continental. Next to the number 9 of Sebastian Coppola. That's the number 12 of Sebastian Coppola, another Formula 5000. This one a Lola T192. In row 4, car 13 is Michael Popp in a Van Diemen RF97 Formula Continental. And the 72 of Mike Plotz in a Formula B March 79B. In row 3, we've got the 8A of Robert Burnside in a 73 Brabham BT40. And Aiden Morale in the car number 5. That is a 2009 Dallara IP7 Indy Lights car. In row 2, the 8B of Robert Blaine in a 76 March Formula 2. And the 15 of Rob Radman in a 2004 Pro Mazda. And your front row, the 7A of Larry Connor in his Group 11 Audi R8 Le Mans prototype. And the overall pro sitter car number 8, Brian French in his big open single-seater. That's a 1997 Benetton B197 Formula One car, transplanted with a Judd engine. It still makes a glorious noise. Assuming that Brian French able to join the parade. And yes, it does appear that he is there in front of Larry Connor. So as Eric so succinctly put it, he started from the pit exit. Brian French turned a 156.019 in just a one-lap blast in qualifying. Fast time of the weekend by a pretty comfortable margin. Larry Connor qualified the Audi in Group 11 originally right at 2 minutes. Safety car just now entering turn 14 as the field will form up in rows of 2 and begin the run up the hill. The big Formula 5000 of Thomas Simpson, the 77. Just now slotting into position on the back row. Here they come, watching for the green flag. And there it is. The green flag is out. And everybody successfully by the first on the opening lap, past the start-finish line. Brian French, of course, disappearing out front. Pretty good battle for second, though. Larry Connor and Rob Radman in that Pro Mazda. Similar performance, at least at the onset. And then just behind them, Robert Blaine and Adrian Morale. Blaine in that Formula 2 March. Stretching it out as they head down the hill. The March sandwiched in between Radman and Morrell. Meanwhile, Brian French hustling that Benetton around the carousel turn. Spreading out just a bit on this first lap. Larry Connor kind of in a lonely second spot. He's been able to pull away from the battle behind. There he is, just exiting Canada. Brian French at a 159 and some change on the first lap. Larry Connor a 209 on that first lap. We have a car off at turn 8 down at the bottom of the hill. So it is Sebastian Coppola off down at the bottom of the hill in the number 12. That's one of the Formula 5000s in the field. Looks like they're sending a safety vehicle to the scene of that incident as the car's climbing the hill under the Corvette Bridge into turn 6. Meanwhile, the battle, what is now for third spot, continues to stretch out just a bit. Rob Radman in the Pro Mazda, Robert Blaine in the March, and Adrian Morale in the Dallara. Interestingly, the Rob Radman Pro Mazda is a 2004. Adrian Morale's Dallara is a 2009. And Robert Blaine's Formula 2 March is a 1976. So two very contemporary race cars sandwiched in between one that's a whole lot older than that, holding his own, I might add. Robert Burnside in that 8 Brabham BT40. Formula B or Formula 2. The BT40 was run in both of those classes. A little different engine configuration. Brian French, of course, having to honor the safety vehicles on track, so not turning his ultimate fast laps, but still 6 seconds a lap, almost 7 seconds a lap faster than Larry Connor in the Audi. Connor able to turn up the wick a little bit, 2:02.071 on his last lap. Looks like they're getting Sebastian Coppola into one of the EVs, and they're getting the car up on the hook. If they can get a little clearance, they should be able to just take the left turn and go across track into the cutout there on the inside of turn 8. Meanwhile, Brian French beginning to lap up to the back of the field, working his 4th race lap. The 77 Formula 5000 of Thomas Simpson about to go a lap down now. Really no positions in close contention of any of the 11 cars still running. The closest gap is between Mike Plotz and Robert Burnside in the white March and the black and yellow Brabham. That's almost 4 seconds. No one else battling much for position at this point. Kind of to be expected, a pretty disparate field of cars driving away from one another. Robert Blaine in that Jägermeister liveried March Formula 2. Across the line in 4th. Three classes in the field are contested. Mike Plotz and Robert Burnside battling for honors in the 9 Formula B category. They're separated by just about 3 6/10 seconds. In the 9F2 class, the 2 Van Diemen Formula Continental of Dan Hayes and Sharon Fry. Hayes in the 92, Fry in the 93, separated by about 20 seconds. All the rest of the cars running in a singleton class, so no class battles. White flag is in the air for our leader, Brian French. There goes Larry Connor running second. He sees the white flag. The lapped car of Burnside and Thomas Simpson are 7th and 8th, but a lap down to the leaders. Still waiting for our third place car to come by, Rob Radman, in the number 15 red Pro Mazda. And there he is. Robert Blaine in the Jägermeister March, Formula 2, coming to the line. And Adrian Morale in the Indy Lights number 5, across the stripe as well. Meanwhile, climbing the hill is our leader, Brian French. Across the stripe. His last lap was his best, a 1:56.679 for the Benetton. And Larry Connor also turns his best lap on the final lap, a 2:05.18. Margin of victory, 30.271 seconds. Group 10 next up. 5 minutes on the grid for Group 10. You should be on the grid at this time. Thomas Simpson able to catch and pass Robert Burnside on the last lap. He'll finish in 7th in that Formula 5000 McKee. Burnside in 8th. Michael Popp, Dan Hayes, and Sharon Fry rounding out the field.
Hall Montreux is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Montreux delivers high-quality, innovative tools which consistently performs under the most adverse conditions. Hall Montreux is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Montreux dealer, to learn more. Race fans, a project done the right way only needs to be done once. So when you're choosing a natural stone for your next building or landscape project, choose Eden Valder Stone, the preferred stone of Road America. Crete Truck Centers, where your uptime is our priority. Crete Truck Centers has a large inventory of new Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso trucks, as well as road-ready pre-owned vehicles. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Crete Truck Centers is dedicated to keeping your business moving down the road, providing parts and service to all makes and models of trucks. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. If you have a grilling emergency, head over to the new Johnsonville Marketplace, just 5 miles away on County Road J. Open daily, the Johnsonville Marketplace is where you'll find 70 different types of sausage, other Wisconsin food favorites, and spirits. Stop in today. Kunis RV is proud to be a partner of Road America for the 2022 season. Kunis RV is Wisconsin's largest RV dealer with over 1,500 travel trailers, fifth wheels, and motorhomes in stock. Shop 11 great locations from La Crosse to Green Bay to Sheboygan to Elkhorn. From the track to the great outdoors, life is meant for adventure. Let your adventure begin at KunisRV.com. That's KUNESRV.com. Welcome to Road America race fans. No matter the weather, protecting your vehicle is a priority, and WeatherTech is on board to help. Our premium American-made products can help maintain the resale value of your vehicle for years to come. From Tech Care, our complete line of auto detailing and cleaning products that help keep your vehicle looking like new, to Floorliner HP, the next generation of high-performance floor liner. You'll find everything you need to safeguard your ride at WeatherTech.com. The Village of Elkhart Lake welcomes you to Road America and the National Park of Speed. Following today's events, head north out of the gates into Elkhart Lake for great food and live lakeside entertainment. Let the fun continue at Wisconsin's legendary getaway, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
This should be a fun race group as Group 10 making its way down the pit lane. 19 cars. Got some stock cars, got some Trans Am cars. Randall Castling will start alone in row 10 in the number 70 Porsche GT3 RS. In row 9, car 76, Rick Mancuso in his 76 Corvette. Car 40 is Joseph Galdi in a 2000 BMW E46. Car 41 in row 8 is Mike Mulcahy in a 2003 Dodge Challenger. Terry Martin is in the number 25 Chevy C4 Corvette, 1980 vintage. In row 7 is car 1, RJ Gottlieb in his 69 Camaro. The 84 next to him is Paul Mortimer in an IGT Porsche GT3 Cup. Row 6 has the 45 of Brad Dahmer in his stock car, Monte Carlo. Next to him is the 48A of Evan Pecor in his stock car, another Monte Carlo. Row 5 has the 7 of A.J. Henriksen in his stock car, another Monte Carlo. Next to him, the 26 of Patrick Womack in his Toyota Camry stock car. The front of the field, all from the GT category, most likely World Challenge and or Trans Am cars. Bill Hefner in the number 5 Cadillac CTS VR. Lance Werschke, the 33 of Lance Werskirchen, in his Mustang. Robert Blaine will start in row 3, number 64 in his Corvette. The 4 is Jonathan DeGainer in a 92 Ford Mustang. In row 2, car 48B, Jade Buford in a Chevy Camaro from the Big Machine Vodka stable. His teammate Scott Borchetta alongside in the number 48 Ford Mustang. So Mustang versus Camaro from the Big Machine stable. And the front row, car 27 is Sammy Smith in a 2022 Camaro. And the pole sitter, car number 16, Colin Comer in a 1995 Ford Mustang. Trans Am car.
So speaking of Trans Am, Evan Pecor in that 48A, that mid-80s Monte Carlo stock car. Of course, he is Trans Am 2 participant.
Yep.
From Cleveland, Wisconsin, about 25, 30 minutes away. Getting an opportunity here in a really cool car.
These cars are fun to watch and even more fun to listen to.
And you'll have a mixed bag of RPM ranges as well. Trans Am cars will be much higher in the RPM band.
Yep.
And you'll definitely be able to tell which cars will be in that band from the original kind of GT3 category here. But would been probably more prototypical of a GT2 type car.
Mm-hmm.
About 10,000 RPM or so. Field doubles up. And lights are out. And we'll see the pace car drive down the Chevrolet pit lane here at Road America.
So a current Chevy Camaro alongside a 1995 Mustang Trans Am car. Yes, we got a spinner.
That's the BMW, I believe.
I believe that is Joseph Galdi. And the green flag flies. Colin Comer getting the jump.
And quite the thunder heading into turn 1 here. Comer jumps out to the early lead with Smith.
Trying to go around the outside.
Borchetta and Buford lined up 3rd and 4th.
Rule number 1, don't take out your teammate.
And Smith has gotten the lead around Comer.
Indeed, and Comer's getting some pressure from the Borchetta-Buford duo.
Lance Werskirchen sticks to the inside.
Joseph Galdi finally gets the BMW pointed the right direction and gives chase.
A little bit of a startling opening lap here that Comer hasn't had a chance to put the power down here, but maybe saving the rear tires. We talked about how those Trans Am cars like to overheat the tires after a few laps, maybe just minding the throttle a bit.
Or it could be warming them up yet, too. So
that could be. But Smith, maybe about 12, 13 car length advantage now. Wiskirchen up to the third spot in that purple and fluorescent yellow ACS Ford Mustang.
Number 33.
And putting a little pressure on Comer here in the carousel. Followed by the Mustang of Borchetta, the Camaro of Jade Buford.
Through the kink they come at speed for the first time. Sammy Smith with the lead. But it looks like Colin Comer may be gradually reeling him in qualifying pace at least. Comer was significantly faster, about 5 seconds worth.
And it sounds like we have lost the 4, perhaps, of John DeGainer making contact with a barrier. Patrick Womack up to 6th.
Yeah, DeGainer falling down the order, so he has not come by.
Good tussle back in the 8th, 9th, 10th spot. A.J. Hendrickson, Brad Dahmer, the two Monte Carlos stock cars, battling back and forth, side by side. They come down into turn 3.
Sammy Smith setting the fast lap of the race on the first flying lap, but Comer is gradually reeling him in. And I think he was just getting everything up to temperature as he's caught him now. And bringing that 33 along with him of Lance Wiskirchen. Those three nose to tail. A bit of a gap back to Scott Borchetta and Jade Buford.
Hendrickson and Dahmer side by side at the top of the hill at turn 6. Not a corner you typically see side by side activity. Hendrickson coming away with the position. Patience being a little bit our part of the valor. And now Dahmer is around Pecor. Pecor lays down some stripes on the exit of turn 8. So Hendrickson and Dahmer now around Pecor. That is for 8th, 9th, and 10th.
And somebody off there. I think that's where we lost DeGainer at the exit of Canada. As we can see a emergency vehicle there tending to that car.
Looks like the rollback leaving the turn 8 cut.
Looks like we've lost Wiskirchen as well. He did not come by unless I missed him.
You are correct. Wiskirchen had the problems in that first qualifying session. Shut the motor off at the start-finish line. Had a comeback in qualifying earlier today. Battle for the lead going into turn 3. Comer to the inside. And Smith shuts the door. Comer back in line, separated by a car length and a half. They'll come underneath the Sargento Bridge. Comer to driver's right. Has the advantage now. Comer to the top spot. Down the Moraine sweep into turn 5.
Yeah, he set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap by about a second over Sammy Smith, as there is the 33 of Wiskirchen motoring down the pit lane, so clearly something not the way he would like to hear it. So we'll see if Smith can hang with Colin Comer now that he's in chase mode.
No pressure from behind, though. These two have checked out.
Yep, by a big margin. It was almost 8 seconds to Jade Buford, who got around his teammate Scott Borchetta. Colin Comer in the 95 Mustang. Sammy Smith in the current year Chevy Camaro.
And rollback has arrived at turn 12.
That's for DeGainer, we believe. I'll tell you what, Sammy Smith is not letting Colin Comer get away. He's staying right with him.
Smith has the advantage of a little bit of a slipstream. Not much off of these cars. But eventually that Trans Am, in that little bit bigger motor configuration for Colin Comer is going to pull away over Sammy Smith in that second spot.
They've already put a lap on Joseph Galdi, who had that mishap on the formation lap right at the bottom of the hill.
Hendrickson and Dahmer still continue to battle in that 7th and 8th spot now, trying to chase down Bill Hafner in that Cadillac CTSV.
Hefner sets his personal best at a 23.9. A.J. Hendrickson at a 23.9. Brad Dahmer at a 23.9. So the three of them all on the same 10th. As we have another car retiring to the paddock, the 48.
That's Evan Pecor.
Of Evan Pecor. As his Monte Carlo not going to make it to the finish.
Window net's down, so he's definitely pulling to the back. Interesting to note, though, the Hafner-Hendrickson-Dahmer battle, it was Hafner at 23.99. Hendrickson was at 23.98. Dahmer at 23.91. So there is definitely a turtle rabbit scenario happening there.
Yep. Safety crew still hard at work there at the exit of Canada corner as the leaders coming through that area right now.
And through the yellow area, Smith has to kind of wait for the lapped car due to the local yellow, and that'll definitely create a bigger gap. Buford kind of checking out over Scott Borchetta here as well. Leader will come underneath the Quick Trip Bridge, and Colin Comer, better known as the Appraiser, will get the white silk. I've been waiting years to give someone a nickname on the track, and there we finally got one.
The Appraiser.
The Appraiser. Brad Dahmer around Hendrickson, and now Dahmer going after Bill Hafner out here on the front straightaway. Here the final trip around Road America. Dahmer trying to go after 6th spot overall.
Here they come down into turn 1.
And Dahmer has pass completed in turn 1, drifts wide. Hafner on the crossover, looks back to the inside and has to duck back in line. Hendrickson and Hafner almost made contact in the run back down to turn 3.
Dahmer and Hendrickson now nose to tail. Hafner trying to pick up the pieces in the CTSV. Under the Sargento Bridge. Down into turn 5 for the final time at speed.
You look at the gap here with the 26 car just in front of Patrick Womack. Had Dahmer maybe had another lap or two or gotten around Hendrickson and Hafner a lap earlier, Dahmer may have very well been able to chase down Womack.
Well, Womack's in the 22s, and that was his best lap. Hafner, Dahmer, and Hendrickson are all in the 20s, so they may catch and pass him before it's all over.
Still half the racetrack to go for Womack to try to hang on. Womack is the leader in Stock Car 4 category. Dahmer would be second place right now in class, looking for the top step of the podium in class.
Meanwhile, the leader, Colin Comer, from the pole, after dropping back early, reasserted himself and takes the checkered flag.
Dahmer's pulled away from Hendrickson and is on the back bumper of Womack. Dahmer's got 3 corners to do it with the local yellow in 12, so he's got to be patient here. And really can't do much there. But separated by 3 car lengths. Brad the Bullet Dahmer from Sheboygan now in the green zone. Can he get there? Dahmer, a half a car length down. 14 into the braking zone, up the hill, down the dip, under braking. Dahmer swings wide. Womack defensive. Dahmer going to try to cross over to the bottom at the apex. Nose to tail and going to draft up the straightaway. Dahmer side by side now with Womack. Battle for the top spot in the stock car category, and Dahmer gets it. Dahmer gets it at the stripe by about 4 car lengths. Dahmer put the power down and got the Monte Carlo around the Toyota Camry of Patrick Womack. Ricky Bobby not going to get that one. Great battle there for the top spot in 10 stock car 4. That's going to put Dahmer on the top step of the podium in class from Sheboygan.
Local boy makes good.
That's the first run here with SVRA with that car as well. They've been working on that for a while. They've got a car that's about as close to TA2 level, but that stock car is former Joe Gibbs car.
Nice.
Denny Hamlin.
Yep.
Yeah, when it was sponsored by Rockwell Automation, so that's the history on that car. Hence the red. But a great run for Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan. And up next, Formula Regional Americas, the FR class race. A little behind schedule so far here, but we'll get this race underway here shortly. But this is going to be a good battle, too, I think. It's going to be a good shape-up. First of 3 races this weekend. Rick Mancuso, that 76 Corvette, comes home 11th. Mike Mulcahy, 12th. And the rest of the field has now taken the checkered flag. And that will be the end of Group 10.
are on a brief hold before we send out our Formula Regional Americas drivers for their first race of the weekend, round 4 on the season, as we're still recovering a car from that last session at the exit of Canada Corner. So that's put a little bit of a delay here. But as soon as we get course clearance, we'll send the cars out. Just as I say that, 5 minutes has been given to the grid. Again, the countdown continues. Just about 3 minutes remaining before we send these cars out as we look down at the recovery work still continuing down at the exit of the Canada Corner. And the EV crews finally pulling away from the scene of the incident there at Canada Corner, so we should have a clear track in just moments. And the release of the cars has been given. James Rogerson takes the Honda Civic Type R safety car away from his position. Let's introduce the starters to you. Alone in row 7 is car 24, Kevin Jansen, out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, sponsored by the U.S. Power Group for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Outside of row 6, we talked to him on the grid, the number 3 of Hayden Bowlesby from Folsom, Louisiana. Hayden with the new IGY6, I Got Your 6 Motorsports. Hayden's been with us for 3 years in the F4 Series, making his debut with his dad's team in the Formula Regional America Series. Rodrigo Gutierrez out of Santa Cruz, Bolivia, next to him in the number 10 car for Velocity Racing Development. Alex Kirby in the number 8 car, the stunt driver out of Newport Beach, California, racing for Doran Kroll competition. Next to him, from British Columbia, Canada, Marco Kachik in the number 95, out of Kelowna, British Columbia. Marco drives for the Doran Kroll racing team as well. In row 4 on the outside, Cooper Becklin from West Lynn, Oregon, in the number 91 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, alongside the number 25 of Matt Clark out of Campbellville, Canada, for Future Star Racing. In row 3, car number 29, Nick Pershing. We talked to him as well as Mac on the grid. Nick out of Morgan Hill, California. He's sponsored by OPI Commercial Builders for TJ Speed Motorsport. Next to him is the 78 of Ryan Yardley from Christchurch, New Zealand for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Ryan finishing in the points at all 3 rounds at NOLA. Row 2 on the outside is the 77 of Jason Alder from Cooksville, Maryland, sponsored by the Drive for Diabetes Awareness. Jason for TJ Speed Motorsports. And alongside him, the number 14 of Dylan Tavella, the co-championship leader, coming into this round here at Road America. Dylan out of Massapequa, New York, for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. On the front row, Nico Christodoulou with his best qualifying effort of the series so far, or of the season so far, I should say, out of Maple, Canada, for VRD Racing. Nico currently 7th in the points. And our pole sitter and co-points leader, the number 27 of Raoul Hyman, living currently in London, Great Britain, although he grew up in South Africa. Bethesda Holdings and Solomon Capital sponsors him. Raoul drives also for TJ Speed Motorsport. 3 winners in 3 races at NOLA, Hyman, Tavella, and Clark, all taking top steps on the podium. Lights out on the safety car at Canada Corner, so we are preparing to bring the cars up onto the front straightaway. Again, this is a standing start as they will roll into their grid positions. On the front straightaway, as the safety car just now exiting Canada Corner with Raoul Hyman in tow. Hyman's qualifying lap was a good one, almost 9/10 of a second on the rest of the field. So he should be in a position to control the pace of this one, but the field very closely batched behind him, as only less than a tenth separating Christodoulou and Tavella in third, less than 0.007 of a second between Tavella and Jason Alder for fourth. Just about a tenth of a second back to Ryan Yardley in fifth, another 0.4 back to Nick Pershing in sixth. As you can see, the field very closely batched. Matt Clark not happy with his qualifying performance, felt he had more speed in the car, so he's looking for good things once the lights are out. Safety car in the pit lane as the field coming up the hill. These drivers will work to get a little temperature into the tires. Remember, these Formula Regional cars, in addition to having the halo, also have a whole bunch more horsepower under their right foot. It is a turbocharged motor, so there's a little lag to be contended with. But these cars are here at Road America almost 14 seconds a lap faster than their F4 counterparts. Kevin Jansen crosses the line as the field rolls into position. The front row just before pit out. as Kevin Jansen, the last car to slot into his grid position on the inside of row 7. The green lights are lit on the gantry, indicating that the field is set. The light sequence has begun. All the lights are lit. They're out, and we are away. Jansen a little slow getting away. In fact, we've got a staller. Cars diving around the outside. And it looks like somebody made contact, perhaps, as we've got 2 cars slow here on the front straightaway. The stalled car has not yet moved. And I think someone may have made contact with the back end of that car.
Full course yellow.
I believe it was inside of row 3, and that would make it Ryan Yardley, but I can't say that for sure. Meanwhile, EV's already on the scene as we have the car that stalled, and I think it got collected by another car, and they're both disabled.
We had a slow getaway in the F4 race earlier, but this is first standing start of the weekend for both series.
Yeah, certainly stalls are not common, especially in this class. Usually they can get away pretty cleanly, but for whatever reason, if the revs and the clutch bite aren't exactly right, it can bog the engine down and it doesn't go. Safety car is going to go counter race down the pit lane because they want to bring the field through the pit lane. So James is going to go down and see if he can grab the field at the bottom of the hill before they come up here. Or not. Apparently they have changed their mind once again. Looks like they are going to be able to make a path for the field to come through in single file fashion. They've been instructed over the radio to stay to the right as they climb the hill, as the recovery work continues.
Well, it looks like a couple of them have come to pit road, so maybe some more have either made contact or
they may have had their signal. They may have gotten their signals crossed. They may have gotten word that they were supposed to come to pit road, and some heard that instruction and others did not. Looks like the majority of them did come down the pit lane, and then a couple cars got the right message and stayed out on track, but looks like everybody's going to get through the scene of the incident and they'll remerge into their order. Cooper Becklin and Hayden Bowlesby, Nico Christodoulou and Hayden Bowlesby are the 2 cars. So Nico Christodoulou stalled in row 1, on the outside of row 1, and it looks like Hayden Bowlesby unable to avoid him and made contact. So those are the 2 cars that are out. That's a tough break for Christodoulou after that great qualifying performance. He had high hopes to be able to take the charge to Raoul Hyman, and Hayden Bowlesby, who started in the next to the last row, just didn't see the stalled car in time and wasn't able to get out of the way, and clipped him with his right front as he ducked to driver's left to try to avoid the car of Christodoulou. Meanwhile, looks like they've got one of the cars, Nico's car, already on the hook and out of the way. They're working to get Hayden's car collected and sweeping some debris off the track, as there was some grass and dirt probably dragged up on the track as Bowlesby took evasive action. So now that puts our two championship protagonists, Dylan Tavella and Raul Hyman, tied for the points lead after each had a win, a second, and a third in the 3 races at New Orleans Motorsports Park. They will now start nose to tail with Jason Alder right behind in third. Jason currently 5th in the points, coming off a second place finish at NOLA. Ryan Yardley in a good position up into 4th spot in the 78 car. Yardley currently 4th in the points, looking for his first podium of the season. Yardley had 3 podiums with us in a partial season a year ago. He finished 2nd at VIR and at Circuit of the Americas. Clerk of the course advising the safety car driver that we may be able to go green this time by. As the safety crew is completing their work, if they can get out of harm's way. The safety car just now coming through the kink. They're slowing his pace just a bit. And it looks like they're just not going to quite get clear in time, so they're going to go around one more time.
There is that threshold of where the safety car can turn out the lights, and they already crossed that threshold.
Yeah,
so.
they missed it by a very small margin as the EVs are just beginning to roll now, but sadly the safety car had already passed that point of no return, so they have to go around one more time, and that'll give the EVs an easy opportunity to get these cars out of harm's way. So this will be a single file restart once the safety car brings them around one last time, and we'll get back underway. This is a timed race, this one of 30 minutes duration.
Infield now at start finish, so we should get the lights out back in Canada corner next time through and get back underway. From America's National Park of Speed, thanks for watching. For those of you that are around the world, what you're seeing is the jumbotron feed here at Road America.
And Eric, thanks to you and Brian for making those images and voices available to us for this stream.
We do what we can to please our racing enthusiasts.
There you go. Tom Like also manning the video board for much of the afternoon as well. So as we look at the camera shot from the front straightaway, we have a clear course, so we should easily get our safety car to flick the lights out. He'll do that when he exits Canada. And the field getting the word over the radio. The race director is in direct radio communication with all the drivers to let them know that they should be getting the green this time by. Scott Goodyear is our race director. Had a chance to have dinner with him and some of the stewards last evening, and Scott regaling us of his memories of racing here in the IndyCar days. And had a pretty good hit of the wall at the kink. He said he had just come in for a pit stop, and he remembered that the instruction was, wait a lap until you get temperature in the tires and get the ride height up a little bit. And he said he came through the kink and left it flat, and he heard a little as the bottom scraped. And he said the first thing that came to mind was, uh-oh. And that turned to be the case. Derek Walker was his car owner at the time, and Scott was visited in the medical center, and fortunately no significant injuries, but the car didn't fare quite as well. So
Someone else here this weekend that suffered the heartbreak of a motor letting go on the final lap. Al Jr. here this weekend.
Yep.
Didn't get a chance to talk to him, but did see him in the paddock area yesterday.
Yeah, I spoke with Al briefly, and I remember seeing the promos for the special with the 4-time winners of the Indianapolis 500 getting together. That, of course, was filmed last summer prior to Al Sr.'s passing in December. And Al still misses his dad. There's no question about it. And well, he should. Uncle Bobby also passed within the past couple of years. So the Unser family certainly has done their bit to make American racing exciting. Everything from Pikes Peak to their victories at the Indianapolis 500. And the safety car is in. The green flag is already waving, and we are getting underway.
Field snaking up, trying to break the draft already, coming up the hill, and now at the start-finish line, making their way towards turn one. The field strung out, single file, except for the battle for third and fourth, side by side.
Matt Clark making a run on Ryan Yardley. Around the outside is Clark, Yardley to the inside as they go over the Aaron's Tunnel. It is still Raul Hyman in front of Dylan Tavella, but it looks like Matt Clark may have taken over that third spot as they work their way toward the Sargento Bridge. Matt Clark in the white and red Future Star Racing livery. So, yes, he has taken that spot. Let's see if Ryan Yardley can fight back in the run down the hill. Clark guarding that inside line as he should. Going to make Yardley go around the outside, which he is trying to do. Yardley gets the run and may have taken that position. Can Clark fight back? He cannot.
Shuts the door, so Yardley then takes the defensive line up the hill to 6.
So good racing here just behind our top two who've got the legs on the rest of the field. Raul Hyman, as he has done so far this season, has shown great speed in the early stages of these races. He's good on cold tires. And there goes Matt Clark down inside Ryan Yardley once again at the bottom of the hill at turn 8.
Very opportunistic in the braking zone.
Couldn't close the deal, though. Yardley still holding him off. Now they're into the carousel. And with cold tires, that's a daunting corner for sure. Into the kink comes Raul Hyman, Dylan Tavella, Ryan Yardley, Mac Clark. Right behind Mac is Jason Alder in the 77. As they come into Canada Corner. Working race lap number 4. 17 minutes still remaining.
So it looks like Clark has lost touch with Yardley now as they work from 4th, 5th, and 6th. So Clark, Alder, and Persing now in a 3-way battle for that 4th spot.
Up the hill they come and across the line. Raul Hyman, your leader. Dylan Tavella in 2nd. Ryan Yardley in 3rd. Matt Clark back about 8/10. Then Jason Alder, Nick Pershing, Alex Kirby, Marco Kachik.
Persing is pulled out on Alder down into turn 1.
Clark trying to retake that spot as his battle with Ryan Yardley continues. There they are again, side by side. This time Clark down to the inside of 3, and he gets the position, but he drifts a little wide at the exit. Yardley doing just what he should, keep the pedal to the metal, and they're side by side in the run down to turn 5. This is a great battle for 3rd spot. Still fighting side by side. Just behind our 3rd place runner, Ryan Yardley. That's Clark and Alder, by the way, dueling, not Yardley. Yardley alone in 3rd now. As that battle just behind.
Clark may be abusing the tires a little bit in the battle with Yardley. Once we went back to green there, that scrubbed a little bit of the good off. And now kind of falling into the clutches of the field here as Alder around. So now it's Clark, Persing, and Kirby in tow.
As they head through the carousel, if anything, the lead battle might be, or the battle for 3rd might be getting a little bit closer, as I believe that was Matt Clark going down to the inside at the kink. That is a gutsy move. Yeah, the battle for second is far from over. Ryan Yardley chasing down his teammate, Dylan Tavella.
Clark,
look at the 3 wide coming on.
At fifth spot right now.
Coming on. What a great battle. As the second place battle getting closer, but this scrum of cars coming into turn 14.
Kind of has that feeling that Clark is holding up the 2 or 3 cars immediately behind and just clawing and grabbing to stay in the 4th spot.
Clark over Jason Alder, Nick Pershing, and Alex Kirby. Jason Alder in the 77 for TJ Speed. Pershing and our leader, Raul Hyman, are all teammates. So Alder and Pershing teammates, with Marco Kocic having a good run. Marco started back in 9th. He's up to 7th right now. Alex Kirby, Cooper Becklin, and Rodrigo Gutierrez rounding out the points-paying positions.
Looks like Clark may have unangered the rears on that car. He's pulling away just a little bit here in that 4th spot. But now you've got a duel between
Alder
Pershing
and
and
Pershing.
Alder.
Yeah, those 2 teammates going side by side. They're still side by side as they make the climb up the hill. Clark looking in his mirrors, probably breathing a little sigh of relief. A little brake lock up just behind as Marco Kocic closes.
Yeah, that was Alex Kirby with a brake lock into 6.
Yep. Down into turn number 8. As Jason Alder now behind Matt Clark.
About 13 and a half minutes remaining.
Yeah, into the second half of this one. As the leaders under the Henry Bridge and approaching the kink. Out in front, Raul Hyman resets fast lap of the race, a 2:06.869, opening up a 4.2 second lead over Dylan Tavella. Ryan Yardley only about 3/4 of a second back, and he was closing. As we compare the lap times, Yardley on that last lap was almost a full second faster than Dylan. Here they come up the hill. There's Hyman across the line.
While we have a moment, IGT to the grid, please. IGT to the grid, please. First call, IGT to the grid, please.
Tavella and Yardley across the line, about 1 second apart. Matt Clark and Jason Alder with Nick Pershing getting around Marco Kocic. Kocic back in 7th. Alex Kirby in 8th. Cooper Becklin and Rodrigo Gutierrez in the points-paying positions. This battle for second is a good one. Tavella and Yardley, 2 teammates from the Crosslink Kiwi stable. But then the best battle on the racetrack is the scrum behind. Clark, Alder, Pershing, Kocic, Kirby, and Cooper Becklin all running in a bunch. Clark guarding that inside line. That's a dangerous move down into 5. As Alder tries to go around the outside and is still there.
He
Clark
gives Alder racing room. Had to slow down his speed a little bit more than usual. Looks like that is Becklin that maybe dragged the left front all the way up the hill underneath the Corvette bridge. Clark drifts wide. This opens up an opportunity on the outside for Alder. Side by side, Alder trying to go the long way round. And Clark does not give racing room much beyond just the limit, but opens the door for Alder on the crossover into the carousel. Alder now has the position and is around Clark. Clark opens the door now for Pershing as well, as that position fight in the 8 scrubbed enough speed off, started to slow him down a little bit. But it looks like Clark able to try to get on the power and back to the 5th spot around Pershing now. So Alder in front of Clark, 4th and 5th, Pershing to follow in 6th.
For the moment. I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of this one.
Elbows out here in FR.
Indeed. Raul Hyman comfortably in the lead. Last lap it was almost 6 seconds over Dylan Tavella. Tavella still holding off the challenge from his teammate Ryan Yardley. If anything, he's opened that advantage up by about a half a second. Now the battle is between Matt Clark and Nick Pershing as Jason Alder solidifying his hold on fourth. Clark coming under pressure. And there goes Pershing inside of Clark at turn 1. And it looks like he got that pass made. Still side by side, but Pershing now going after his teammate, Jason Alder, as they come down into turn number 3. Clark shuffled back behind Nick Pershing. We'll see if he's got anything to answer. Marko Kachik in the 95 for the Doran Kroll Racing team, also now a part of this fight as those two are side by side. Several cars I'm noticing locking up the brakes there at the top of the hill at turn 6.
It's a little bit of a unique corner because you're coming uphill, so the cars are kind of unloaded.
Yep.
When you get to the corner, and then the bottom kind of drops out a little bit, so it gets very light for just that moment at the touch of the brakes.
Right.
And because the weight transfer to the rear as you're coming up the hill and then bottoming out, there's that little crest bump just underneath the bridge, and that just kind of catches sometimes that left front up just enough that it locks it up. Very unsettling corner with a lightweight car like this.
Yeah, no kidding.
And these cars are fairly stiff as well, so that complicates things in a weight transfer.
The battle for second just disappearing into the Bill Mitchell bend, with Jason Alder now having Nick Pershing behind him in the battle for fourth. As Raul Hyman completes another lap. Another personal best, a 2:06.2. Dylan Tavella and Ryan Yardley with no answer, but they stay locked together in almost identical lap times. And there come the two TJ Speed teammates, with Marko Kachik now up into 6th. So the British Columbia driver getting around the Campbellville, Ontario driver. A pair of Canadians going after it now, as Matt Clark, battling for third a couple laps ago, now finds himself back in 7th.
And again, could have very well made those Hankook tires very angry.
Yep, certainly a possibility. Beginning to spread out just a little bit. That second place battle is still a good one as we follow that up the hill to the Corvette Bridge. Dylan Tavella and Ryan Yardley, two teammates. Beautiful shot. Look at those clouds as they come through turn 7 and down, hurry down toward turn 8. Tavella still with the position, and then this 4th and 5th place battle between the two teammates from the TJ Speed stable, Jason Alder and Nick Pershing. Marko Kachik, a good run after qualifying back in 9th. Kachik up into 6th position. Matt Clark qualifying in 7th, dropping down into 7th position after moving forward smartly at the front. Running in 4th for much of that middle section of the race after the restart.
Report of the Velocity Racing Development number 10 of Rodrigo Gutierrez in a 10th spot overall right now, but a possible tire rub on the right rear of that car.
What it would be rubbing on. Maybe the floor has gotten damaged at some point.
Report of a little bit of an odd noise or sound and a little bit of smoke out of the right rear of that car. We'll keep an eye on that. Don't typically see hub problems with these cars, but there's always that possibility as well.
There is, yeah.
And that is Cooper Becklin at the stripe right now. So next car by would be Gutierrez here at the start-finish line.
There he is. Seems to be at speed.
Doesn't seem to have a puff of smoke there, but
yeah, his last lap was his best, a 2:11 and some change.
Not quite at load.
Corner marshals, of course, are alert to any change in sound of these cars that might indicate a parts failure or an imminent parts failure that could put the driver of that car or of any other car in the field in danger. It's all part of their job to report anything they see or hear or sometimes smell to indicate that a car might be losing some fluids or overheating.
Second call to the grid for IGT. Second call to the grid for IGT.
5 minutes from the finish of this one. As the top two positions pretty much in good stead, although Ryan Yardley beginning to make some noise in third to see if he can take over that spot from his teammate Jason Alder. About the same interval back to his teammate Nick Pershing. So intramural battles for second and third and fourth and fifth could go right down to the wire. As is the case with any downforce car, these cars unable to follow as closely as their F4 counterparts because they generate so much more downforce, and the disturbed air coming off the leading car takes the downforce away from the wing of the following car. So they have to be circumspect about how they make their passes, as it's difficult to just tuck under the guy's rear wing and follow him, especially through high-speed corners. We understand we'll see the white flag next time by. Raul Hyman unchallenged here with almost a 10-second lead.
Gap pretty stable from Tavella in second to Yardley. Last two laps by, it's been identical, 1.085 from second to third. Another 5 seconds back to Alder. And Alder now about a second over Pershing.
Cooper Becklin closing down on Alex Kirby. There could be a change there for 9th or 8th position. Becklin on that last lap was about a half a second quicker, and he's only a half a second behind. But once again, making that pass is difficult. So about a lap and a half from the finish of this one, as we should see the white flag as the leaders work their way toward the finish line here in front of us.
Filtered sunshine, again starting to bake the track a little bit, so tire temperature is certainly at a premium and optimum right now. We come to the final waning laps here.
Raul Hyman disappearing into the Bill Mitchell bend as the second place battle, Tavella and Yardley in that order through Canada Corner. And then behind them, the two TJ Speed teammates, Jason Alder and Nick Pershing, as Raul Hyman comes to the white flag. Tavella across the line, and he's opened up a little bit of a gap over his teammate Ryan Yardley, up to about a second and a half. Alder and Pershing also about a second apart. Then Kochik and Matt Clark running similar lap times. Cooper Becklin has moved around Alex Kirby to make that pass. Kirby back to 9th. So Cooper Becklin in the 91 for Crosslink Kiwi, taking over that position. Gutierrez in the final points paying spot in 10th. Fourth place battle comes by, waiting for 5th of Nick Pershing. There he is. On the final lap, as our leader running all by himself, as he has literally all race long. Raul Hyman looking for his second win on the season and his fourth consecutive podium. Trying to pull away in the championship battle. And he will have a 7-point lead at the end of this one. That's the difference between first and second place points as the checkered flag flies for Raul Hyman. Taking his second win of the season, the first multiple winner this year. Dylan Tavella and Ryan Yardley climbing the hill. But it looks like Tavella's going to be able to hold him off as he comes across the line to notch second spot. Yardley on the podium in third. Jason Alder holding off his teammate Nick Pershing for fourth and fifth. There's Marco Kachik, a great run up to sixth. Matt Clark fading from fourth back to seventh. Cooper Becklin on the penultimate lap, able to get around Alex Kirby. And there is Rodrigo Gutierrez rounding out the points-paying spots.
And Kevin Jansen, the last car, just on the outside looking in for the points.
I'm going to head down to the podium.
We'll send John Fippen down. We'll see if we can join the festivities, but we are a tad bit behind, but we'll get our IGT underway here momentarily. Group 2 on the way next. Group 6, 8, and 12 in the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge yet to come this afternoon. Ultimate Streetcar Challenge, a couple of qualifying groups. You know, they've been running autocross behind the VIP tower most of the day today. The Optima Batteries Ultimate Streetcar Challenge continues tomorrow. All part of the SpeedTour weekend with SVRA and the Vintage Festival. Great to have you here at America's National Park of Speed. And those of you watching on the SpeedTour TV, appreciate you joining in with us.
I'll let the noisy guys get away here before we get too far into this.
We were going to try to join John, but it looks like our field is rolling from the grid, so we'll take care of our grid here. Leading the field to the green will be the 911 of Cooper McNeil in the exhibition Porsche 911. Tom Pank in that green, number 42, Porsche GT3 Cup entry. Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leitzinger on board the 81 will start on the inside of row number 2. On the outside, the 25 of Todd Sloan in the GT3 Cup entry. In the 5th spot, the 008 of Reg Williams will start 5th. On the outside of that row, the 40 of Lucas Pank. On the inside of the next row, the 14 of Tim Savage. On the outside, the 84 of Paul Mortimer. On the inside of the next row, the 77 of Mark Mathis and the 03 of Marcel Fayen. Angel Benitez and Juan Fayen in the 11th starting position, number 17. Number 20 of David and Daniel Harrington will start 12th. Jody Miller, Pippa Mann sharing the entry in the number 3 car. They'll start 13th. The 176 of James Hammond. The 124 of Nicholas Goombridge, John Dean start 15th. 22 of Brian Hicks will start 16th. Starting 17th, the 789 of Tim Haynes. The 36 of J.P. Mullaney, Chris Hall. Mike Ward in the 711. And the 02 of Ed Wheatley will round out the field starting in the 20th position. And that is your 20-car IGT3 field here at Road America. So set to go. Racing with Cooper McNeil and Tom Pank leading us away. Safety car at 11. Lights will go out. Field will bunch back up behind Cooper McNeil. This is IGT race number 2. And they will race tomorrow morning at 9:50. And their third feature race of the day. We start with our Enduro. Mandatory pit stop tomorrow, 60-minute race distance, starting at 8:05, green flag at 8:05. That's tomorrow morning to start our day. The SVRA pace car. Setting the tone here. Field now paired up behind Cooper McNeil and Tom Pank. Juan Gonzalez, Todd Sloan in row 2, Reg Williams, Lucas Pank in row 3. Row 4, Tim Savage and Paul Mortimer. Mark Mathis, Marcel Fayen. Row 5, Juan Fayen, David Harrington. Row 6. And the balance of the field. Safety cars in on the Chevrolet pit lane here at Road America. Green flag is out and IGT Race 2 is underway. Cooper McNeil on the loud pedal. Pank and Gonzalez now side by side as they battle for the second spot. 3 wide down the front stretch as they head into turn 1. And Gonzalez settles around Pank for the second spot now. A great start from Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger's 81 machine. Again, They don't differentiate between who is on board the car here on our timing and scoring, but regardless, that was a great start for the 81 team. Up to the second spot, Cooper McNeil checked out and gone already here on the opening lap, but the battle is going to be between Gonzalez, Pank, and Sloan, just as it was last time through. Pank under pressure. From Sloan and Lucas Pank. Leading the field. A little bit of a off-track excursion just underneath the Corvette bridge. Doing a little agricultural remodeling. Working lap number 1 here underneath the Speedville Bridge for the first time here in race 2 for the IGT. Cooper McNeil, the red and white, 9-11. Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leitzinger sharing the 81 this weekend. Tom Pank in the 42, your top 3. Looks like Reg Williams has gotten around Todd Sloan. And report of possible damage to the 42 of Tom Pank. Keep an eye on that. In the third spot right now for Pank. So the damage was reported from the previous session, and just wanting to keep an eye on it, making sure it doesn't get worse. From race control. That would make a little bit more sense. Didn't see any contact for Pank. Reg Williams now attacking Pank down the front straightaway into turn 1. And Pank going to surrender third to Reg Williams. Sloan tries to come behind, and Pank shuts the door. So Reg Williams up to third now in the 008. Pank taking a little defensive line on the attack, trying to get back by Reg Williams. Opens the door for Sloan. Sloan on the gearbox. Pounding through the gears here, off of turn 3, underneath Sargento. Sloan attacking Thomas Pank now. Lucas Pank under some pressure from Mark Mathis and Marcel Fayen. Gonzalez second. Tom Pank now under pressure from Todd Sloan. And Sloan is around Pank. So Pank drops back to 5th. So it is Cooper, Juan Gonzalez, Reg Williams, Todd Sloan, Tom Pank, Lucas Pank, and Mark Mathis. I believe Mathis is indeed around Lucas Pank. So they'll swap at the line on the score sheet. Great battle here in the top 5. Minus Cooper McNeil. Gonzalez now coming under pressure from Reg Williams. Reg Williams really putting the hammer down here through 13 up the hill, cresting to 14 under braking, and we're going to have a battle for second here. Cooper McNeil at the stripe now. At second place, Juan Gonzalez at the stripe now. Battle for second is on. Reg Williams just about 5 car lengths back at the moment. Opens up to about 7 car lengths on the entry to turn 1. The balance of the top 5, all single file across the Aaron's Tunnel. And a good bit of separation between 5th place Tom Pank and Mark Mathis in the 77X. Lucas Pank 7th, Marcel Fayen 8th, Juan Fayen, Angel Benitez in the 9th spot, Tim Savage in 10th, Mortimer, Miller, and Groombridge through 13th. But second, third, fourth, and fifth, all in the straightaway between the Corvette Bridge and turn 5. Now cresting the hill, the blind left-hander at 6. We'll get into 7 of the hurry downs. So Cooper McNeil, again, trying to find another zip code. But Gonzalez now kind of on the defense. Checked out for about a 2-second advantage from second to third on that second circuit. But now that we've gone on to lap 3 here, under pressure. So second, third, fourth, and fifth, throw a blanket at the kink. Cooper McNeil in Thunder Valley right now, heads out of the Billy Mitchell Bend as second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, all into Canada. Tom Pank trying to dive inside. Sloan has the position side by side as they work through the exit of 12, and Pank back to fourth, trying to claw his way back up. Sloan drops back to fifth. Cooper McNeil at the stripe. Gonzalez, Reg Williams, Tom Pank, and now Sloan has lost touch with second, third, and fourth now. Great battle here in the top 5, minus the lead of Cooper McNeil. So resetting the balance of the top 10, Mark Mathis 6th, Lucas Pank 7th, Fian 8th, Juan Fian 9th, Tim Savage in the 10th spot. But that 81 machine is now under fire from the 008 of Reg Williams. And this has been quite the tussle here. 5-6 car lengths, and then Tom Pank back to fourth after going from second to fifth on lap 2. Gonzalez, Leitzinger sharing that 81, starting to pull back away, maybe about 3 or 4 car lengths up the hill underneath the Corvette Bridge, but Reg Williams under braking, tucks it back to about 2 car lengths now. Tom Pank right in the tire tracks of Williams. Shortcuts the apex a little bit in 7, and that's going to slow Pank down into hurry downs, and he'll give up a car length or 2, but still pulling away from Sloan.
Yeah, if anything, Sloan dropping off the back of that quartet just a little bit. And it looks like Tom Pank right on the back of Reg Williams as they exit the carousel turn. Mark Mathis, Lucas Pank, and Marcel Fayen having a good battle just behind. Juan Fayen back in 9th, the leader of the Maranello Cup for the Ferraris. Second, third, fourth, and fifth as Pank has been passed. It looks like Todd Sloan may be able to get around him. We'll see.
No, that's actually Pank still holding in fourth, but Reg Williams has gotten around Leitzinger and
there we
Gonzalez.
go. Yeah, that's it.
So Williams up to second now. Leitzinger under pressure now from Pank.
Leitzinger / Gonzalez. We're not sure who's in the car.
Pank, though, losing touch now a little bit here on the front straightaway. A little bit of damage in that last session, maybe affecting a little bit of aero on that Tom Pank as Sloan goes to the inside, and Pank again slowing down that long Road America straightaway on the front stretch. He's a little bit faster in the twisties.
Yeah, coming right back into turn 3 and retakes that spot.
A little bit more front downforce with that splitter damage on the front of that 42 is going to help in those braking zones. It's going to hurt on the long straightaways.
Absolutely.
But Pank trying to take the fight back to Sloan and around back to fourth spot. So it's McNeil, Williams, Gonzalez, Leitzinger, that shared pair. Tom Pank, Todd Sloan, your top 5. And that's the way they race in turn 5 at the moment.
Pank able to hold off Sloan down into turn 5.
Well, we kind of had a little bit of a sneaky suspicion that that 81 machine of Gonzalez, Leitzinger holding up Reg Williams. And now that Reg Williams finally got around, starting to put some distance on third, fourth, and fifth. So Reg Williams trying to put the hammer down just to try to get away and hold on to that second spot. Second step on the podium right now looks pretty good for Reg Williams if he can hang on. Pank putting the fight to that 81 underneath the Speedville Bridge into the carousel. And Pank drops off just a tad. Actually, that's Lucas Pank off of Mathis in that shot there. Both cars, both Lucas and Tom, have that green over blue.
Juan Fayan in the Ferrari in the 17. Tim Savage, Marcel Fayan, Paul Mortimer, and Jody Miller. Not Jody Miller, sorry, Marcel Fayan, all locked together in a good battle just beyond this group. As Cooper McNeil. Bye-bye. Down the road he goes. And we're still waiting on Reg Williams to get onto the front straightaway. But look at this battle for third. Gonzalez and Pank, nose to tail.
We'll get the white flag next time by. Pretty sure that Cooper McNeil has found the zip code in Howard's Grove at this point. As he is gone.
Gone but not forgotten.
That is the exhibition car due to its configuration. So Reg Williams right now leading the GT4R. That 81 still holding on to the third spot overall. Tom Pank kind of dropping off a little bit. Can't quite seem to get up back to the toe. Cooper McNeil back around turn 11 as Tom Pank now puts the attack back on the 81 in the carousel. Pank tucked right up against the back bumper on the exit to the carousel. Trying to get the toe through the kink. Looks to the inside.
Don't do it
back
there.
in line. That is not a place that I'd want to do that. That's one of those places where you got to put your left foot over the top of your right foot and just kind of keep squeezing down because your head says left.
Reg Williams pretty much clear of that battle. But the battle is definitely still going on for third spot. Gonzalez and Pank nose to tail. The last opportunity for Tom Pank to see if he can pull something off here at the bottom of the hill. This is where Pank's car seems to be at a disadvantage in the straight line speed. The white flag in the air as Reg Williams goes by. And Juan Gonzalez motors away down this long front straightaway.
So it's McNeil, Williams, the 81 of Gonzalez Leitzinger, Pank, Todd Sloan, Lucas Pank, Mark Mathis, Tim Savage, Juan Fayan, and Angel Benitez in ninth in that Ferrari 488. And Marcel Fayan in the 03. Right now, that is your top 10. Final go-around here in IGT for race number 2. They'll race again tomorrow morning in race 3 at 9:50.
If anything, it looks like Juan Gonzalez has closed in a little on Reg Williams. Reg Williams' lead evaporating just a bit. I don't think he's close enough to make a bid for the second spot. But it's now pretty much a four-car battle for the second step on the podium. As Juan Gonzalez in that red number 81, red and white, coming under the challenge through the twisty bits from Tom Pank. Todd Sloan not far back should those two come together. But then a big gap back to Lucas Pank in the 6th spot. Here they come into Canada for the final time. Meanwhile, the leader crossing the stripe.
And the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th rages on. Reg Williams leads the field, but that gap is narrowed, though, for Reg Williams, and that gap is closing dramatically here into turn 14, as Williams kind of just laying it simply into 14 and then puts the power down on the exit, probably just saving the rear tires there. But the battle for 3rd and 4th between the 81 and Tom Pank, it's going to go to the 81. So your top 5, McNeil, Williams, Gonzalez, Leitzinger in that 81 car will finish 3rd. Tom Pank, Todd Sloan, your top 5. Lucas Pank in 6th. Mark Mathis 7th. Tim Savage, Juan Fayen, and Marcel Fayen in the top 10. And then Paul Mortimer, and then the Jody Miller Pippa Man entry 11th and 12th, and James Hammond in the 13th spot.
Nicholas Groombridge comes across the line in 14th. Brian Hicks takes 15th position. The Harringtons, David and Daniel, in 16th, 17th. Maloney and Hall. Ed Wheatley, a distant 18th. There he is across the line. And we're just missing Mike Ward and Tim Haynes. There's Mike Ward. Tim Haynes in the 789, the last car on the lead lap.
Great race here in IGT. This is Group 2's call to the grid. Group 2, you should be at the grid. Group 2 to the grid.
And the fields rolls away from the false grid for our Group 2 race. These are the non-wings and slicks Formula cars, with one exception, Eric Wisniewski in the Formula 4 car. In a separate class, Eric too young to compete in the F4 championship, so he is working in the PMH Formula Development Ladder, which gives him an opportunity to race with the SVRA class that's closest match to his, so he can get some experience and hopefully have a full season of F4 racing next year. In row 6 on the outside is car 61. That's Hector McDonald in his 1980 Taiga Club Ford. The 34 of Dan Rhodes, also a Club Ford, is a 77 Taiga. In row 5, the 189 of Rod Bullhouse is a 83 Lola T642 Club Ford. Jeff Fritz in the number 30 next to him. That's a Formula Ford, a 72 Lola T204. In row 4, the 82 of Heather Barron in a Formula Ford, a 1972 Zinc Z10. Next to Heather, the 155 of Josh Wilson in a Club Ford. That's a 78 Crosley 32F. In row 3, the 97 Ken Baum in a Club Ford, an 88 Euro Swift SE1. Next to the 36 of Jeffrey Tillich, he is in a 77 Lola T440 Club Ford. In row 2, car 414 is Chris Arrogante in a 79 Crosley 35F Club Ford. Then Eric Wisniewski in the number 3 Formula 4 car. On the front row, car 68 is Pierce Rader in the Formula B 1971 Lotus 69B. And your pole sitter, car number 4, Steve Grundahl in another Formula B, this one a Brabham BT29 of 1969 vintage.
Wisniewski came late to Q2 in that session earlier today and put in really nice solid laps. Got some clean track, so we'll see what he does with a little bit of traffic here to start things off. Perfect way to start building and developing a little bit of memory bank for next year.
Yep. Situational awareness is what Scott Goodyear likes to call it. Being aware of where cars are around him, and that's a hard habit for the guys coming right out of karting to break. Karting is a bit more argy-bargy, and we try to teach these youngsters how to be aware of their surroundings and not to go for a gap that isn't there or try to create a gap that isn't there. So this is a good training ground for young Master Wisniewski. As the safety car comes through Canada Corner, with the field still single file, beginning to pair up now as they head through turn 13. And well formed up now, side by side. As the safety car will peel off into pit lane, and a side-by-side rolling start in the offing. Starter having a look as the field begins the climb up the hill. Still no green as we wait, and there it is. The green flag flies. And they're away. Pierce Reeder getting a good run in the Lotus as they head down toward turn 1. As he got a good jump coming across the line. We'll see if he's able to hold that as they head down into turn 1. Steve Grundahl in the Brabham was side by side on the pole. And it looks like the Brabham had the best of it. As Grundahl leading Reeder down into turn 1. Eric Wisniewski slotting into that third spot in the Formula 4. But here comes Pierce Rader getting a good run under the Sargento Bridge down toward turn 5. Can he pop out and make a move? He's on the inside with the Brabham on the outside. Rader with the position. But can Grundahl do the over-under and get right back alongside? Classic move at turn 5, and he does just that. Now he has the inside line at 6, decides to fall back in single file. So Pierce Rader with the advantage as they exit turn 6. Through 7 and down the hill. Eric Wisniewski giving a little look to the inside, trying to perhaps take over second spot. Steve Grundahl has to give him room, but then Grundahl gets a little better run off of turn 8 and leads Wisniewski through the carousel turn. But Wisniewski sweeps around the outside of Grundahl. Probably a little more downforce on that car because it's got wings on it. The others do not. So you would expect the F4 car to have better grip through especially the high-speed turns. Down into Canada corner they come. Pierce Rader still with the advantage in the Lotus. Steve Grundahl in the Brabham, holding off the challenge from 14-year-old Eric Wisniewski. As they come through 14, these three really the class of the field, as they've opened up a pretty big advantage. No surprise, as the Club Fords and the lone Formula Ford in the field not really on the par with these cars performance-wise. Now Grundahl pulls out side by side with Pierce Rader as the Lotus and the Brabham duking it out through turn number 1. Wisniewski dropping off the back of that group just a little bit. As Grundahl, the pole sitter, back at the front as they come through the exit of turn 3. Under the Sargento Bridge. But once again, it looks like Grundahl and Rader going to go side by side down into turn 5. Maybe not. Grundahl holding him off. Rader content to stay in second spot as they exit turn 5, climb the hill under the Corvette Bridge. The Brabham leading the Lotus, leading the F4 car. About equally spaced now as they come through turn number 7 and down Hurry Downs. These Formula B cars certainly a bit more nimble than the F4 car behind. The F4 probably generates more grip in the high-speed turns, but the Formula B cars significantly lighter, so they're able to accelerate quicker and brake more easily. But the three of them very similar lap times in the mid to high 228s. Wisniewski on that last lap was a 229. But he is once again a little resurgent here, closing up on the back of Pierce Rader in second as they climb the hill. Wisniewski sets fast lap of the race on that last lap, a 2:23.2. You would also expect that the car with the wings is going to generate more drag, so not as much top end as the much more streamlined Formula B cars. Albeit 40 plus years older. Behind them, Chris Arengate, 26 seconds behind the third place battle. Jeffrey Tillich is another 3 seconds back, and Baum in the 97, another 3 seconds back. Rod Ballhaus in the 189, about a second behind Baum. Heather Barron, about 2 seconds back. Josh Wilson, another 2 seconds back. Jeff Fitz in the battle for 9th and 10th, right on the back of Josh Wilson. And then Dan Rhodes and Hector McDonald rounding out the field. But this battle for second is the best on the track right now, as Wisniewski coming through the area where his car should be better, through the carousel. Thinks about ducking to the inside at the kink, but thinks better of it, but gets a good run through the kink. Wisniewski staying right with Pierce Reeder as they work their way through 13 and head down toward the final turn up the hill. Reeder now out in front of Grundahl. As Grundahl, the one coming under pressure from the Formula 4 car. I stand corrected. It is Grundahl at the front, Reeder in second. Eric Wisniewski in third, and now they're about equally spaced. So once again, on the long straightaway, the additional drag of that F4 car, puts it at a disadvantage. But able to make up that lost ground in the high-speed sections where the additional downforce can make the difference. Down the hill they come. Grundahl in the Lotus, or the Brabham, out in front of the Lotus of Pierce Reeder. As they climb the hill to the Corvette Bridge. About halfway through this one, a little more. Really see the difference that the additional downforce makes in that F4 car as they make the run through the carousel and down this high-speed wander down toward Canada. Wisniewski can get right on the gearbox of Pierce Reeder and stay right with him as they come through this final section of high-speed turns. But once they get up on the straightaway, Reeder with the advantage as that lighter car with a lot lower drag can really begin to pull away. Up the hill they come. White flag is in the air for Steve Grundahl as he resets fast lap of the race. Pierce Reeder about 2.5 seconds back now. Through turn 3 and down the hill toward the turn 5 for the final time. Steve Grundahl really beginning to stretch his legs now as he's opened up a much more comfortable lead over Pierce Reeder in the Lotus. So the Brabham in its element here. But once again, through this sweeping carousel turn and through the kink, Eric Wisniewski can close right up on his gearbox once again. Great to see the differences of how these cars make lap time.
Group 6, 8, and 12 to the grid, please. Group 6, 8, and 12 to the grid, please.
Wisniewski shows him a nose down into Canada on the final lap. Meanwhile, Steve Grundahl long gone up at the front as the second and third place cars make their run up the hill. And it will be Steve Grundahl from the pole taking the win. Pierce Reeder started on the front row. He'll finish second. Eric Wisniewski from his third place starting position right where he finishes. But it's a big gap back to Chris Aragante in the 414 Crosley Club Ford. Jeffrey Chitlich in the 36 behind Aragante by about 3 seconds last time by. Still waiting on the fourth place runner. Dan Rhodes got a little wide on the last lap, but has been able to continue after a rough ride. Here comes Aragante in the 414. Actually, no, Aragante has not come by. It is Jeffrey Titlich in the 36 in fourth, Ken Baum in fifth. So Chris Aragante on that last lap dropped 2 places. Rod Bolhouse comes home in the 7th position, just 73 thousandths of a second behind Aragante. Heather Barron in the 82 in 8th. Josh Wilson sets his personal best on the last lap to finish 9th. Jeff Fritz across the line in 10th. Dan Rhodes and Hector McDonald round out the 12-car field. Final call to the grid for Group 6, 8, and 12. You should be at the grid as our final SVRA feature race just about to get underway, and then we'll have the qualifying for the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge drivers on the big course. It's a big field of cars in our final SVRA race of the afternoon for groups 6, 8, and 12. Starting in the 34th starting position, Brian Kennedy in the 22 car in a Ford Boss 302. Car number 5, David Hoipchen in a 1968 Volvo 122S. Patrick Womack in the number 20 car will start outside of row 16 in the Group 8 BMW 2002. Not sure that either Womack or Kennedy will be in the field, as they were involved in an incident in practice yesterday in the rain. Tom Olega in the number 471 will start inside of row 16 in the Group 6 Ford Mustang. Car number 2, Rose Avigliano in a Porsche 944, and the 20A of James Albright in a Group 8 Porsche 924. Row 14, the 40 of Randall Castling in a Group 12 Porsche 914-6, and the 57 of Zachary Tenorio in a Group 12 Ford Mustang. Row 13, the 71 of Jeff Antonelli in a Group 12 Porsche 944, and the 86 of Jessica Jonk in a Group 12 BMW 325i. Looks like a pickup truck. In row 12, car 22, Jeffress Hayland in a Lotus Elan S4, next to the 76 of Larry Lunda in a Porsche 914. Row 11, the 32 of Nicholas Pekarski in a Datsun 510, and the 52 of Don Myers in a Group 8 Porsche 911. Row 10, the 26 of Rick Ortman in a Group 12 Chevy Corvette, and the 67 of Chris Candy in a Group 12 Porsche 911. Row 9, the 36B of Kellen Weinberger in a Group 8 Porsche 911, and the 09A of Jonathan Clausen in a Group 6 Sunbeam Tiger. In row 8, car 81, Juan Gonzalez in the 8GT Porsche 914-6, and the 77 of Daniel Caggiano in a Group 8 Porsche 914-6. Row 7 has the 04 of Ron Pauly in a Group 12 Lexus IS 300, and the 61 of Joseph Hish in a Group 8 Porsche 914-6. Row 6 has the 110 of Lisa Hansen in her 8BP Porsche 911S, and the 0 of George Ballback in his Group 8 Porsche 911. Row 5 has the 96 of Daniel Parr in a Group 6 Chevy Camaro Z28 Trans Am, and the 165 of Thomas Bleeker in a Group 6 Ford Mustang. Robert G. is in car number 696. That's a Group 6 Corvette. Next to him is the 47 of Tim Cornelius in a Group 6 Trans Am Camaro. In row 3, the 36 of Scott Shadell in a Trans Am Chevy Camaro, and the number 21 of Fritz Seidel in a 1972 Porsche RSR. Front 2 rows, the 41 of Todd Treffert in a Group 6 Porsche 911, and the 169 of Scott Graham in a Trans Am Pontiac Firebird. And on the front row, the 111 of Jonathan DeGainer, again, I don't know if he'll be in the field, as he had a problem in qualifying, in a Devon Evolution, and the number 1 of Scott Borchetta in a Chevy Corvette. DeGainer's issue was in another car. It wasn't in this one, but I don't know if Jonathan is preoccupied with getting that fixed, whether or not he'll be in the field. We shall see. Two by two up the hill as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. Big 34-car field here. Starter looking the field over as they crest the hill, and there's the green. Yeah, DeGainer is there. right alongside Scott Borchetta in that big #1 Corvette Roadster.
Not a whole lot different underneath the hood from that 111 Devon. It's about the same size motor as Scott Borchetta, so it's just a little bit different aerodynamic configuration.
Yep.
But those two cars are going to be probably the most evenly matched from a power-to-power ratio here in this field.
Yeah, as you look at their lap times, they were within about four seconds of each other. Borchetta's car a little bit quicker. The Devon a 59, whereas in the Corvette of Borchetta a 69, so a little newer.
It may help that Borchetta's also a little bit more advanced in the driving pipeline.
Yep.
But DeGainer, no slouch. Very quick here at Road America over the last 10 years or so. And that is a crowd favorite, that Devon.
Field 2x2 down into turn 5 for the most part, as everybody kind of picking their way. That's the Firebird of Scott Graham up into 3rd spot. We'll check it as they work their way down Hurry Downs toward turn 8. The Porsche 911 of Todd Treffert right behind him. Fritz Seidel in his RSR Porsche giving chase. Scott Borchetta beginning to stretch his legs just a little bit. The battle for second, though, between DeGainer, Graham, and Treffert is a good one. Fritz Seidel right there in that battle as well. Then a little bit of a gap back to Scott Shadell in the Camaro. As the leaders coming through Canada for the first time.
Interesting always taking a look at the braking lines for some of these bigger, heavier Camaros, Mustangs, and turn 12 seems to always be the hot spot for a little bit of a brake lock up or a wheel hop.
Yep.
Carrying so much speed down there.
The battle is on for 3rd. As the Firebird and the Porsche nose to tail and side by side coming to the line.
Tim Cornelius around Scott Shadell for 6th and 7th. Bleeker up to 8th. Robert Gee in the 9th spot. Daniel Parr in the 10th spot.
Looks like Todd Treffert has gotten around Scott Graham in the battle for 3rd. As the Firebird back into that 4th position.
A little bit more slippery in the aero section for that Porsche.
But I guess the Firebird's got a little more grunt under the hood.
It would have a little bit more grunt in the slow stuff coming off the corners for sure.
Yep, they're back to side by side. As Treffert in the Porsche guarding that inside line.
Here where that Porsche is going to be a little bit more nimble, but cuts across the apex curbing, and that car was all out of shape up the hill to 6. You see the definitive size difference in those two cars as well from a wheelbase standpoint.
Yep.
Both left to right and end to end.
Yeah, Jonathan DeGainer doing a great job in that old Devon, keeping up with Scott Borchetta, not letting him get completely away.
4-wheel drift from Scott Graham.
You see the body lean in that Firebird as the Porsche does a little better job of keeping its body roll under control.
But very honestly, that's a really good illustration of the difference between engine positions and center of gravity in the race car. I mean, that's really the pinpoint of the difference. Both cars accommodate the same lap times within milliseconds of each other, thousandths of a second with each other. They accomplish it in much different ways.
Exactly right. Yep, exactly right.
But it's a great illustration of the difference in technology.
Yep.
Which is what makes these vintage races with SVRA so much fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, where can you see a Firebird and a Porsche and a Camaro and a Corvette and a Devon, you know, all racing together at the same time, and a Lexus? I mean, come on. This is great stuff. First 5 across the line. And Tim Cornelius in that Camaro. Scott Shadell right behind him.
Coming up next, the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge presented by Optima Batteries. We'll have 2 groups of qualifying this afternoon, and they'll have 2 sessions tomorrow, one before lunch and one at the end of our day as well. That's coming up on the big track. They've been autocrossing most of the day. Understand that one of the trucks may have blew out a clutch in the autocross, and they were looking for parts about 3 hours ago. Locally, hopefully they found something to get that truck back together. That is next here at Road America, just after the top of the hour, when we conclude this Group 6, 8, and 12 feature event, our final sprint race of the day.
Back with our leaders as Borchetta gradually pulling away from Jonathan DeGaynor. Todd Treffert in the Porsche in third. Looking at the lap times, not quite as quick as DeGaynor, so he's falling a little further back. Scott Graham in the Firebird, about 2 seconds back. Fritz Seidel in the RSR Porsche. As Borchetta thunders by our vantage point. DeGaynor with almost an identical engine note. Pretty nice battle right behind Cornelius. Scott Shadell and Thomas Bleeker in the Mustang. Bleeker closing down quickly on Shadell as they head down toward turn 1. There's that battle, nose to tail, out of turn 1, over the Aaron's Tunnel, and the Mustang looking for a way around. Shadell in the Camaro, the sort of robin's egg blue, and Bleeker in that Mustang with the white with the blue stripe, right in his wheel tracks as they head under the Sargento Bridge. Guarding the inside is Shadell, or Cornelius, excuse me. Ooh, big lockup from the Mustang as Thomas Bleeker leaves the braking just a little bit too late. It gives a bit of a breathing room to Scott Shadell in the Camaro. And Bleeker needs to look in his mirrors because Robert G. in the 696 Corvette is right there to pounce. Shadell, Bleeker, and G just about equally spaced. And then a little bit of a gap back to the Z28 of Daniel Parr. White flag is in the air for our leaders. Jonathan DeGaynor across the line to see the white, as is Scott Graham Todd Treffert in the Porsche. Then Scott Graham in the Firebird. Fritz Seidel in the RSR Porsche. dark gray Camaro of Tim Cornelius. And then this three-way battle we've been following for the last couple laps. Side by side as Bleeker gets the jump on Tim Cornelius in the run down to turn 1. Don't know if he can hold it, but the Mustang in front of Scott Shadell. That is Bleeker, then Shadell, and then right behind Shadell is Robert G. in that big Corvette. Robert G. looking racy as he pulls down to the inside in the run down toward turn 5. And I think he's gotten it done. Robert G. taking over the spot. So Scott Shadell in that Camaro fading a bit here in the final lap. Losing 2 places in the run up from turn 14. These cars relatively big and heavy, probably hard on the tires. Wouldn't be surprised if the tires get a little tired by the end of one of these. In fact, G in that Corvette looking really racy as Bleeker goes wide. G is right there on him.
Coming to the fastest part of the racetrack here. This is an opportune passing opportunity. That Mustang with a little bit of grunt. Center apex off here in the carousel, and Guy backs off a bit.
Shadell trying to recover and perhaps salvage an 8th place at least as they work their way down toward Canada Corner. Checkered flag already flown for Scott Borchetta. Jonathan DeGainer sees it as well as we follow this battle. 7th, 8th, and 9th. Bleeker in the cream-colored Mustang. Fritz Seidel got around Scott Graham and the run to the line to take over 4th spot. So the Firebird fading to 5th. And it looks like this one is a settled deal. Cornelius already by. Bleeker, G, and Seidel in that order across the stripe. There's Daniel Parr in the number 96 Camaro Z28, followed by George Ballback in his Porsche 911. Lisa Hansen should be next in line in her 911S. There's Lisa in the 110. First of the 914-6, we expect it to be Juan Gonzalez, with Joseph Hish right behind in another 914-6. The Mustang of Ron Pauley, Jonathan Clausen in the Sunbeam Tiger. Rick Ortman in the 26 Corvette.
Bukarski across the line.
Kellen Weinberger in the 36B Golf liveried Porsche.
There's
Jessica Jonk in her BMW. Randall Castling in the cream-colored 914-6. Jeff Antonelli in the Porsche 944. James Albright at the 924. Zachary Tenorio in the Group 12 Mustang. Might be the last car on the lead lap. Rose Avigliano and the number 2, 944. I think may have taken the checkers in the pit lane. All right, the last of our sprint races.
That should be it for the racing today.
Indeed, as we've got Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge
qualifying
coming up on the big course.
Jimmy Day going to have a seat in the booth and get you through your qualifying session.
There you go.
That brings to an end your day, sir.
I do believe so. Thank you, as always.
Pleasure as always. And the best part about Saturdays, we get to do it all again tomorrow. It's
exactly.
Sunday Fun Day.
There's one more day. Sunday Fun Day is right. We kick it off with the Enduro, the SVRA All Groups Enduro, at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then the first of 2 races for the Formula Regional Americas drivers will be at 9:05. That'll be followed by the IGT, International GT Enduro, at 9:50. And then race number 2 for the F4 U.S. Championship drivers. Optima Streetcar Challenge will take some track time right after that. We'll break for lunch and some track touring. And then the last of the feature races for our SVRA groups, Group 6, 8, and 12, followed by the Group 2 feature race. Then the finale for the Formula Regional Americas at 1:55. 4 more SVRA feature races. And then we wrap up the day with the F4 U.S. race number 3, followed by the finale for the Optima Ultimate Streetcar Challenge.
And they get 2 sessions tomorrow, and their session coming up next. Jimmy will join us here in the booth. John Phippen, have yourself a lovely Saturday evening. Have a lovely dinner, and we'll see you again bright and early tomorrow morning for your Sunday here at Road America. Optima Batteries Ultimate Streetcar Challenge up next.